Chapter 766. The future Buddha led the monks into the lower levels of hell as soon as the 18th level of hell opened. They soon arrived at the entrance of the 16th level of hell. Buddha, it's another round. Will Kong Xian be able to take it? One of the monks asked worriedly. I saw that he was on the verge of death the last time. It's another round. It'll be 32 million years. I hope he won't go crazy. Hurry. The future Buddha said solemnly. I'm guessing that he can't wait to join the spirited mountain's sacred ground. The monk beside him laughed. Although the future Buddha did not respond, a smug smile appeared on his face. The group stepped into the 16th level of hell. Boom! The moment they entered, they were greeted by rolling black demonic aura. The demonic aura was so ferocious that all the monks shuddered. Demonic aura? How can it be so dense? It wasn't so exaggerated the last time. The 16th level of hell is covered by demonic aura? How can this be? Oh no! Buddha, the chains! The chains are broken. Roar! Kong Xian's expression was ferocious as he let out a roar. After breaking free from the chains, he tried to break free from the 5 mountains. As he roared, the surrounding magma shot up into the sky. The FA mountain on his back trembled violently as though it was going to break free at any moment. The future Buddha opened his eyes wide, and his expression changed drastically. Kong Xian, how dare you? The future Buddha suddenly shouted. Kong Xian's current strength had completely exceeded the future Buddha's expectations. Was he going to break the seal and come out? Once he came out, it would be bad. Boom! The future Buddha took a step forward and was about to charge toward Kong Xian to stop Kong Xian. However, at that moment, an aura of a fist suddenly emerged from the magma and crashed toward the future Buddha. A golden fist punched out, causing the void to tremble violently. What? There's someone else? The future Buddha's expression changed. He extended his hand and threw a punch, colliding with the golden fist with a loud bang. Huh! There was a deafening sound as a powerful spatial wave rippled out from where the 2 fists collided. The future Buddha took a step back with a look of horror on his face. They saw a super vortex forming below the rolling magma. It revolved around a man shining with golden light. That man raised his head with a ferocious look on his face. Shangguan. Suddenly, a monk exclaimed, Impossible! That was Shangguan's fist? The monks exclaimed in shock. The future Buddha's expression also darkened. Shangguan, you're not dead? Why do you think I will die? Shangguan smiled coldly and immediately stepped into the air. He flew in front of the future Buddha and looked at him with a cold smile. That fist just now? No. Aren't you even inferior to Sun Wukong? When you first entered the heavenly palace, did you remember your fist? The future Buddha said with a gloomy expression. You don't need to know. Shangguan sneered. Guhai. What about Guhai? Is he dead? The future Buddha suddenly thought of something. What do you think? Shangguan said coldly. Roar. In the distance, Kong Xian roared again. Rumble. The 5 mountains shook, and cracks appeared on the mountain of Dharma above them. Not good. The future Buddha's expression changed. 1,000 Buddha hands of compassion and sorrow. The future Buddha struck out with his palm. Boom, 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 boom. In the void, thousands of golden palms appeared in an instant and struck at Shangguan. Petty tricks. I'll defeat 10,000 palms with my strength. Shangguan glared and shouted as he punched out again. Boom! Suddenly, one of the golden palms exploded, and the remaining 999 palms landed on Shangguan's body. At this moment, Shangguan was surrounded by golden light. His invincible Vajra body was activated. Nearly 1,000 palms hit Shangguan, but Shangguan was only pushed back slightly. What? The future Buddha's expression changed. At this moment, Shangguan's fist was right in front of the future Buddha. Dong! It was as if a golden hammer had struck a bell. With a resounding boom, the future Buddha was pushed back 1,000 feet before he could stop himself. Shangguan, how did your cultivation increase so much? What technique is that? Why is it so similar to Sun Wukong's? No, you're stronger than Sun Wukong. The future Buddha was shocked and angry. It was also at this time that Kong Xian unleashed his greatest power. Roar! With a loud roar, the demonic aura around him increased by more than 10 times. Boom! The huge Dharma mountain on top of him exploded. Below him, the 5 mountains changed shape and turned into a dazzling 9th-rank golden lotus. Kong Xian broke free. Screech! A clear roar of freedom seemed to spread throughout the 18 levels of hell in an instant. Kong Xian is out of the seal. The demon has broken the seal of the 9th-rank golden lotus. Buddha, save us! The group of monks screamed in fear. The future Buddha was also shocked. Kong Xian, don't be so stubborn. Roar! Kong Xian was surrounded by demonic aura. He didn't care about the future Buddha at all. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Boom! The huge 9th-rank golden lotus was swallowed by Kong Xian. What? How dare you? That's the 9th-rank golden lotus of the spirited mountain. Spit it out now. Otherwise, no one can save you. The future Buddha's expression changed. Screech! Kong Xian shouted. He flapped his wings. Shangwan Hen, you're too kind. Don't be soft-hearted to this bald donkey. You can't do this to me. Kong Xian shouted with a ferocious expression. With a loud shout, Kong Xian flapped his wings. Immediately, a gust of black wind rushed towards the future Buddha. Bastard! The future Buddha struck his palm towards Kong Xian. However, Kong Xian opened his mouth. As the black wind rolled over, he took a deep breath. Boom! The future Buddha was swallowed by Kong Xian. In the distance, the group of monks was scared out of their wits. Kong Xian swallowed the Buddha? My eyes are playing tricks on me. That's the future Buddha. The future Buddha was swallowed by Kong Xian? No help! The monks screamed in fear. Not only did I swallow the future Buddha, but I also want to swallow the past Buddha and the present Buddha. I want to swallow everything in the spirited mountain. Swallow, swallow, swallow. Kong Xian roared. He flapped his wings again and released a black wind. The black wind swept the escaping monks into Kong Xian's mouth. The giant peacock swallowed all the monks in the blink of an eye. Shangwan Hen's expression froze. Was Kong Xian possessed by the devil? Why was he so fierce? That was the future Buddha. He swallowed him just like that. At this moment, Kong Xian's heart was filled with anger. Swallowing the future Buddha had eased Kong Xian's anger a little. However, the anger that had been suppressed for nearly 100 million years could not be eliminated so easily. Kong Xian's eyes were filled with hatred. He wanted to rush up from the 16th level of hell and swallow everything. Just as Kong Xian's fighting spirit was soaring and his hatred was boundless, a voice suddenly sounded. You swallowed him just like that? Aren't you afraid of indigestion? A voice suddenly sounded. It could be said that it was a provocation to Kong Xian. Who is it? Kong Xian turned his head with a ferocious expression. Your Majesty! Shangwan Hen's face lit up with joy. Guhai! Kong Xian's expression froze. Congratulations to the great Myojin for breaking free. Guhai suddenly walked over with a smile. Looking at Guhai, Kong Xian's face twitched. Although Shangwan Hen had been trapped for a long time, he was mostly opportunistic. Although Kong Xian approved of him, he did not submit to him. However, Guhai was different. He did not have the talent of the black tortoise, but he had been trapped for 250 million years. He had been trapped for less than half of Guhai's time. Boom! Kong Xian instantly turned into his human form. Guhai, are you really still alive? Kong Xian's expression was ugly. Yes. Unfortunately, there is nothing here that I was looking forward to. Otherwise, it would be a perfect place for cultivation. Guhai smiled. Kong Xian, Your Majesty, please don't say anymore. I'm about to throw up. Shangwan Hen said bitterly. Shangwan Hen, how many have you reached? Guhai looked at Shanghai Hen. Barely. More than 7 or 9. Shangwan Hen smiled bitterly. 63 levels? Not bad. You are much stronger than Sun Wukong. Guhai smiled. 64 levels. But I'm still far from 72. Shangwan Hen said immediately. Not bad. You are much stronger than you were in the past. Guhai smiled. Of course. Shangwan Hen said with a smile. After Guhai finished speaking, He looked at Kong Xian. Kong Xian's expression was ugly. He remained silent for a while. Guhai didn't say anything. He just looked at him. Shangwan Hen smiled and said, Kong Xian, His Majesty saved your life. You made a bet with His Majesty. Why? Are you going back on your words? Shangwan Hen sneered. Kong Xian's face fell. Who said I'm going back on my words? That's right. Guhai, your willpower is stronger than mine. You're really good. I admire you. We agreed on 50 years. I will enter the Dahan for 50 years. Kong Xian greets your majesty. Kong Xian immediately bowed. Although he felt that Gu Hai's cultivation had not reached the heavenly palace, Kong Xian didn't care about cultivation anymore. So what if Gu Hai's cultivation had not reached the heavenly palace? He was stronger than him. There was no need to refuse. It was only 50 years. In that case, I will confer Kong Xian as the commander of the 5th Army of the Dahan Empire. You can lead an army and be conferred the title of Viscount Ming. Gu Hai said solemnly. The title of Viscount was only because he had not made any contributions to the Dahan Empire. Now, he had made an exception and was conferred as the commander of the 5th Army. Kong Xian greets your majesty. Solemnly Kong Xian bowed. Since His Majesty was stronger than him, he could worship him. At this moment, although Kong Xian was still a little uncomfortable, he did what he said. In that case, let's go. Gu Hai said, Your Majesty, I want to seek revenge from the Buddhas of the holy land of Mount Numinous. Kong Xian was still brooding. Let's go out first. Gu Hai shook his head and rejected Kong Xian's idea. The group flew towards the first layer of hell. However, Kong Xian still felt somewhat dissatisfied. You did train extremely well in hell. However, are you sure you can compare to the current Buddha? Do you think that he is the same as the future Buddha? Gu Hai asked sullenly. Yes. Kong Xian felt somewhat unconvinced but did not refute. The group soon arrived at the first layer of hell. Gu Hai reached out and took out the suet jade bottle that Bodhisattva Lien Sheng gave him. Chapter 767. The entrance to the first layer of hell. Jidong Bodhisattva, Deep Ting Bodhisattva, and the Ghost Kings were waiting. Do you think Kong Xian is obediently waiting for the Buddha's orders now? Jidong Bodhisattva laughed. Of course. What kind of place is the 16th layer of hell? The baleful aura, there is countless times more than the first layer. He has been imprisoned there for nearly 100 million years. It's scary just thinking about it. As long as he is not crazy, he must be crying and begging the Buddha. Di Ting Bodhisattva sneered. The two bodhisattvas are wise. The Ghost Kings flattered, just as everyone was waiting at the entrance to the first layer. Whoosh! Suddenly, 3 figures flew out. Are they back? So fast? A Ghost King was surprised. No, it's Gu Hai, Shangwan Hen, and that's Kong Xian. Jidong Bodhisattva's expression suddenly changed. How did they come out? However, he saw Gu Hai take out a white jade bottle in the distance. Where's the Buddha? Di Ting Bodhisattva's expression darkened. No, they must have escaped from the Buddha. Gu Hai is still alive? Kong Xian escaped. We must inform the Buddha immediately. Jidong Bodhisattva's expression darkened. Buddha, Kong Xian has reached the first layer. Come quickly. Di Ting Bodhisattva suddenly roared. The sound formed a strange frequency that rushed to the second layer of hell, and then to the third layer of hell. In the distance, Kong Xian, who was suppressed by Gu Hai and was still resentful, suddenly turned around. Baldy roar. Kong Xian roared. He waved his hand, and a black wind rushed out. Kong Xian opened his mouth and inhaled. The monks and Ghost Kings were suddenly swept up by the black wind. Oh no, I can't break free. Save me. Buddha, save me. Everyone screamed and tried to break free from the black wind. Your Gautama Buddha is in my stomach. If you want to find him in my stomach. Kong Xian inhaled ferociously. Huff. Everyone was sucked into Kong Xian's mouth. Gu Hai was speechless. Kong Xian, why are you so resentful? You want to swallow this bunch of little monks? Shangwan Hen said with a bitter smile. It's none of your business. Kong Xian added coldly. Shangwan Hen smiled bitterly and said nothing more. Gu Hai opened the suet jade bottle. There was originally a reincarnation lotus bud inside. 250 million years. At this moment, that flower bud had completely bloomed. No, it had already bloomed, forming a lotus pod and even nurturing new lotus seeds. Then, the lotus seeds grew again, growing into 5 lotus flowers. 5 flowers bloomed. It seems that growth is slower in the 18 levels of hell, Guhai said with a smile. Only 5 flowers grew in 200 million years? However, it was enough. Your Majesty, when present Buddha opens the exit, we will rush out immediately and swallow him. Kong Xian said with resentment in his eyes. Present Buddha? Kong Xian, you'd better not provoke him for the time being. Guhai shook his head. Why? Kong Xian was still unwilling to accept the result. Let's go out first. Guhai reached out and plucked a reincarnation lotus. Wong. The plucked flower instantly withered. At the same time, the reincarnation lotus also withered rapidly. It withered and emitted a colorful light. Suddenly, a passage appeared in front of the 3 of them. This is? Kong Xian was puzzled. Let's go. We could go out through this passage. Guhai explained. The 3 of them stepped out of the passage. Phew. Soon, the 3 of them passed through the passage and appeared on the other side. After exiting for a while, the passage disappeared abruptly. The 3 of them stood on the peak of a mountain and looked at the flat land in all directions. Sniff. The 3 of them inhaled deeply at the same time. This is the spiritual energy. This is the feeling of the divine continent. Ha ha, we are back. Shangwan Hen suddenly felt refreshed. It was too difficult to endure in the underworld. Kong Xian's baleful aura also dissipated somewhat. He was finally back. He felt much more comfortable. This place is... Guhai frowned slightly as he looked around. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said that one would appear randomly in the divine continent after exiting the reincarnation lotus. This place was not marked, so Xiao Chan did not know where it was. Shangwan Hen, go and investigate. Guhai said seriously. Yes. Whoosh. Shangwan Hen immediately flew to a city in the distance. Soon he returned. Your Majesty, it is really far. This is the border of the Great Yellow Dynasty. We are already in the southwest of the divine continent. Shangwan Hen said with a bitter smile. Let's go and meet up with Ao Shun and Changming first. Guhai said seriously. All right. The 2 answered. Bang. The 3 of them turned into 3 beams of light and disappeared into the horizon. Hell Dao's secret realm, Yama Palace entrance, Wong. All of a sudden, an opening appeared. The present Buddha and the past Buddha led a group of bodhisattvas and arhats into the first layer of hell. Huh, were they? The past Buddha frowned. The surroundings were a mess. The Yama Palace collapsed, and the ghost soldiers and ghost generals hid in all directions. Buddha? Buddha, you're finally here, you're finally here. A ghost king stumbled over from afar. Yama King? Where are the others? How did you end up like this? The past Buddha asked seriously. Guhai, Shangwan Hen, Kong Xian, they escaped. They escaped. The others were eaten by Kong Xian. Eaten? The Yama King said in horror. Eaten? What eaten? Kong Xian escaped? The past Buddha's expression changed. Future Buddha, I don't know. I went down to take a look. No, maybe they were eaten by Kong Xian. They escaped. The Yama King said in horror. What happened? Tell me, where's the Buddha? The past Buddha asked anxiously. The Yama King didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything he knew. After that, the past Buddha's face darkened. This Guhai is really a scourge. The present Buddha closed his eyes as if he was sensing something. Buddha, has the future Buddha really been eaten? It shouldn't be. He still has the closed eyes whirl meditation. The past Buddha said anxiously. He is still alive. He used the undying golden body technique. The present Buddha shook his head and said, with their speed, it took them more than 10 days to reach the border of the spirited mountain. Boom! The 3 of them landed on a mountain peak and stirred up a gust of wind. Countless bats flew out of the forest. Whoosh! Countless bats gathered and soon formed a figure in a black robe. It was Chongming. Your Majesty, you are out. That's great. Chongming was pleasantly surprised. Oh, you were alone? Guhai was puzzled. Ao Shun will be back soon. That day, when we split up, I saw you in the distance. Ao Shun wanted to rush forward, but I stopped him. These days, Ao Shun has been leaving early and returning late at night to inquire about your Majesty. I have been waiting here, Chongming immediately said with a smile. The great Miojin? Chongming suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at Kong Xian. Kong Xian's face was cold, but he didn't say anything. He is now the 5th army commander of the Dahan Empire. Guhai explained. Oh, Chongming was startled and nodded his head. While everyone waited patiently, Guhai began to set up the array. In the evening, Ao Shun indeed returned. When he saw Guhai, he was pleasantly surprised. Shangwan Jizun, you have recovered your cultivation? Ao Shun asked in surprise. Yes, your Majesty imparted me a cultivation technique. It was tough, Shangwan Ji said bitterly. The 18 levels of hell were indeed not a place for humans. However, Ao Shun didn't know that. Tough? You call that tough? In just a dozen days, you went from having no cultivation to reaching the Heavenly Palace realm. You still have the cheek to call it tough? Ao Shun didn't understand. He had a strange expression, but couldn't bring himself to ask. Your Majesty, what are we going to do now? Chongming asked in a low voice. Capture Sun Wukong, Guhai said in a low voice. Ancient Emperor, I will go this time. Ao Shun immediately requested. Your Majesty, I can turn into a bat and hide my body. I will go, Chongming requested. Your Majesty, I will go. It shouldn't be difficult to capture a monkey, Shangwan Hen said confidently. Your Majesty, I will go. Kong Xian also requested. Although Kong Xian requested, Guhai could see a different feeling in Kong Xian's eyes. Resentment. A towering resentment. Although he had suppressed it, it was still endless resentment. Persuade Kong Xian, lay out the facts, and reason with him? Given Kong Xian's personality, he definitely wouldn't listen. You can go, but I want to ask you, are the future Buddha and the others really still alive? Guhai asked in a low voice. Crack. Kong Xian opened his mouth and spat out. Instantly, the future Buddha was spat out. However, the future Buddha seemed to have turned into a golden statue. He didn't move, and black demonic qi surrounded him. The other monks and ghostly beings have been digested. Only his invincible golden body technique can survive for now. However, he will be digested sooner or later. He won't be able to hold on for long. Kong Xian said in a low voice. There's still a rank, 9 golden lotus? Guhai looked at Kong Xian. I want that golden lotus. Your Majesty, you won't steal my spoils, right? Kong Xian frowned and looked at Guhai. Heh, if you can keep it, then keep it, Guhai said with a smile. Kong Xian nodded. Obviously, he couldn't hand over the rank, 9 golden lotus. Give the future Buddha to me. You and Shangwan Hen go to Mount Huagua and capture Sun Wukong, Guhai said in a low voice. Kong Xian looked at the future Buddha and nodded. Okay, be careful on the way. Try to keep it a secret. That monkey is very smart, but don't be fooled by his appearance, Guhai said solemnly. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Shangwan Hen nodded. Shangwan Hen knew Mount Huagua. Shangwan Hen also knew Monkey. Monkey's 72 transformations might be able to fool others, but Shangwan Hen also cultivated the art of 8 and 9 mystic arts. Moreover, his cultivation level was even higher than Sun Wukong's. Naturally, he couldn't escape Shangwan Hen's grasp. Whoosh! The two turned into streaks of light and disappeared. Ancient Emperor, Shangwan Hen's cultivation level has increased by a lot, Ao Shun said in a low voice, looking at Shangwan Hen's back. That's right. Crown Prince Ao Shun, what are your future plans? Guhai looked at Ao Shun and asked, My future plans? Ao Shun was silent for a while. Right now, Ao Shun is the North Sea Dragon King. If you don't mind, why don't you join the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Like Shangwan Hen, you will be the king of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's national beast. I remember that a country can have more than one national beast. Guhai looked at Ao Shun and invited. Chapter 768. When Gu Hai invited Ao Shun, Ao Shun did not reject. Instead, he fell into deep thought. After a moment of silence, Ao Shun smiled bitterly and said, Ancient Emperor, although Ao Shun is bad, he is still my younger brother. I don't want to compete with him. You misunderstand. I didn't ask you to compete with Ao Shun. Don't feel burdened. Are there only the North Sea Dragon Tribe dragons in the world? Can't you form a new Dragon Tribe army? Just like that, Sakura, Gu Hai said solemnly. Ao Shun frowned slightly. Besides, I feel that although Ao Shun is much stronger now, he is not a wise ruler. In the North Sea Dragon Palace, there are many dragons who grew up with you. They fought with you and were injured for you. Can you really bear to let Ao Shun mess with them and kill them one by one? Gu Hai said solemnly. No, I don't think so. Ao Shun frowned and said, Whether you will or not, I'm not sure. But at the very least, when they have nowhere else to go, you can give them a place to stay, right? Isn't that so? Gu Hai asked. Ao Shun fell into deep thought. Of course, the sovereign of a nation's beast, if you're not willing to forcefully pull the group of dragons to become your subordinates, I won't force you either. Having you alone is enough. You've also seen it for yourself. Sakura and Ao Shun, they were eyeing your bloodline previously. This is just the beginning. Will there be more enemies in the future? You are the supreme beast of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. At the very least, we can be allies and help each other. Unless you look down on the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. In that case, just pretend I didn't say anything. Gu Hai said with a smile. How could that be? How would I dare to look down on the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? It's just that I will cause a lot of trouble for the ancient emperor in the future. Ao Shun said with a bitter smile. You agreed? Ha ha ha, trouble? This emperor is least afraid of trouble. Gu Hai laughed happily. Since your majesty doesn't mind, I, Ao Shun, will be thick-skinned. Ao Shun said with a smile. No, why would I? Ha ha, this emperor is overjoyed. Obtaining Ao Shun's help is like obtaining an arm. Gu Hai immediately laughed. Congratulations, Supreme Ao. You've managed to recreate the glory of Supreme Ao Tianwan. Chongming said with a smile. Flower Fruit Mountain, Water Curtain Cave. Get out, get out. Sun Wukong angrily drove the monkeys out of the Water Curtain Cave. My king, what happened to you? One of the monkeys mustered up the courage to ask. Scram. I get annoyed whenever I see those bald donkeys. You guys are their eyes and ears. Don't think that I don't know. Scram, scram, scram. Sun Wukong shouted gloomily. A group of monkeys immediately swarmed out. They even sent a group of demon kings to surround my Flower Fruit Mountain. Are they monitoring me? Oomph. Sun Wukong shouted angrily. No one knew who he was scolding. Just as the group of monkeys stepped out of the Water Curtain Cave gloomily, Sun Wukong's expression suddenly changed. Who's there? Shangwan Hen and Kong Xian quickly flew to Flower Fruit Mountain. Here. Kong Xian's expression darkened. That's right. Shangwan Hen nodded. Whoosh! Kong Xian immediately waved his hand, and billowing black gas instantly enveloped Flower Fruit Mountain. Who's there? An angry shout suddenly came from within Flower Fruit Mountain. It was Sun Wukong, who flew out of the Water Curtain Cave. Kong Xian, you stay behind. I'll catch him. Shangwan Hen said in a deep voice. Whoosh! Shangwan Hen immediately rushed down and flew towards the Water Curtain Cave. Boom! A gust of wind blew past, and Shangwan Hen suddenly appeared in front of Sun Wukong. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Stinky Turtle? Ha! Ha 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 ha! Gu Hai escaped? Where is he? Sun Wukong stared at Shangwan Hen, his eyes emitting a golden light. His Majesty is not here. Great sage, heaven's equal, please come with us. Shangwan Hen said in a deep voice. Oh, he's not here. Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly lit up. As long as Gu Hai was not here, Sun Wukong was not afraid of anything. Please, Shangwan Hen said in a deep voice. Please? Ha ha, Gu Hai is not here. You stinky turtle. You want to take me away? Eat old Sun's stick. Sun Wukong suddenly shouted. He took out the Jingu Bang from his ear and enlarged it countless times. Sun Wukong's face was ferocious, and he slammed the staff toward Shangwan Hen. Oomph. Shangwan Hen's eyes flashed with a desire to fight. He took a step forward and met the attack with a punch. Use the 8 or 9 mysteries art. You know it, so do I. Do you think you have an indestructible Vajra body like me? Beam me up, Sun Wukong shouted with a ferocious face. Clang! A loud sound rang out as Shangwan Hen's golden fist collided with the Jingu Bang. The Jingu Bang was instantly knocked back. A huge shockwave spread out in all directions. The entire flower fruit mountain was instantly enveloped in a storm. The rebound of the Jingu Bang made Sun Wukong's hands numb. What? How did you become so strong in such a short time? Sun Wukong's face changed. Xiao Qian's staff strike had killed countless fiendish demons. However, Shangwan Hen's fist actually blocked his staff strike. Before the golden light on the fist faded, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly shrank. 8 or 9 mysteries art. You know it too? Sun Wukong's face suddenly changed. His Majesty taught me it. Just like you. Shangwan Hen sneered. Humph, just like me? No one is more powerful than me in the 8 or 9 mysteries art. Even Yang Jian was no match for me. Humph again. Sun Wukong shouted coldly. Shangwan Hen took a step forward and instantly approached Sun Wukong. Boom! With a punch, Sun Wukong was immediately sent flying. It was so fast that Sun Wukong was caught off guard. Impossible, how many levels are you? Sun Wukong stared and shouted. 64. Shangwan Hen shouted coldly and instantly appeared in front of Sun Wukong again. Boom! Sun Wukong was instantly smashed into the ground. The entire Mount Huagua shook violently, and the surrounding sea water rose up. Kong Xian stood in the sky and looked coldly at Shangwan Hen, who was suppressing Sun Wukong. He frowned slightly. Obviously, he was also curious about the 8 or 9 mysteries art. However, at the next moment, Kong Xian suddenly squinted his eyes and looked at the surrounding islands. Come out, old brothers, Kong Xian said coldly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, more than 10 figures rushed into the sky with different expressions and surrounded Kong Xian. They were the group of grand demons who had been captured by the Buddha together with Kong Xian. They had also accompanied Kong Xian to set up the Cosmic Stars formation. Kong Xian, you really came out, the leader of the bull demons said coldly. Oh, in that case, old brothers, you have been waiting for me for a long time? Kong Xian squinted his eyes and said, That's right, Kong Xian. The Buddha asked us to come here to prevent Gu Hai from catching Sun Wukong again. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Kong Xian, the Buddha favors you a lot and is even willing to confer the title of Buddha on you. Why did you? The bull demon frowned and said, Shut up. Kong Xian stared at him, and a murderous aura flashed around him. The surrounding demons frowned slightly. I am the bald donkey of the holy mountain. So what? What great bright Buddha? I don't care. So what if you are loyal to the holy mountain? That little Arhat? Little Bodhisattva? Ha 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 ha. I don't care, but you do. Our paths are different, so we can't work together. Seeing that we were brothers in the past, I won't make things difficult for you. Go back to where you came from. Kong Xian suppressed his anger and said coldly. Kong Xian, what are you talking about? In the past, you were able to command this group of monster kings because Tai favored you. You were not able to command us because you were stronger than us. Brother? Ha! You entered the holy mountain, so you are our brother. If you don't, you are our enemy. A leopard demon said coldly. Leopard head, say that again. Kong Xian looked coldly at the monster king who spoke. Follow me back to the holy mountain to receive your punishment. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Leopard head said coldly. Aha, good. Until today, I still want to let you go because of our brotherhood. But you have completely become the lackeys of the holy mountain? Just to be promoted? You want to capture me for rewards? Ha ha ha. I, Kong Xian, am ashamed to be in the same group as you. Kong Xian glared at Leopard Head. Bastard. The group of monster kings' faces turned cold. Kong Xian, don't be ungrateful. Humph. You were in the top 10 of the 361 monster kings in the past, but you are not the first. You are not even comparable to me. What is there to be proud of? Today, I will teach you a lesson. You don't know what's good for you. Leopard Head immediately pounced on Kong Xian. Leopard Head's expression was ferocious. He was extremely fast and arrived in front of Kong Xian in the blink of an eye. He stretched out his palm, creating a ripple in the void. He wanted to capture Kong Xian in one strike. Roar! Kong Xian glared and opened his mouth to let out a roar. In the midst of his roar, billowing black chi rushed out. Leopard Head was swept away. What? Leopard Head's expression changed. However, Kong Xian suddenly opened his mouth wide, and a huge suction force came from his mouth. That palm strike was instantly sucked into Kong Xian's mouth. The suction force even increased, and a black wind blew wildly. Ah, Kong Xian, how dare you! Leopard Head's expression changed as he screamed. What? The other Monster King's faces changed. Whoosh! Kong Xian closed his mouth and swallowed Leopard Head. Kong Xian, how dare you! The group of Monster Kings' faces changed. That is Leopard Head. How did your cultivation increase so much after you swallowed Leopard Head? Are you Kong Xian? The group of Monster Kings exclaimed in shock. After swallowing Leopard Head, Kong Xian glared at them and said, "From now on, you bunch of mystical mountains lackeys are no longer my, Kong Xian's brothers." Roar! You! The group of Monster Kings' faces changed. Surround him. The Minotaur from before ordered coldly. Boom! Below, a loud explosion sounded. Sun Wukong was caught by Shangguan Hen with disbelief. Shangguan Hen grabbed the sealed Sun Wukong in one hand and the Jingu Bang in the other, and soared into the sky. Kong Xian, it's time to go. Shangguan Hen shouted. The group of Monster Kings not far away were shocked. This Shangguan Hen was so powerful. That Sun Wukong was a powerful character, and he was caught just like that? You go, Shangguan Hen. I'll help you stop them. Kong Xian shook his head. No need. They won't be able to catch up to us. Shangguan Hen frowned. I said you go first and bring Sun Wukong back. This group of Monster Kings is just the beginning. Soon, the people from Spirited Mountain will be here. The present Buddha and the past Buddha will be here soon. I'll stop them. You go first. Kong Xian said solemnly. Shangguan Hen's eyes were filled with uncertainty. He saw Kong Xian's determination and nodded. Swish! In an instant, Shangguan Hen shot into the distance. Stop right there. The Minotaur stared and wanted to stop him. Roar! Kong Xian opened his mouth and roared. Once again, a gust of black wind engulfed the Minotaur. He opened his mouth and sucked the Minotaur into his stomach. What? Kong Xian, you swallowed the Minotaur? The Buddha will not let you go. Another wolf demon stared and roared. Ah, Buddha, today, I'm not leaving because I want to wait for them to come. Not only will I devour you, but I'll also devour the entire Spirit Mountain Holy Land. The Buddha of the past and the Buddha of the present won't be able to escape. I'll devour them all. Boom! Kong Xian turned into a giant peacock that was 3,000 feet long. Demonic chi burst out from his body and dyed the entire sky black. Chapter 769. Boom! The peacock spread its wings, and the demonic aura instantly dyed the sky black. The demonic aura carried a monstrous resentment and burst out as if there were thousands of demons howling inside. The Monster King's expressions changed instantly. Kong Xian, how did your strength change? Why do I feel like I'm looking at the Eastern Emperor Tai? Let's attack together. The holy grounds of the spiritual mountain will know soon. Quick, take him down. The Monster Kings immediately transformed into their monster forms. The aura around them surged, and huge waves suddenly rose around the Flower Fruit Mountain. Ha ha ha! What a dog of the spiritual mountain. You're courting death. You can't blame anyone. Kong Xian stared. He flapped his wings, and a black storm formed around him. It swept towards the Monster Kings. Let's attack together. One of the toads shouted angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out a long tongue towards Kong Xian. Swoosh! Kong Xian spread his wings and shot out a ray of 5-colored divine light. As the divine light brushed past, the toad's tongue disappeared. Ah! The toad exclaimed. Kong Xian opened his mouth and inhaled. Swoosh! The toad was swallowed by Kong Xian. All the Monster Kings attacked almost at the same time. Their beast claws and bird claws turned into divine weapons and charged towards Kong Xian, as if they were going to tear Kong Xian apart. Swoosh! Kong Xian flapped his wings again. As the five-color divine light passed, all the beast claws and bird claws disappeared. "Ah, my leg!" the monster kings exclaimed. Roar! Kong Xian opened his mouth and inhaled. Immediately, 3 more monster kings were swallowed into his stomach. The demon monarchs lost a leg and were inexplicably terrified. Kong Xian really has the strength of Tai. Run, run! The monster kings exclaimed. No one would have thought that Kong Xian's strength would be tyrannical to this extent. Tai's strength? All the monster kings trembled. They turned around and fled in all directions. Escape? It's too late to escape now. Kong Xian's eyes turned cold. They flapped their wings and chased after the most demon kings. Among the demon kings, the slowest one was sucked into Kong Xian's stomach in the blink of an eye. Up ahead were some bird-type demon kings. Quick, over there, that's Tianning Temple, a subsidiary temple of the Holy Land of Mount Numinous. Tianning Bodhisattva is inside. Hurry, Tianning Bodhisattva, help. A few bird-type demon kings pounced over in surprise. In Tianning Temple, a white-robed monk was instructing his disciples when he suddenly heard a loud shout in the sky. Moreover, an enormous wave of vicious qi rushed towards him. The white-robed monk's expression changed. Quick, activate the formation. Buzz! Tianning Temple was immediately enveloped in a great array of golden light. Boom! The group of demon monarchs in front were immediately stopped. Let us in, Tianning Bodhisattva, let us in. The demon kings cried out in alarm. Go, go! Tianning Bodhisattva ignored him. Behind them, Kong Xian didn't fly fast, neither fast nor slow. There was a hint of hatred in his eyes, like a cat catching a mouse. Bah, Tianning, old bald donkey, I didn't say a word when you asked me to help you find the spiritual treasure last time. Now that we're in trouble, you're ignoring us? The leader of the demon monarchs roared in grief and indignation. Bastard, scram, don't cause trouble for me. Tianning Bodhisattva glared at him. The demon monarchs flew into the sky resentfully. Kong Xian, on the other hand, was right in front of them. The entire sky was instantly dyed black. Tianning Bodhisattva's expression changed. Then he saw Kong Xian flapping his wings. Swoosh! Tianning Temple's great array exploded with a bang. What? Tianning Bodhisattva's expression changed. Roar! He opened his mouth and inhaled. The black wind swept up all the monks of Tianning Temple and instantly entered Kong Xian's stomach. No, Tianning Bodhisattva had nowhere to run and was instantly swallowed by Kong Xian. Tianning Temple was empty. The fleeing demons in front suddenly changed their expressions. This is only the beginning. As long as it's related to the holy mountain, I'll eat it all. Kong Xian flapped his wings with a ferocious expression. The demons in front fled, while Kong Xian ate at the back. Tianning Temple, Ningguo Temple, Daming Temple. Kong Xian's stomach was like a bottomless hole that kept swallowing. The demon monarchs in front were terrified. 500 Arhat formation. Quick, stop Kong Xian. Ah, the 500 Arhat formation was eaten by Kong Xian too. Demons are rampant. Bodhisattva, save us. Ah, Bodhisattva was eaten by Kong Xian too. For a moment, the holy mountain seemed to have encountered an unprecedented calamity. The demons were ferocious, and Kong Xian swallowed the heavens and the earth. The entire holy mountain was alarmed. Countless bodhisattvas, arhats, bhikkhus, and vajras looked from afar and felt a chill in their hearts. This was an unprecedented calamity. Kong Xian was too strong. He was so strong that as long as the monks rushed over, they would all be swallowed into his stomach. Formation? They couldn't resist Kong Xian's 5-colored holy light. All the magic treasures disappeared in the 5-colored holy light. The black wind blew wildly, and Kong Xian's mouth was like the 18th level of hell. Countless bodhisattvas, arhats, and bhikkhus flew to the holy mountain and the entrance of the Mahavira Hall in horror. Ancestral Buddha, the demons are too arrogant. Ancestral Buddha, please uphold justice. Buddha, the demons are attacking and destroying our holy mountain. Buddha, more and more monks gathered. At the entrance of the holy mountain, the present Buddha, the past Buddha, the South Dragon Maiden, and a group of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were all looking into the distance. Amateus Buddha, this Kong Xian's heart is full of resentment. The past Buddha frowned. The present Buddha also frowned at Kong Xian in the distance. Buddha, Kong Xian has completely turned into a demon. Buddha, please don't be lenient. The past Buddha smiled bitterly. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. The present Buddha put his palms together. But the past Buddha was worried. I can only enlighten him personally. The present Buddha's eyes flashed with a ray of light. Yes, the group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats said respectfully. The present Buddha took a step and disappeared. The past Buddha led all the Bodhisattvas and Arhats to stand on the square, watching how the present Buddha subdued Kong Xian. Huagua Mountain. Shangwan Hen saw that persuading Kong Xian was ineffective, so he didn't try to persuade him anymore. After all, Kong Xian wouldn't listen to him. Moreover, His Majesty was most concerned about Sun Wukong. He had to send Sun Wukong to His Majesty as soon as possible. Therefore, Shangwan Hen didn't try to persuade him anymore. Instead, he took Sun Wukong and instantly shot into the distance. Kong Xian had a falling out with the group of demon kings. His ferocious aura was spreading everywhere, and his demonic aura was overflowing. However, there was another person watching from afar. It was the head of the demigods and semi-devils, Di Shi Tian. Di Shi Tian squinted his eyes. Kong Xian? He came out this time with such a ruthless aura. His strength actually soared so much. Could it be that the 18 levels of hell have such benefits? It seems that I have to enter the 18 levels of hell to train myself. Di Shi Tian didn't stop Kong Xian because he understood that Kong Xian was at his peak now. He might not be able to stop him. Moreover, Kong Xian was so arrogant. The present Buddha, the past Buddha, and the rest must be watching from afar. Di Shi Tian raised his eyebrows and looked at the direction where Shangwan Hen left. Shangwan Hen? His cultivation was already crippled the last time, but now he's so powerful. Even Sun Wukong isn't his opponent. What happened to them in the 18 levels of hell? I'll catch them and interrogate them properly. Di Shi Tian's eyes turned cold. Xiao. Di Shi Tian instantly chased after Shangwan Hen. After half a day, Shangwan Hen finally returned to the previous place with Sun Wukong. Your Majesty, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Shangwan Hen smiled. Where's Kong Xian? Chong Ming asked curiously. A group of monster kings set up an ambush at Huagua Mountain. Kong Xian asked me to leave first, so he stopped them. Shangwan Hen smiled bitterly. I knew that Kong Xian wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't get rid of this resentment. Sigh. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Gu Hai, you really don't give up. You insist on sending me back. Sun Wukong was restrained by Shangwan Hen and said with grief and indignation. At this moment, Gu Hai waved his hand. The void trembled slightly and the array reappeared, forming a huge black hole behind Gu Hai. Sun Wukong, I'm sorry. When I was a child, I heard of your deeds of causing havoc in the heavenly palace and worshipped you. If it was another time, I would be very willing to be friends with you. However, I'm no longer a child, so I can only offend you. Gu Hai said solemnly. Worship. Put away your hypocrisy. Sun Wukong said coldly. You can go back and find Ancestor Bodhi. He will tell you everything. I have no choice but to send you back. At the same time, you don't have to be too angry. This may not be a farewell forever. Perhaps you will be back soon. Gu Hai shook his head. You're lying to me. Do you think I will believe you? Sun Wukong glared and roared. Sorry, Gu Hai said solemnly. At the same time, he gave Shangwan Hen a look. Shangwan Hen immediately flew over and wanted to throw Sun Wukong into the void. Let me go, stinky turtle. Sun Wukong was still unwilling. However, the cruel fact was that he was really powerless. He thought that he was the strongest in the 8 and 9 mysterious arts. Who would have thought that this stinky turtle would be better than him in just a few days? Just when Shang Hen was about to send Sun Wukong into the 2 passages. Boom! Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed over, and a figure instantly appeared on top a mountain peak not far away. Who is it? Chong Ming and Ao Shun immediately stared and became alert. Sakura. Gu Hai's face darkened. Sakura, quick, save me. Sun Wukong was suddenly happy. Oh, this passage again? Where did Sun Wukong come from? Where are you going to send him? Sakura stared and asked. Your Majesty, sorry, I didn't notice that Sakura was following me. Shang Hen frowned. He didn't expect that he would attract Sakura. No need to apologize. Leave Sun Wukong to me. You go and stop him. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Shang Hen replied. After handing Sun Wukong and the Jingu Bang to Gu Hai, Shang Hen immediately rushed toward Sakura. At this moment, Sakura also rushed over and met Shang Hen head-on. Oh, you want to stop me too? Sakura revealed a cold smile. My mistake, naturally, I will solve it. Shang Hen stared. The two of them faced each other and raised their fists. Hong. Chapter 770. When Shang Hen punched over, Sakura revealed a trace of malevolence. Although Shang Hen's cultivation wasn't obvious in the past, Sakura saw it clearly when he defeated Sun Wukong previously. Hence, he was extremely careful with Shang Hen and punched with almost all his strength. Boom! Both of their fists collided in the void. A huge air wave rushed in all directions, and even the void was distorted. Both of them didn't take a step back when they clashed head-on. A strong wind blew from all directions. Ao Shun and Chong Ming immediately flattened the void to prevent Gu Hai's formation from being destroyed. Bang! Shang Hen and Sakura each took a step back. Sakura's eyes flashed with bewilderment. Increased by so much. Sakura looked at Shang Hen in surprise. Sakura? Good ability. Shang Hen said with a gloomy face. After the tempering in hell, Shang Hen thought that he was already very powerful when he came out. However, when he met Sakura, he was actually on par with him in one punch? It seems that there is indeed a great opportunity in the 18 levels of hell. After this time, I will definitely go in and have a look. Oomph. Sakura snorted with a malevolent face. Sakura rushed over again. His eyes were filled with fighting intent. He wanted to know how strong this Shang Hen was. Come on. Shang Hen also rushed up. Boom, 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 boom. The two peerless experts made their moves. Their speed was extremely fast, leaving only afterimages. Shang Hen deliberately led Sakura away from Gu Hai, allowing Gu Hai to continue setting up the formation. The two of them fought towards the distant sea. The entire sea was surging with huge waves. The sea was overturned, and the surrounding islands were constantly exploding. The loud sound shocked the surrounding cultivators. Sun Wukong looked at Shang Hen's method, and despair flashed in his eyes. 8. 9 mysterious art? He really reached 64? Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with strong unwillingness. When he learned this technique in the past, he was high-spirited and didn't put anyone in his eyes. It was as though this technique was tailor-made for him, and no one could compare to him. He couldn't cultivate anymore because of the flaws in the technique. He had cultivated to the limit. No one could surpass him in this technique. Sun Wukong never faced his laziness. But at this moment, Sun Wukong hated himself. Why didn't he cultivate diligently? But now, Sun Wukong, I'm sorry. As for the Jingu Bang, only you are worthy of it. Here, take it. Gu Hai grabbed Sun Wukong and threw him into the tunnel. At this moment, Sun Wukong was filled with regret. It wasn't because he was caught, but because he was too playful in the past. How'd you guys do it? How did he cultivate to such a high level? Sun Wukong looked at Gu Hai, eager to know. Shang Hen's talent isn't as good as yours. You cultivated for 7 years. However, Shang Hen cultivated for close to 100 million years in the 18 levels of hell. You were cowardly and avoided him, but he endured for 100 million years. Can you do it? Gu Hai said solemnly. 18 levels of hell. Close to 100 million years? Sun Wukong was shocked, looking at Shangwan Hen, who was showing off his prowess in the distance. Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with humiliation. 18 levels of hell? Heh, I'll go there too. I'll definitely get back what I lost today, Sun Wukong said with a ferocious expression. Phew! Sun Wukong entered the tunnel and disappeared from Guhai's sight. Knowing shame and courage. I hope you can do it. In the future, I hope to be able to fight side by side with you. Great sage equal to heaven, Guhai said solemnly. Huff! The entrance to the formation suddenly shrank and disappeared. Wong. Guhai waved his hand and removed the ritual array. Then, various enchanted treasures emerged from the ground. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, all of them entered the immortal dome of antiquity. Ao Shun and Chong Ming were stunned. Over 100 million years? What did that mean? Guhai didn't explain. Instead, he looked at the battle between Sakura and Shangwan Hen in the distance. The battle between the two was getting fiercer and fiercer, but no one could do anything to the other. Your Majesty, do we need help? Chong Ming asked solemnly. We still need to save Kong Xian, but we can't do anything else. Guhai frowned. What happened to Kong Xian? Chong Ming was puzzled. According to my analysis, he must have gone to the sacred ground of the Soul Mountain to cause trouble. Sai, Ao Shun, you stay behind and support Shangwan Hen. Chong Ming, follow me to find Kong Xian. Guhai said solemnly. Yes. Chong Ming and Ao Shun answered. Phew. Ao Shun immediately flew towards Shangwan Hen in the distance. Guhai took another look and flew away with Chong Ming. In the distance, Sakura also saw Guhai leaving while fighting. Stop! Sakura's expression changed and shouted angrily. Boom! Shangwan Hen punched Sakura and made him retreat. Focus, Sakura. Your opponent is me now. Phew! Ao Shun suddenly came forward. Shangwan Jizun, let me help you. No need, just watch. Shangwan Hen said confidently. In the sacred ground of the Soul Mountain, wherever demon King Kong Xian went, the demonic aura would soar to the sky. He devoured countless monks, and countless monks died in the mouth of Kong Xian. The 8,860 temples of the Soul Mountain suffered a calamity at this moment, and countless were in panic. As he devoured, the demonic aura around Kong Xian grew stronger and stronger. Ha ha ha, Buddha now. These monks died because of your greed. If you didn't imprison me for 100 million years, how would there be today's calamity? Roar. Kong Xian roared. The demonic sound soared to the sky, and thousands of monks trembled in fear. Amateus Buddha. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the center of the demonic aura. Buddha? Help! Suddenly, countless monks shrouded in demonic aura revealed a look of ecstasy. Buddha now is finally here. That's the voice of Buddha now. That's right. Every time Buddha now gave a lecture in the Hall of Great Strength, his voice would spread everywhere. Kong Xian lowered his head and immediately saw a mountain peak not far away. Buddha now was sitting cross-legged on the peak of the mountain. Buddha now, you're finally here? Kong Xian stared and sneered. Buddha now looked up at the sky. A peacock that was 3,000 feet long, like a demon that could destroy the world, turned its head and rushed towards him with a monstrous aura. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Kong Xian, are you still so stubborn? Buddha now's body resounded with a monstrous aura. Boom! The loud sound seemed to condense a myriad of golden light. The golden light instantly dyed the heaven and earth golden, and was particularly dazzling in the demonic aura. Buddha? Ha, so what? Today, I will destroy Buddha, destroy the sacred ground of the Soul Mountain, and devour everything in the Soul Mountain. Kong Xian roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! Almost all the demonic aura was suddenly swept up by Kong Xian's wings and rushed towards Buddha now. The demonic aura that filled the sky condensed and reached Buddha now in an instant. Buddha, now that he's here, this big demon is finished. Buddha, now he's talking about Buddhist principles. There's no need to deal with such a big demon. Buddha, now, he'll definitely be able to capture this demon. The surrounding monks were waiting for Buddha, now to make his move. However, they saw the demonic aura turning into a black wind and sweeping Buddha now up. Roar! Kong Xian opened his mouth and a strong suction force rushed out. This suction force seemed to be able to devour the heaven and earth. All the monks' expressions changed. The monstrous demonic aura suddenly rushed towards Kong Xian's mouth. Buddha now? The monks in the four directions were shocked. Boom! In one gulp, Kong Xian swallowed Buddha now into his stomach. What? Impossible! How could Buddha now be swallowed by this demon? The demonic aura is overflowing. Is this the end of the sacred ground of Spirited Mountain? Buddha is 1 foot tall. The demon is 10 feet tall. Countless monks exclaimed. In the distance, at the entrance of the great Thunderclap Temple, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats were shocked. Buddha now? Buddha now? Sacred ground of Spirited Mountain? Ha 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 ha. Now that Buddha now is in my stomach, it's your turn. Roar. Kong Xian roared again. Boom. The demonic aura around him exploded again and dyed the entire sky of Spirited Mountain black. No. A great sense of despair shrouded the entire sacred ground of Spirited Mountain. Even Buddha now is not a match for this big demon. Kong Xian flapped his wings and flew towards the Mahavira Hall because there were the most Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats there. Wherever Kong Xian went, it was like the end of the world. Past Buddha, what should we do now? The monks asked anxiously. The past Buddha's expression was also terrible, just as everyone was at a loss. Boom! A loud sound rang out, but Kong Xian's abdomen exploded with a loud bang. A golden light flew out from the inside. The golden light flew out and landed on Kong Xian's back. Boom! With a loud sound, the 3,000 feet long peacock shook violently. Screech! The peacock cried out in pain. On the peacock's back, there was a huge 9th-rank golden lotus that was emitting a dazzling golden light. On the golden lotus sat the present Buddha, who was just swallowed. Now, with a swing of his sleeves, countless monks were thrown out. Buddha now? Is that Buddha now? Buddha now is still alive? That's great. He came out of Kong Xian's stomach. Those are the Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Bhikkhus who were just swallowed. At the entrance of the hall of great strength, countless monks were pleasantly surprised. Amateus Buddha, if I don't go to hell, who will? Buddha now is merciful. In order to save the living beings swallowed by Kong Xian, I purposely allowed myself to be swallowed by Kong Xian. From the world inside Kong Xian's stomach, I saved the living beings who were swallowed. Good, good. The past Buddha put his palms together. Buddha now is merciful. All the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Bhikkhus put their palms together. They were in awe of the present Buddha's bravery. Screech, present Buddha, did you purposely steal the 9th-rank golden lotus to enter my stomach? The peacock roared ferociously. It flapped its wings and tried to break free from the present Buddha. Boom! Under the present Buddha's control, the 9th-rank golden lotus suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light and suppressed Kong Xian, making him unable to resist. Amateus Buddha, evil creature, are you still not awake? The present Buddha put his palms together and looked at Kong Xian coldly. Don't even think about it, roar. Kong Xian roared with a ferocious expression. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and you will be saved. Kong Xian, you have committed an unpardonable crime in the Calamity Spiritual Mountain and should be killed. However, I came out of your stomach and have the virtue of giving birth. I will spare your life and confer you the title of Buddha Mother, Mahamayuri. I hope you will behave yourself. The present Buddha sat on the 9th-rank golden lotus and said coldly, Buddha Mother? Buddha Mother? Ha ha! Present Buddha, are you crazy? Dream on. Kong Xian roared with a ferocious expression. Umph. The present Buddha snorted coldly. The 9th-rank golden lotus suddenly suppressed. Boom! Puff! Kong Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, but he was suppressed to the point where he could not move. Under the suppression of the 9th-rank golden lotus, Kong Xian's body seemed to be out of his control and flew towards the Mahavira Hall. Greetings, Buddha Mother Mahamayuri. At the entrance of the Mahavira Hall, a group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats bowed. Buddha, Mother, your grandmother. Old bald donkey, you dare to insult me and call me a female? Roar. Kong Xian roared with grief and indignation. Boom! Pooh! Another mouthful of blood was forced out by the 9th rank Golden Lotus. Chapter 771. Greetings, Mother Buddha Mahamayuri. At the entrance of the Mahavira Hall, a group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats bowed. Mother Buddha, your grandmother. Old bald donkey, how dare you insult me and call me a female? Roar. Kong Xian roared in grief and indignation. Boom! Another mouthful of blood was spat out by the 9th grade Golden Lotus. Kong Xian's ruckus at the holy mountain had also angered the present Buddha. Initially, he was prepared to subdue Kong Xian. However, this Kong Xian was too insensible, so he could only use force. Today, you have to agree even if you don't want to. Demon? You think you're a demon? You're still too inexperienced in front of me. Do you know how I got the title of Tathagata's heavenly demon? The 9th grade Golden Lotus, under the present Buddha, suppressed Kong Xian. Kong Xian tried to twist his body, but he couldn't break free. Roar, let me go, bald donkey, roar. Kong Xian roared as the demonic aura around him filled the sky. However, it was instantly melted by the 9th grade Golden Lotus golden light, and the demonic aura turned into Buddha's light. Kong Xian, are you still so stubborn? The present Buddha said coldly. Boom! Puffed. The 9th grade Golden Lotus became heavier, and a strong pressure suppressed Kong Xian. Kong Xian immediately spat out blood. When the Buddha's light entered his body, it was unbearable, as if millions of ants were gnawing at his body. This was even more painful than the 16 levels of hell. This was an indescribable despair. Living was worse than death, but he couldn't die. Amidst the pain, Kong Xian felt as though golden lotuses were beginning to grow in his body. Golden lotuses were taking root and sprouting in his body. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The present Buddha chanted again. Kong Xian screamed in pain. In the distance, the past Buddha said, Buddha, this demon Kong Xian is so stubborn. Why don't you convert him? Convert? How dare you? Kong Xian's expression changed as he shouted in shock. Convert? This was the most horrible torture in the Holy Mountain. It was brainwashing, turning one into a puppet, forsaken one's past, and only devotion to the Buddha. How could Kong Xian tolerate becoming a dog of the present Buddha? Let me go, roar! Kong Xian struggled with all his might. However, at this moment, Kong Xian suddenly realized that this Buddha was much more terrifying than he had imagined. At the very least, he couldn't do anything about it now. His body gradually turned numb, as though he was at the mercy of the Buddha. Do you want to be the Mother Buddha of the spirited mountain, Mahamayuri, or do you want me to convert you? The Buddha's voice. Buddha's voice, the presence Xian of the resentment and unwillingness of the past turned into a sorrowful howl. In all directions, countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Bhikkhus were chanting scriptures, as if they wanted to help the current Buddha enlighten Kong Xian. Kong Xian's eyes were filled with despair and anger. Just as Kong Xian was at his wit's end, a voice sounded from afar. Holy Mountain, are you going to submit to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? The Dahan Imperial Dynasty is very picky when it comes to accepting people. A cold voice sounded. All the monks in the Holy Mountain raised their eyebrows and turned to look. He saw a black-robed man standing on the peak of a mountain in the distance. Guhai. The past Buddha's face darkened. The Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats were stunned. Everyone had heard of Guhai before. Some of the higher-ups even knew that the Buddhist ancestor had been searching for Guhai during this period. He wasn't afraid of death. Why did he come here? Even the Buddha was slightly surprised as he looked at Guhai, who was at the peak of a mountain not far away. Ancient Emperor, long time no see. The present Buddha said in a deep voice. Doubt flashed in his eyes. Why, Your Majesty? Kong Xian's face changed. Kong Xian might have submitted to Guhai for 50 years because of the bet, but he still felt conflicted. However, Gu Hai's sudden appearance gave Kong Xian a strange feeling. Is he here to save me? The Han Imperial Dynasty, Gu Hai. Greetings, present Buddha, past Buddha. Gu Hai said solemnly. Gu Hai didn't seem to care about the others. Gu Hai, what are you doing here? The past Buddha shouted coldly. I'm here. I also want to ask the present Buddha, why are you a man sitting on the Dahan army commander? He's a man, you're a man too. You're riding on him and forcing him to admit that he's a woman? Ha ha, what a joke. Gu Hai didn't hold back at all. Insolence. The group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats shouted. Was Gu Hai insulting the Buddha? The Han Imperial Dynasty army commander? You mean Kong Xian? The present Buddha looked at Kong Xian with a dark expression. The present Buddha knew how prideful Kong Xian was. He had tried all sorts of persuasion, but Kong Xian wasn't willing to submit. Now, he wanted to be the Dahan Imperial Dynasty army commander? That was ridiculous. That's right, Dahan Imperial Dynasty, 5th Army Commander, Kong Xian. Am I right? Gu Hai looked at Kong Xian in the distance. Kong Xian's face stiffened. Yes, your majesty. Kong Xian's greeting caused an uproar among the monks. Kong Xian had really submitted to Gu Hai? That didn't make sense. In front of everyone, Kong Xian had admitted to submitting to Gu Hai. On one hand, it was the truth. On the other hand, he was touched that Gu Hai had come to save him. This was the sacred ground of Mount Numinous. He didn't know his place and had barged in, and now Gu Hai was going to go against the entire sacred ground of Mount Numinous in order to save him. Amiteus Buddha, ancient emperor, Kong Xian has wreaked havoc in the sacred ground of Mount Numinous today. How can you leave just because you say so? At this moment, Kong Xian is the mother Buddha of Mount Numinous, the Mahamayuri. The present Buddha replied coldly. Kong Xian has wreaked havoc in Mount Numinous today and caused damage. My Dahan Imperial Dynasty will compensate him accordingly. Kong Xian, I must take him away today. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Gu Hai, what courage do you have to be so confident? The past Buddha said coldly. The present Buddha also revealed a cold smile. He reached out his hand, and an alms bowl appeared in his hand. It was the reincarnation pool. Whoosh! With a swing of the reincarnation pool, a strong suction force rushed towards Gu Hai. Just like the previous time in the West Sea, Gu Hai was going to be sucked into the reincarnation pool. Your Majesty, please leave now. I'm a burden to you. Kong Xian's expression changed as he exclaimed. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a strong gust of wind swept towards Gu Hai. The mountain below Gu Hai's feet trembled and was suddenly sucked into the gust of wind and into the reincarnation pool. However, Gu Hai was still standing in the wind, motionless. The gust of wind didn't move Gu Hai at all. What? The Bodhisattvas and Arhats in the distance were shocked. Even the present Buddha squinted his eyes. You're there, but not there. The present Buddha looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai smiled faintly. It's just a small trick. Don't think much of it. In the distance, the past Buddha's expression darkened. He didn't know how Gu Hai did it. How about this? I'll use this as compensation for the damage Kong Xian caused. What do you think? Gu Hai reached out his hand. Buzz! A golden statue instantly floated in the air. Future Buddha? The past Buddha's expression changed. The present Buddha's expression darkened. Whoosh! The past Buddha moved very quickly. He appeared in front of the future Buddha in an instant and reached out his hand. Whoosh! He grabbed at empty air. What? The past Buddha's expression darkened. How is this possible? The future Buddha is clearly in front of me. Why can't I touch him? Don't touch him. The future Buddha is not in this space-time. The present Buddha said to the past Buddha. At the same time, he looked coldly at Gu Hai. Well. Gu Hai, you actually have such a trick up your sleeve after a trip to hell? The present Buddha's expression darkened. Where is the future Buddha? The past Buddha stared at Gu Hai. Give me Kong Xian. I'll give you the future Buddha. Gu Hai said firmly. How dare you? Gu Hai, do you know who you're negotiating with? The past Buddha said coldly. I know. The Ling Mountain, sacred ground. I'm not blind. Gu Hai laughed. Do you know the consequences of going against the Ling Mountain's sacred ground? A small imperial dynasty like yours dares to act presumptuously in the Ling Mountain's sacred ground. Believe it or not, as long as we give the order, your Dahan imperial dynasty will be annihilated. The past Buddha said coldly. Huh, ha ha ha. Past Buddha, do you think I'm afraid? Guhai suddenly glared. Huh. The past Buddha's expression darkened. I'm talking to you nicely and even humbling myself. But you don't know what's good for you and keep threatening me? Oomph. Do you really think the Ling Mountain sacred ground is invincible? Go to the sect? So what? I established the imperial dynasty. If I don't have the courage to create a new world, how can I dare to call myself an emperor? If you have the guts, you can come to my Dahan imperial dynasty and give it a try. Do you think you can make me kneel in front of you with just a few threats? Guhai said coldly. You, the past Buddha glared. Indeed, the lords of imperial dynasties were usually lawless. In the past, Shiyu the Great dared to challenge the Tongtian sect master and Tai. Why? Because in an imperial dynasty, the emperor could still mobilize the power of the country. He wouldn't fear anyone. However, that was only possible in mature imperial dynasties and powerful emperors. Guhai's Dahan imperial dynasty seemed to have just started, right? Future Buddha, compensate for all the losses of Ling Mountain. Now Buddha, past Buddha, Ling Mountain won't lose out. Guhai said again. Shang Rual, what if I'm not willing? The present Buddha's cold voice came from the sky. The present Buddha was also observing the surroundings, trying to find Guhai's weakness. However, Guhai's state was too strange. He just stood there but couldn't be touched or touched. It was a little like standing in a small immortal dome. However, how could Guhai have an immortal dome? You will be willing, future Buddha, one of the 3 pillars of Ling Mountain. Today, I can't bring Kong Xian away, so I'll learn the future Buddha's great mercy from the other Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Bhikkhus. Guhai said with a smile. Great mercy. The past Buddha frowned slightly. I have a group of eagles here. They have been hungry for a long time. If they don't eat, they will starve to death. Future Buddha, you are so merciful. You feel that all living beings are not easy. I'm sure you don't mind the little bit of flesh on you. Feeding the eagles with flesh is great mercy. Amateus, Guhai said lightly. As he spoke, Guhai waved his hand. Screech, screech, screech. Suddenly, a large number of eagles flew over and circled above Guhai's head, as if they were really hungry. The past Buddha waved his hand, but didn't touch them. Were these eagles also in another time and space? However, he saw Guhai reach out and pull out a blood-red long knife. The Life Slayer knife. It's best to use this knife to cut meat. Guhai looked at the countless monks in the distance and sneered. Chapter 772. It's perfect to use this knife to cut the flesh. Guhai sneered as he looked at the countless monks in the distance. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats were glaring at Meng Qi. Guhai held a bloody knife in his hand and used it to cut the future Buddha's body as if he was going to feed it to the eagles. No, he was dismembering one of the 3 Buddhas of the spiritual mountain in front of them. This was an insult to the spiritual mountain. Who wouldn't be angry at this moment? The present Buddha sat on Kong Xian's body and looked at Guhai coldly, but he didn't say anything. The past Buddha sneered, Can you cut it? Even the demonic aura in Kong Xian's abdomen couldn't hurt the future Buddha, let alone your little knife. Indestructible golden body technique? If I remember correctly, the indestructible golden body technique can make the body indestructible and indestructible. However, there's a weak point, right? The weak point seems to be the inner mouth of the right ear. Let me try. Guhai smiled. As he spoke, the Life Slayer knife suddenly pointed at the inner side of the future Buddha's right ear. Buzz. The future Buddha's body suddenly surged with a golden light. The future Buddha quivered and seemed to wake up. The golden skin on his body suddenly disappeared without a trace. His eyes were still closed, but he seemed to be alive. He couldn't see, but he could hear. He could even see with his eyes. Where am I? Guhai, my body is sealed? How is this possible? Is this the Maha Kasyapa's difficult heart seal? The future Buddha suddenly exclaimed. Huh? The present Buddha's face suddenly darkened. That seal was the one that he had used to seal Guhai not long ago. How did Guhai know it? Chi. Guhai didn't say much. He reached out and cut a piece of flesh from the future Buddha's right arm. Blood and flesh flew into the sky. Screech, screech, screech. A group of hungry eagles immediately swooped down and happily ate the piece of flesh that was cut off. The future Buddha suddenly cried out in pain. It wasn't the pain of having his flesh cut off, but the Life Slayer blade. The Life Slayer blade seemed to be sucking blood. When the blade had cut him, it had sucked away nearly half of his blood. If Guhai hadn't suppressed it, his blood would have been sucked dry. Stop! The past Buddha glared at him. How dare you? Instantly, a group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats surrounded them angrily. Killing Buddha Ling Chi in front of the Spirit Mountain was even crazier than the great devil, Kong Xian. This was not only harming the future Buddha, but also shaking the foundation of Spirited Mountain. The three reincarnations Buddhas were not only three individuals, but also the foundation of Spirited Mountain. They represented perfection and were the spiritual pillars of all Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats. Now, the future Buddha was about to be dismembered by Guhai. It was as if doomsday had descended upon Spirited Mountain, causing despair to appear on everyone's faces. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave had risen. The Buddha had just subdued the great devil Kong Xian, and now there was another great devil. Guhai? Was this Spirited Mountain's calamity? Guhai, are you really not afraid of death? You want to shed all pretense of cordiality with Spirited Mountain and fight to the death. The past Buddha looked coldly at Guhai. Fight to the death? Ha 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 ha! If I don't target Spirited Mountain, will you not target my Dahan? Guhai said in a low voice. What do you mean? The past Buddha looked coldly at Guhai. Nothing. Since Kong Xian has entered the Dahan Empire, as the ruler of the Dahan Empire, I have the obligation to ensure his safety. Today, if I allow you to humiliate him, how can I lead the Dahan Empire? How can I convince the Dahan Empire? Spirited Mountain is a sacred land with a lot of assets. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Return me the army commander, and I will set the future Buddha free. Guhai said coldly. Guhai, you are just seeking momentary gratification. Do you know the consequences of this? The past Buddha said coldly. Consequences? The consequences are that in the future, if you find trouble with my officials again, I will continuously look for the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats of Spirited Mountain and feed them to the eagles. If you can't find a way to counter me, I will fight to the death. Guhai said coldly. How dare you? The past Buddha glared. However, Guhai was in another time and space, so the past Buddha couldn't attack Guhai. But it was hard to fill the depression. Longzhongwa's Warring States, Immortal Dome? The present Buddha suddenly said in a loud voice. Guhai raised his eyebrows and looked at the present Buddha. The present Buddha didn't say anything, but he discovered Guhai's weakness in a short time. Immortal Dome. Warring States, Immortal Dome? A hint of envy flashed in the present Buddha's eyes. Guhai's face fell. The present Buddha had good eyesight. He found out that he was hiding in the Immortal Dome of the ancients. No, I can't waste any more time. Guhai understood that at this level, the most powerful means were those that the other party didn't know. Once the other party knew, there would be a way to counter it. For example, if the present Buddha didn't find out about the Immortal Dome of the ancients, he could keep using it. However, once it was found, he would try to find a way to counter it. Once he found it, it would be time for him to destroy himself. It seems that Spirited Mountain really doesn't care about the future Buddha. If that's the case, then forget it. The future Buddha's mercy will continue. For the sake of feeding the hungry eagles, you give up your life. Guhai glared and was about to slash. How dare you? The future Buddha's face changed, and he said angrily. Future Buddha, you don't have to be angry. I know that you have the closed eyes world purification Zen. You didn't use that suicidal technique even after being swallowed by Kong Xian. Now you want to die together? It's useless. I'm not standing directly opposite you. You're facing the past Buddha, the present Buddha, and the thousands of Buddhas, bodhisattvas, and arhats of Spirited Mountain. You want to use it? Guhai said coldly. You despicable. The future Buddha said angrily. I'm not despicable. I don't want to make things difficult for you. It's just that the present Buddha doesn't care about your life. He'd rather you die than capture the Dahan. As long as you let go of my people, you'll be free. He's not willing. Sorry, Guhai said coldly. As he spoke, he was about to slash. No, the bodhisattvas and arhats shouted. Enough. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the present Buddha. The loud sound went straight to where Guhai was. The void around Guhai trembled slightly. Present Buddha, even now, you're still testing me? Guhai's face was gloomy. The trembling of the void just now wasn't just the present Buddha's anger. It was the present Buddha testing the immortal dome of the ancients and trying to crack it. How could Guhai not be angry? Kong Xian is yours. The future Buddha is mine. The present Buddha said in a low voice. Thank you, present Buddha. Guhai smiled slightly. However, Guhai was still cautious. The present Buddha wasn't someone to be trifled with. Boom! The ninth grade golden lotus left Kong Xian. Screech! Kong Xian spread his wings and flew towards Guhai in the distance. Kong Xian turned into his human form. However, his body was contorted as if he was in great pain. Kong Xian has troubled your majesty. Although Kong Xian was in great pain, his face was full of gratitude. At this moment, Kong Xian finally acknowledged Guhai from the bottom of his heart. There was no longer any resistance. In order to save him, Guhai was going against the entire holy ground of Mount Numinous. Kong Xian has been released. Where is the future Buddha? The present Buddha said coldly. I'm not joking. Future Buddha, I'll return you. Guhai patted the future Buddha's back. A ray of golden light entered the future Buddha's body. Puff! The future Buddha spat out a mouthful of blood. Guhai shot it towards the present Buddha. Boom! The present Buddha caught it immediately. Kong Xian, come here. Guhai waved. Kong Xian flew towards Guhai immediately. Your Majesty? Kong Xian was still in great pain. Kong Xian arrived in front of Guhai and entered the immortal dome of the ancients. Woo 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 woo. Within Kong Xian's body, countless strands of black qi suddenly rushed out. The black qi was transparent, as if it had a life of its own as it drilled out in all directions. Your Majesty, this is what the present Buddha injected into my body. Oh no, he's evil. He's trying to break apart your secret technique. Kong Xian's expression changed. This was to find a flaw in the immortal dome and restrain Guhai. Kong Xian was anxious. This was a disaster for his majesty. Kong Xian grabbed it and opened his mouth to suck it in. Boom! Billows of black wind swept towards the black, transparent life form. However, it could not touch it all. What is this? How can it be? Rainbow holy light. Swoosh! The rainbow holy light swept across, but still could not touch it. Kong Xian was extremely anxious. In the distance, the past Buddha's eyes lit up. He was about to be overjoyed. However, Guhai extended his hand and formed a hand seal. Heavenly demons? Present Buddha, you're using the heavenly demons to test my strength? Ha! Guhai laughed coldly. However, Guhai formed a spell. Suddenly, the heavenly demons flying in all directions gathered at Guhai's fingertips as if they were attracted by something. Heavenly demon traction spell? This is a spell that I personally created. How can you know it? The present Buddha's eyes widened in shock. Only he knew this. How could Guhai know it? This is the secret technique that the Gautama Buddha passed down to me. Ha 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 ha. Guhai laughed. However, they saw the group of heavenly demons gathering at Guhai's fingertips. They saw Guhai gently pinch his fingers. Suddenly, the group of heavenly demons turned into ashes and disappeared. Countless Buddhas, bodhisattvas, and arhats were already at a loss for words. How did Guhai do this? Even Kong Xian was at a loss. How could he not see through his majesty? Present Buddha, past Buddha, I'm in the limitless celestial capital. If the two of you are not convinced, you can come to the limitless celestial capital to find me. See you next time. Guhai sneered. With Kong Xian in tow, he stepped forward and was about to fly into the distance. Stop! The past Buddha glared. Oh, stop me? You'd better care about the future Buddha first. If you don't save him, I can't guarantee how long he can live. Guhai said coldly. The past Buddha turned his head. However, he saw the past Buddha's face turn purple. He was convulsing in the present Buddha's hand. Heavenly Demon Heartbreaking Seal? That's my secret technique. How did you know it? The present Buddha's face suddenly darkened as he looked at Guhai in the distance. I said that it's the secret technique that Gautama Buddha passed down to me. Haha, present Buddha, since you know that it's the Heavenly Demon Heartbreaking Seal, you should also know that if you don't expel the heavenly demon in his heart, his temperament will change greatly, and he will completely turn into a demon. You schemed against me. I only want to leave safely. Same to you. Guhai sneered and shot into the distance. Gautama Buddha, the present Buddha's face darkened. He thought that Guhai was talking about the good Gautama Buddha. However, he didn't know that Guhai was talking about Earth's Gautama Buddha. Gautama Buddha, what should we do now? The past Buddha turned his head and looked at the present Buddha worriedly. No need to chase. Past Buddha, follow me into seclusion and expel the heavenly demon for the future Buddha. The present Buddha looked deeply at Guhai, who disappeared into the horizon, and said coldly, Yes. Chapter 773. Guhai took Kong Xian and quickly left the holy mountain. Along the way, Kong Xian still had a lot of injuries and seals on his body. He didn't need Guhai's help as Kong Xian could shatter the seals and heal his injuries himself. The two of them stopped in a forest. Thank you for your help, Your Majesty. Kong Xian has caused trouble for the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Kong Xian said bitterly. At this point, Kong Xian was no longer convinced by Guhai. This was the second time that Guhai had saved him. He didn't even hesitate to fall out with the Holy Mountain. In this way, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty was in danger. Don't worry, I dared to save you today because I'm prepared for the Holy Mountain's revenge, Guhai said with a smile. But the Holy Mountain is in the west, while the Dahan Imperial Dynasty is in the northeast. They are separated by an endless distance. Only the Buddha of 3 lives would dare to cause trouble for the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, Guhai said with a smile. After the chaos caused by Kong Xian, ordinary Buddhas, bodhisattvas, and arhats wouldn't dare to act alone. Even if the Buddha of 3 lives comes, it won't matter. I have the power of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Nothing will happen, Guhai said with a smile. Kong Xian frowned slightly. The Buddhas were too powerful now. Even if Guhai mobilized the power of the country, perhaps. However, since Guhai had said so, Kong Xian had no reason to discredit himself. Your Majesty, don't worry. If the Buddha of 3 lives comes to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, I will definitely go to the Holy Mountain. Unless the Buddha of 3 lives guards every day, I will destroy the Holy Mountain as soon as I leave, Kong Xian said in a deep voice. Guhai nodded with a smile. Whoosh! A bat flew over from afar. It instantly turned into Chongming's appearance. Your Majesty, I've succeeded, Chongming said with a smile. Chongming flipped his hand and took out a pile of mountain-shaped books. Is this a Buddhist scripture? Kong Xian frowned. That's right. When His Majesty was confronting the present Buddha, I sneaked into the holy land of Spirited Mountain and collected it, Chongming said with a smile. But what's the use of these Buddhist scriptures? Kong Xian was puzzled. Stones from other mountains can be used to improve jade. Guhai shook his head and put away the books. Although he had been taught some secret methods by the Earth's Tathagata Buddha, it was impossible for the present Buddha and the Earth's Tathagata Buddha to be similar in every aspect. There must be many differences. These Buddhist scriptures might not have recorded any profound cultivation methods, but they would have recorded the history of some of the magical means of the 3 Buddhas. He would have to fight with them sooner or later, so he had to be prepared in advance. How's the arrangement of the Qin figurines going? Guhai asked in a deep voice. This is of the utmost importance, so I will not let my guard down. I have buried them deep in some of the important halls. I hope they won't be discovered by the people of Spirited Mountain. Solemnly Chongming said. Guhai nodded. What Qin figurines? Kong Xian asked curiously. It's something that can eavesdrop on information. It's convenient to monitor Spirited Mountain. Chongming explained. Oh, Kong Xian was slightly stunned. Your Majesty, I'm worried that those Qin figurines will be discovered sooner or later. Chongming said worriedly. If we can monitor them for a while, then let's do it for a while. Let's go and see how Shangwan Hen is doing. Guhai smiled. Whoosh! The three of them suddenly turned into 3 streams of light and shot into the distance. Half a day later, the place where Sun Wukong was teleported. At this moment, the battle had ended and it was a mess. Your Majesty, Shangwan Hen and Ao Shun flew over. Where's Di Shi Tian? Guhai asked. I fought with Di Shi Tian for half a day, but it was a draw. Di Shi Tian left by himself. Shangwan Hen said with a wry smile. I couldn't stop him. Ao Shun said with a wry smile. Forget it, that Di Shi Tian is also a formidable person. He naturally knows how to make a choice. Let's return to limitless celestial capital immediately. Guhai said solemnly. Yes. Whoosh. The 5 of them turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. 3 days later, Spirited Mountain's holy land, Great Strength Hall. Buzz. Under the present Buddha's spell, the future Buddha's body suddenly emitted a black aura. The future Buddha's body shook. His whole body suddenly relaxed. Thank you, Buddha. I'm much better now. The future Buddha said with a wry smile. Beside him stood the past Buddha, Di Shi Tian, Nan Long Nu, and a group of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Future Buddha, can you explain to us what happened to you in hell? The present Buddha said solemnly. The future Buddha nodded and recounted everything that happened before. Guhai stayed in the 18th layer of hell for 2 rounds of time. That's 250 million years. The past Buddha's face suddenly changed. It can't be 2 rounds? Everyone said in surprise. Guhai, what a strong willpower. A trace of surprise flashed across the present Buddha's face. Buddha, Di Shi Tian suddenly said. Buddha, I want to enter the 18th layer of hell for a period of time. Di Shi Tian suddenly said. Oh, the present Buddha's expression changed slightly as he looked at Di Shi Tian. Let's not talk about Guhai for now. That Shangwan Hen, from a cripple, in a short period of time, his cultivation soared to the sky. It can be seen that there was a lot of tempering in there. Kong Xian also tempered his cultivation to such a strong level in the 16th layer of hell. I also want to give it a try. Di Shi Tian said solemnly. Kong Xian is special. Sai, have you forgotten? How serious is the baleful aura in the 18th layer of hell? The past Buddha smiled bitterly. If he can do it, I can do it too. Not long later, it will be the revival convention. I want to give it a try. Di Shi Tian said solemnly. Di Shi Tian, it's great that you have such thoughts. As for the specific time, you have to grasp it yourself. The present Buddha said solemnly. Buddha, I also want to enter the 18th layer of hell. Nanlong Nu said, Buddha, I also want to enter. Buddha, this disciple also wants to enter. The present Buddha looked at the disciples of Mystical Mountain who were brimming with fighting spirit and nodded. All right, since all of you have such determination, then Mystical Mountain's Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats shall enter the 18th layer of hell to temper themselves. Yes, all the disciples answered. Everyone knew that hell was hard to endure. But now, Kong Xian's success, Shangwan Hen's success, and even Gu Hai's strength that had yet to be displayed had inspired everyone. Such a good place, why not go? After arranging for the disciples to make their preparations, the 3 lifetimes Buddha began to talk alone. Buddha, how did they leave the 18th layer of hell? This disciple can't figure it out. The future Buddha said bitterly. It's Lien Sheng. Heh, he presided over Nalanda Temple. It seems that he didn't tell me anything about Nalanda Temple. The present Buddha's face darkened. Buddha, What about Gu Hai and his group? Are we just going to let them leave? The past Buddha frowned. This person is too cunning. With Kong Xian by his side, it's hard to do anything to him unless the past Buddha or I personally take action. Moreover, he became extremely mysterious during his 5 years of disappearance. It's strange that he even knows my secret technique. The present Buddha said solemnly. Yeah, and that's Sun Wukong. Why did he have to capture him? Disher Tian said that he sent Sun Wukong into a hole. Where did he send Sun Wukong? The past Buddha said solemnly. I have a guess. The present Buddha said solemnly. Oh, the two looked at the present Buddha. Gu Hai came from the future. The present Buddha said solemnly. Future? Buddha, you're saying? Perhaps. Besides your secret technique, there's also my secret technique. How would Gu Hai know about it? We've never passed it on to anyone. That's only possible in the future world. Moreover, that Sun Wukong seems to know us, but not us. The Gautama Buddha, he speaks of might be you in the future. Or perhaps. The future Buddha said. Halfway through, the future Buddha's face froze. He suddenly thought of the good real eye. The three fell silent. Gu Hai predicted the enemy's moves. Perhaps it's because he knows everything in the future world. So, the past Buddha guessed. Time law, a law that even the immortal of the 6 paths didn't grasp. The present Buddha suddenly fell into deep thought. Time law, I think I've heard of it before. That battle, 800,000 years ago. The past Buddha suddenly fell silent. Time law was destroyed by the previous heaven. Could it be? The present Buddha also fell into deep thought. Then, do we still need to investigate Gu Hai? The future Buddha frowned. Wait, the present Buddha shook his head. Why? Jiang Lianshan sent news that old man Guanxi has been resurrected and will make a big move. Gu Hai is good at chess, so we need to use Gu Hai's chess skills to confront him. The present Buddha said solemnly. Jiang Lianshan, the past Buddha and the present Buddha's expressions turned solemn. Others might not know, but the two did. The present Buddha's real name was Jiang Rilai, but he was Jiang Lianshan's son. Jiang Lianshan said that old man Guanxi has been resurrected and will come with a vengeance. He might scheme against the entire world. It's best to be careful. The present Buddha said solemnly. Old man Guanxi, what monster? The past Buddha said solemnly. The present Buddha nodded. The calamity at Mystical Mountain was over, but this day's darkness had spread to all parts of the world. Gu Hai. This name also entered the ears of all the major powers in the world. He had caused a great commotion at Mystical Mountain and rendered the 3 Buddhas helpless. What kind of person was he? All the sects and countries listed Gu Hai as a key target for investigation. As for Mystical Mountain, they did not announce anything to the outside world. Only some Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats disappeared one after another and suddenly reappeared after a period of time. The strength of the returning Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats seemed to have suddenly increased greatly. Seeing this, countless powers were stunned, not knowing what had happened at Mystical Mountain. Before Gu Hai and the rest arrived at the Dahan Empire, the Qin Terracotta Warriors had already sent news. Your Majesty, the Qin Terracotta Warriors have sent news that Mystical Mountain has collectively entered the 18 levels of hell to undergo the tempering of time. Their cultivation has increased tremendously. Chongming looked at Gu Hai worriedly. Increased tremendously? Not necessarily. Only a few people will experience an increase in their cultivation. For most people, the gains are not worth the losses. The infernal energy can even change their nature. Kong Xian said coldly. This Jiang Rilai is not an ordinary person. In the future, we must be careful. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Everyone nodded. Also, the boundless heavenly capitals Qin Terracotta Warriors have sent news that Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu has brought a group of Xuan Wu to capture Supreme Martial Artist Shangwan. Chong Ming said worriedly. Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu? When he broke the Black Tortoise Formation last time and saw that it was empty, he must have been mad. Shangwan Hen suddenly laughed. With the mosquito down guarding, nothing will happen. Gu Hai shook his head. Chapter 774. Guhai flew all the way and soon arrived at the border of the Dahan imperial dynasty. Your Majesty, my Qin figurines have moved again. Something has happened in the boundless celestial capital again. Chongming smiled bitterly. The third batch. Guhai looked at Chongming. The first batch is Supreme Fengyu. She seems to have improved her cultivation in the Thousand Islands Sea and came to the boundless celestial capital in high spirits to capture Supreme Shangwan. Fortunately, Your Majesty left Mosquito Dowrin to protect her. Even though Supreme Fengyu's cultivation has improved tremendously, she can't do anything to Mosquito Dowrin. She's temporarily stationed outside the boundless celestial capital, waiting for us to return and walk right into the trap. The second batch is Ao Sheng. In the West Sea Dragon Palace, they opened the West Sea Dragon Tomb. I don't know how they split it with Ao Sheng. Anyway, Ao Sheng's strength has improved tremendously. Since they couldn't find us, they came to the boundless celestial capital to wait for Supreme Ao Sheng's return. Unfortunately, they also encountered Mosquito Dowrin. They're also stationed outside the boundless celestial capital. I wonder if Mosquito Dowrin can stop the third batch. Chongming smiled bitterly. Who is it this time? Shangwan Hen frowned. Supreme Phoenix, Fire Emperor. Chongming smiled bitterly. Fire Emperor? The supreme beast of the Dayan dynasty? I've never met him before, and there's no conflict of interest? Guhai raised his eyebrows. This Fire Emperor's arrival is strange. Mosquito Dowrin seems to have started fighting with him. I don't know the details. Chongming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Guhai frowned deeply. Fire Emperor? He seems to have been hiding in the East Sea for thousands of years. He never showed up. He didn't come when the Long Zhonghua fought in the heavenly battle realm. This time why? Kong Xian was also puzzled. The Fire Emperor came here because of Jianglian Shan. Shangwan Hen asked curiously. Go, hurry up and return to the limitless celestial capital immediately. Guhai said solemnly. Yes. Boom. The five of them immediately transformed into streaks of light that shot straight for the infinite celestial capital. The infinite celestial capital, in the outside world on a mountain peak. A large number of dragons and Xuanwu clansmen were wandering around. At the peak of the mountain, two figures were standing. The black-robed Supremacy Feng Yu is currently looking at the infinite celestial capital with a sinister gaze. Beside her stood the white-robed Ao Sheng. However, at this moment, the purplish-black aura on Ao Sheng's face was even more pronounced. It was as if there were veins growing on his face. It was quite frightening. Supremacy Feng Yu, I haven't seen you for a long time. How did your cultivation increase so much? Ao Sheng sneered. The same goes for you. I've regained my former power. Unlike you, your cultivation isn't your own, is it? Paragon Feng Wei sneered. It's fine as long as it's mine now. Ao Sheng said coldly. I only want Shangwan Hen. Supremacy Feng Yu looked at Ao Sheng. That's great. I only want Ao Sheng. Let's rely on our own abilities. Ao Sheng said indifferently. That's right. I just don't know when they'll return. Supremacy Feng Yu frowned. His Majesty said that Guhai definitely can't bear to leave the Dahan Imperial Empire and will definitely return. If Guhai returns, Ao Shun and Shangwan Hen will definitely return. Also, look at that Fire Emperor. Didn't he receive more accurate news? He said that Guhai will return soon. Ao Shun looked coldly at the infinite celestial capital in the distance. That's right. This Guhai really has enemies all over the world. Fire Emperor? He hasn't left the East Sea for close to 1,000 years? Supremacy Feng Yu looked at the battle in the infinite celestial capital. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the void trembled slightly. The periphery of the infinite celestial capital was currently surrounded by rolling flames. It was like a world of fire that wanted to burn the entire infinite celestial capital. Inside, wong 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 wong, countless mosquitoes formed a black mosquito sea that protected the infinite celestial capital. The loud sound just now came from the center, where a black shadow and a flaming shadow collided. Under the violent collision, the void trembled slightly, and the two shadows also stopped. One was Mosquito Dowrin, who stood in the sea of mosquitoes with a gloomy expression. The other was an extremely tall and sturdy man. He wore a fiery red robe, and his hair and beard were all fiery red in color. His face was gloomy, and he looked like a fiend. "Mosquito Dowrin, you dare to go against me?" The fiery red man said with a sinister expression. "I've been entrusted with the task. Sorry, Fire Emperor, you better wait a little longer." Mosquito Dowrin said with a bitter smile. Mosquito Dowrin agreed to help Guhai look after the infinite celestial capital while Guhai was away. He originally thought that it was a simple matter. After all, after Guhai displayed his invincible might previously, who would dare to find trouble for no reason? However, how long had it been? Wave after wave? The first two waves were still manageable, but this third wave was the most terrifying. Why did he agree to it back then? Mosquito Dowrin really wanted to slap himself. Entrusted with the task? Loyal to the task? Mosquito Dowrin, if someone else said this, it would be fine. But you? Are you even worthy? The Fire Emperor was also angered by Mosquito Dowrin. The Fire Emperor had a certain understanding of Mosquito Dowrin. This Mosquito Dowrin was definitely someone who was afraid of trouble. He never liked to face his enemies head-on, and only liked to launch sneak attacks. Even though he was extremely strong, he never dared to make a move casually. Furthermore, he had no moral principles. For the sake of their own interests, they would do anything. Now that he was acting so righteous, who was he trying to scare? Mosquito Dowrin didn't take the Fire Emperor's taunts seriously. Today, Mosquito Dowrin's skin was already so thick that it was unparalleled. Why would he be afraid of such a taunts? I'm just a coward. So what? If it weren't for the Chaos Pearl, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Fire Emperor, where did you get this news? Guhai is coming back. Since you said he's coming back, then just wait. Whatever grudges you have, wait for him to come back. You can find trouble with him. Why make things difficult for me? Mosquito Dowrin laughed bitterly. I'm going to take over the limitless celestial capital now. I have a bad temper. Guhai took my things, so what if I took his capital? What's wrong with that? Mosquito Dowrin, if you don't move aside, I'm going to be serious. The Fire Emperor glared at him. Don't. What did Guhai take from you? Just tell me. Don't make a move. Mosquito Dowrin laughed bitterly. Pooey, who do you think you are now? The Fire Emperor glared at him. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the raging flames surged towards the sea of mosquitoes. You're still as hot-tempered as ever. You haven't changed after so many years. Sigh. Mosquito Dowrin was depressed. Boom. The sea of mosquitoes could only surge forward and fight against the flames. Mosquito Dowrin could only block the Fire Emperor's attack. In the distance, apart from Ao Sheng and Autark Fengyue, there was another group of people watching from another part of the mountain forest. A group of people dressed in white robes. Their chests were embroidered with a Taiji symbol of yin and yang. The one leading them was the eldest senior brother of the Taishang sect, Xiandu. Xiandu watched the battle coldly and frowned. This Guhai really has countless enemies. He hasn't been out for long, and there are already 3 groups of powerful cultivators blocking his path. How many years has he been cultivating? Could it be that every time he goes out, he causes trouble everywhere and draws hatred everywhere? Eldest senior brother. At least our information is correct. A disciple of the Taishang sect behind him laughed. Xuandu nodded. That's right. Guhai and Zhang Yulian disappeared for 5 years. I spent so much effort, but I couldn't find their whereabouts. Now, they suddenly appeared again? It's just that Zhang Yulian hasn't shown up yet. A person behind him said worriedly. It doesn't matter. If we find Guhai, we can find Zhang Yulian. Hey, it's been 6 years. I don't know if this Guhai is lucky or unlucky. Xiandu said coldly. Eldest senior brother, that girl Lin Wan Air. A person behind him frowned. Call her Taishang. Xiandu said coldly. Won't Taishang be the eldest senior brother sooner or later? The person behind him said fawningly. As long as she is Taishang, she must be called Taishang. This is the rule. Xiandu said coldly. Yes, yes, Taishang. Eldest senior brother. Will Taishang know that we are here? It seems that the relationship between Taishang and Gu Hai is unclear. The person behind him said worriedly. The Sky Chess Pavilion has sent out invitations to the revival meeting. The three branches of Wanshou Taoism have sent out invitations. The Yuanshu branch doesn't care about worldly affairs and has been in seclusion. Naturally, they won't be coming. The Tongtian sect master has already left. Now, he must be near the Thousand Islands Sea, right? As for the Taishang branch, Taishang knows that he is not strong enough and has stayed in Wanshou Taoism for seclusion. Since he is unwilling to go, I will do it for him. Xiandu smiled and took out an invitation. Oh, in that case, Taishang definitely won't be coming? It doesn't matter whether he comes or not. When we find Zhang Yulian, we will head to the Thousand Islands Sea. The revival meeting is near. Even the Tongtian sect master is so cautious. This revival meeting won't be that simple, Xiandu said solemnly. Yes, everyone waited patiently. In the distance, the Mosquito Dauren and the Fire Emperor were still fighting. Within the boundless celestial capital, Chun Tianshan suppressed everyone and prevented them from attacking. After all, the Fire Emperor was too strong. Dongfang Bubi, Shimen Chueshue, Dugu Chiobai, and Zhang Sanfeng frowned slightly. It's a pity that we are restricted by this formation. Our cultivation can only hover around the middle sky palaces. If we have a real body, we can also reach the upper sky palaces. Zhang Sanfeng sighed helplessly. The ancient emperor will definitely have a way, Dongfang Bubi said solemnly. Everyone nodded. While waiting, boom! 5 figures rushed over from the horizon. Gu Hai and the rest had finally returned. Your Majesty, it's in front. The battle between the Fire Emperor and the Mosquito Dauren? Shang Wanhen's face fell. What a Fire Emperor! The entire boundless celestial capital is engulfed in flames like a sun. Ao Shun's face fell. Kong Xian frowned slightly. His face was gloomy, but he did not say a word. Chongming, retreat. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Chongming turned into a ray of light and flew down to the ground. Chongming had followed Gu Hai to the west this time. It was a special situation. The blood-robe guards had to stay in the dark and did not need to reveal themselves. Seeing Chongming leave, Gu Hai said solemnly, Let's go. Into the sea of flames, to the boundless celestial capital. Yes. Boom. The 4 of them turned into 4 rays of light and rushed over from the horizon, creating a sonic boom. It's them. Ao Shang's face turned cold as he looked into the distance. Ao Shang, didn't you say that Shangwan Hen's cultivation was crippled? Feng Yu glanced coldly at Ao Shang. In the forest, Xiandu narrowed his eyes and stared at Gu Hai. The Fire Emperor, who was in the middle of battle, suddenly turned his head. Gu Hai, why did you guys only come back now? I'm so tired. Mosquito Dauren was overjoyed. In his joy, he immediately withdrew countless mosquitoes, unwilling to be in the front anymore. The sea of mosquitoes disappeared, and the rolling flames rushed towards the boundless celestial capital. Boom, 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 boom. Gu Hai, Kong Xian, Shangwan Hen, and Ao Shun landed on the plaza of the boundless celestial capital. A powerful aura rushed out in all directions, forming a storm and forcing the flames back. Chapter 775. The sea of mosquitoes disappeared, and the raging flames rushed towards the infinite celestial capital. Boom, 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 boom. Gu Hai, Kong Xian, Shangwan Hen, and Ao Shun landed on the square of the infinite celestial capital. A powerful aura spread in all directions, forming a storm that forced the flames back. The Fire Emperor waved his hand, and the endless flames stopped surging towards the infinite celestial capital. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Gu Hai. When Gu Hai and the other 3 returned, the citizens of the infinite celestial capital were overjoyed. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Countless officials bowed excitedly. At the same time, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps because Gu Hai had brought about too many miracles over the years, everyone was relieved to see Gu Hai. Ancient Emperor, you're finally back. Zhang Sanfeng and the other 3 cloud beasts also heaved a sigh of relief. It's a pity that we're restricted by the formation and can't escape. Otherwise, Dongfang Booby sighed. Guhai looked at the 4 cloud beasts and smiled. I already have a way to get you out of your predicament. Let's talk about it after we're done with this place. Oh, Shimin Shueishue's eyes, which had been motionless all this while, suddenly lit up. Dongfang Booby, Zhang Sanfeng, and Dugu Qiubai were also overjoyed. They immediately retreated to one side, not wanting to disturb Gu Hai's battle. In the distance, Ao Sheng and Feng Yu both narrowed their eyes, because both of them had found the person they were looking for. You're Gu Hai? The Fire Emperor glared and shouted coldly. As he shouted, the flames around him surged into the 9 heavens, as though the entire sky was burning red. Dian Dynasty, the supreme beast of the nation, Fire Emperor? Heh, I heard that you've been in the East Sea for 1,000 years. Why are you here today? Did Jiang Lianshan ask you to come? Gu Hai said coldly. Since you're Gu Hai, give it to me. The Fire Emperor said solemnly. Oh, things? I don't remember taking anything from you. Gu Hai said coldly. You're still trying to deny it? I already know about the spiritual mountain. Is Long Zhangwa's Warring States Immortal Dome in your hands? Am I right? The Fire Emperor glared at him. Warring States Immortal? As soon as the Fire Emperor finished speaking, the expressions on the faces of the surrounding cultivators changed. Warring States Dome? Didn't the dragon war kingdoms self-destruct in the heavenly realm? Supremacy Feng Yue narrowed her eyes. Gu Hai has another immortal dome? What's going on? Ao Sheng also stared in shock. In the forest, Xian Du's pupils shrank as a look of astonishment flashed across his face. I thought that finding Zhang Yulian was good news. Who would have thought that Gu Hai would have such a treasure? Immortal Dome? Immortal Dome? What a coincidence! Xian Du's eyes flashed with greed. Gu Hai furrowed his brows. He had come back from the holy land of the spirited mountain without stopping. Although news of him had gradually spread in the west, it would take a long time to spread from the west to the east, unless he used the Guqin figurine. It seemed like Jiang Rilai was indeed Jiang Lianshan's son. The Qin figurines were connected to 2 places. That was why the Fire Emperor knew about the spiritual mountain. Immortal Dome? Now that Buddha could see through the Immortal Dome, he even confirmed it. However, why was the Fire Emperor here and not Jiang Lianshan? Is it? The Fire Emperor shouted. Gu Hai was neither anxious nor slow as he smiled. Fire Emperor? Firstly, I want to tell you that Long Zhangwa's Immortal Dome has been destroyed in the heavenly realm. This is something that not only I know about, the entire world knows about. Secondly, how can you be so sure that I have the Immortal Dome? Just based on the words of others, and you believe them? Besides, when did the Immortal Dome of the Warring States become yours? What a joke. That year, Long Zhangwa stole my Immortal Dome. It should have been mine. The Fire Emperor said coldly. Long Zhangwa stole yours? That's ridiculous. When Long Zhangwa was still alive, why didn't you ask for it? Now that you're using a groundless excuse to ask for it from me? Gu Hai laughed coldly. I can't win against Long Zhangwa. So what? As long as I can win against you, it's fine. Are you going to hand it over or not? The Fire Emperor laughed coldly as he looked at Gu Hai. Just because you say that the Immortal Dome of the Warring States is yours, it's yours? Even he, Jiang Lianshan, didn't have the cheek to say that it was his. You're really thick-skinned. You even made up an excuse that Long Zhangwa stole it from you. That's right. Long Zhangwa has already fallen. Hence, you can make up whatever nonsense you want. Gu Hai laughed coldly. I'm making up nonsense? That year, Old Man Guanxi gave the Immortal Dome to me as compensation. After that, it was stolen by that despicable Long Zhangwa. Even if Long Zhangwa was still alive, I would still dare to confront him. The Fire Emperor said coldly. Wait, the Immortal Dome of the Warring States was given to Long Zhangwa by Old Man Guanxi? Gu Hai squinted his eyes and revealed a look of shock. You speak so much nonsense. Let me ask you this. Today, are you going to give it to me or not? The Fire Emperor said coldly. Kong Xian. Gu Hai suddenly opened his mouth. Here, Kong Xian answered from the side. Kong Xian responded, and only then did the surrounding people notice the fourth inconspicuous person. Kong Xian? It's really him. Why is he so obedient to Gu Hai? Mosquito Daoran asked curiously. In the distance, Feng Yu squinted her eyes as well. Didn't Kong Xian want to kill Gu Hai? Why is he? Kong Xian has submitted to Gu Hai? That doesn't make sense. Wasn't Kong Xian imprisoned by the Buddha? Ao Sheng asked in astonishment. The Fire Emperor also noticed Kong Xian. Oh, is it this little peacock? Little thing. I've already told you clearly that peacocks are a branch of the phoenix race. You can only be loyal to me. Yet you chose to be loyal to Tai. Now that Tai has fallen, you're even more foolish to follow Gu Hai. How foolish? The Fire Emperor said coldly. Kong Xian was still bowing to Gu Hai. He didn't care about the Fire Emperor at all. Gu Hai stared at the Fire Emperor and revealed a cold smile. Kong Xian, beat him up. The Fire Emperor froze. Around him, Mosquito Daoran, Feng Yu, Ao Sheng, and Xian Du were all stunned. What did Gu Hai just say? Beat him up? That's the Fire Emperor. Gu Hai didn't care about him at all? Beat him up? Do you think he's a small fry? Do you think you can beat him up just because you want to? Once the Fire Emperor is enraged, the limitless celestial capital will be destroyed. Furthermore, how high is Kong Xian's cultivation level? This Fire Emperor is the national beast of the Dian dynasty. Yes, Kong Xian acknowledged. Turning his head, Kong Xian stared at the Fire Emperor coldly. That cold stare caused the Fire Emperor's face to darken. He felt a sense of danger. Kong Xian waved his sleeves. Boom! Billows of black wind surged into the sky. Screech! Kong Xian opened his mouth and shouted. The black wind billowed and swept all the flames around the limitless celestial capital into Kong Xian's mouth. Of course, the main target of the black wind was the Fire Emperor. As the wind billowed, the Fire Emperor's body moved as if he was about to be swallowed by Kong Xian. A terrifying aura was emitted. In an instant, the entire sky was dyed black by the demonic aura around Kong Xian. What? Feng Yu, Ao Sheng, Mosquito Daoran, and Xian Du's expressions changed. No one expected Kong Xian's strength to increase so much. The Fire Emperor's body trembled as he was almost swallowed. Naturally, he was infuriated. Little peacock, how dare you be impudent in front of me? The Fire Emperor waved his hand. Boom! Boundless flames appeared once again. At the same time, he sent a palm strike towards Kong Xian. Not only did Kong Xian not retreat, his eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness as he sent a palm strike towards the sky. Boom! Outside the limitless celestial capital, the void trembled. The huge impact formed a storm that swept in all directions. Even the limitless celestial capital was slightly shaken by the impact. The Fire Emperor's expression changed. The palm strike, just now, was actually on par with Kong Xian's. When did Kong Xian's strength become so ferocious? 5-colored divine light. Behind Kong Xian, millions of peacock feathers appeared. With a flick of his feathers, the 5-color divine light shot towards the Fire Emperor. Whoosh! Impudent! The Fire Emperor stared and waved his hand. A beam of golden light shot out. Boom! 2 beams of light collided in midair, causing another huge tremor. Kong Xian, fight further away. Don't destroy the limitless celestial capital. Gu Hai shouted. Screech! Kong Xian replied with a long whistle. With a long whistle, Kong Xian transformed into a 3,000-foot-tall peacock. He revealed a ferocious expression as he flew towards the Fire Emperor. After transforming into his original form, Kong Xian's aura doubled. As he flapped his wings, demonic qi filled the skies. The 5-color divine light formed a huge whip. As Kong Xian flapped his wings, he lashed out at the Fire Emperor again and again. How dare you? The Fire Emperor was infuriated. Screech! The Fire Emperor transformed into a 3,000-foot-tall flaming phoenix. As soon as the phoenix appeared, heaven and earth burned. The endless flames rushed towards Kong Xian, and the sky of Kong Xian's demonic qi was locked in a stalemate. Boom, boom, boom. The two huge birds tore each other apart. As the five-colored divine lights collided, they started to devour the heavens and earth. The battle was fierce. Under Kong Xian's deliberate control, the two of them fought higher and higher, further and further away. The Fire Emperor was a veteran martial artist and was one of the few experts in the world. Against such an expert, Kong Xian didn't seem like he was going to lose. In fact, he seemed to be gaining the upper hand. Screech! Screech! They watched as the two huge birds fought further and further away. Mosquito Daoran was confused. Guhai, before you left, you said that you were going to recruit soldiers? This Kong Xian, how much did you pay to invite him back? Why is he so fierce? The Han Empire, 5th Army Commander, Kong Xian. Guhai laughed. Mosquito Daoran was slightly taken aback. Then, he said with a strange expression, 5th Army Commander? You made him the 5th Army Commander? And he followed you? Don't lie to me. Mosquito Daoran didn't believe him. Guhai smiled, but didn't explain further. At the same time, he looked coldly at a mountain peak in the distance. Your Majesty, Ao Shung's aura is there. I can't be wrong. Ao Shun suddenly said coldly. Your Majesty, Supreme Fengyu is there too. Ah, she has been stationed outside the limitless celestial capital. Shangwan Hen laughed coldly. Chapter 776. Guhai immediately saw Supreme Fengyu and Ao Shung. After all, the dragons and black tortoises at the foot of the Two-People Mountain were too eye-catching. Guhai looked over coldly. Supreme Fengyu and Ao Shung's faces also darkened. Both of their strengths had increased greatly, and they thought that they could defeat Guhai. However, they didn't expect that a freak like Kong Xian would appear under Guhai's command. Kong Xian wasn't at a disadvantage in the battle against the Fire Emperor. In fact, he seemed to be slightly stronger. This Guhai is really lucky. He managed to recruit another powerful expert. Supreme Fengyu said with a gloomy face. Fortunately, Kong Xian is fighting against the Fire Emperor. We should do what we need to do. Ao Shung said coldly. At this moment, Guhai and the rest returned. The dragons under Ao Shung's command all darkened. That was Ao Shun, the crown prince whom they respected the most. Now that they were facing off against him, the Supreme Fengyu, judging from your arrogance, you've already recovered your strength from 800 years ago? Guhai suddenly said with a cold smile. If I had taken Shangwan Hen away, I would have recovered my strength from 800 years ago. Unfortunately, you ruined it. Hey, good move. You actually walked through the 32 formations as if they were flat ground? Supreme Fengyu said with a cold look in her eyes. So, you haven't recovered? If that's the case, you still dare to come to the limitless celestial capital? Guhai said coldly with a glare. Although I have not recovered my strength from 800 years ago, I have recovered 30%. Humph. Only by capturing Shangwan Hen and bringing him to the 1,000 Islands Sea could I fully recover. Guhai, even if I only have 30% of my strength, I am not something you can block. If you know what's good for you, move aside. I'm not like the Fire Emperor. Once I leave the limitless celestial capital, I'll destroy it immediately. Supremacy Fengyu said coldly. As she spoke, Autarch Fengyue's figure flickered. Suddenly, boundless black gas surged out from her body. Within the black gas, a monstrous black serpent appeared. With a wave of its tail, several mountains behind it exploded. The serpent's body was huge, at least 2,000 feet long. It spat out its forked tongue, exuding a baleful aura. The black serpent's eyes emitted traces of cold light, causing the hearts of countless people in the limitless celestial capital to tremble. Guhai ignored Black Snake and looked at Shangwan Hen. Your Majesty, it's better for me to deal with the trouble I brought. Solemnly Shangwan Hen, said Shangwan Hen. Be careful, Supremacy. He now has 30% of his former strength. You, not far away, a group of Xuanwu followers of Shangwan Hen said anxiously. Don't worry. Shangwan Hen took a step forward and rushed out. Shangwan Hen flew towards Supremacy Fengyu. Supremacy Fengyu is also slightly startled. Oh, ha ha ha. Shangwan Hen, are you crazy? I received the inheritance from 800 years ago, which is why my strength increased. You disappeared for 2 months. Who do you think you are? The black serpent's face turned cold as it opened its mouth to swallow him. You may care about the power from 800 years ago, but that doesn't mean I care about it too. Shangguan Hen suddenly revealed a sinister expression as his body emitted a dazzling golden light. The golden light shone, scattering much of supremacy. Feng Yu's black energy. Sun Wukong's aura? Ao Sheng's expression changed. The black serpent's face also sank. However, the black serpent was even more confident in itself. It did not hesitate at all as it opened its mouth to swallow Shangguan Hen. The Xuanwu followers of Shangguan Hen showed worried expressions. However, the Xuanwu followers of Supremacy Feng Yu showed disdain. Hum! A loud sound rang out, and a strong wind swept out in all directions. The shock waves immediately scattered the group of Xuanwu followers. What? Miao Chun immediately showed a stunned expression as he rubbed his eyes. Then, he revealed an expression of wild joy. Shangguan Hen's punch was too strong. Shangguan Hen actually sent that black serpent flying 50 kilometers with one punch. Buzz! The black serpent's figure paused in midair as it looked at Shangguan Hen in shock. However, the black serpent did not expect Shangguan Hen's strength to soar so much. Whoosh! Shangguan Hen immediately charged over, bringing the battle away from the boundless celestial capital. What cultivation technique is that? Is it the Xuanwu divine technique that I taught you in the past? The black serpent said in shock. Xuanwu divine technique? Huh. I stopped practicing it long ago. 30% of the previous supremacy Xuanwu's strength is not much. Shangguan Hen suddenly sneered. As Shangguan Hen spoke, he charged forward again. Humph! I was careless earlier. Shangguan Hen, you want to fight me with just you? Roar! The black serpent became serious, immediately charging at Shangguan Hen. Rumble! Immediately, the distant battle shook the ground and mountains. Many huge mountains instantly exploded, soaring into the sky. The battle was incomparably ferocious. When Shangguan Hen attacked with his full power, not only did he not fall into a disadvantage, but he even gained a slight advantage. Supremacy's divine might. Miao Chun and the other Xuanwu clan elders roared excitedly. However, the Xuanwu clan elders that followed Feng Yu showed unsightly expressions. The distant battle continued. However, Ao Shun said to Gu Hai, Your Majesty, I would like to speak with my younger brother. I hope that Your Majesty will not interfere. All right, Gu Hai nodded. Whoosh! Ao Shun immediately flew towards Ao Sheng in the distance. Ao Sheng also looked at Shangguan Hen in the distance with a sullen expression. Shangguan Hen? In the past, Xiao Chun looked down on Xiao Chun the most. At first, Xiao Chun was beaten into a coward by Sun Wukong. In the Dragon's Gates region, Xiao Chun was reduced to a pile of mud. Now, Xiao Chun became so strong. Even Xiao Chun might not be able to do anything to Xiao Chun. What happened in the past 1 month? Why is Gu Hai so lucky? Whoosh! Ao Shun immediately arrived before Xiao Chun. Ao Sheng's face sank. The expressions of the surrounding dragon race cultivators suddenly changed. Crown Prince Ao Shun. Some dragon race cultivators said with stiff expressions. Ao Shun, it looks like your strength increased significantly after obtaining the Western Sea Dragon God. Ao Sheng said coldly. Second brother, if Royal Father were here, he would not let you off. You can't keep making mistakes. Ao Shun said bitterly. Put away your hypocrisy. Humph. Keep making mistakes? Isn't it all your fault? Now that I obtained the Dragon God, there is no need for me to dig up the Dragon Tomb. Royal Father? Royal Father is really biased. I am the Crown Prince, but he passed the Dragon God to you? Ao Shun said hatefully. This is not an excuse for you to dig up the Dragon Tomb. I also heard that you injected the ancient souls of the Dragon Tomb into the bodies of the dragons. You won't even let them off? Ao Shun said coldly. The surrounding dragons were in an uproar. Ao Shun had dug up the Dragon Tomb and injected some ancient dragon souls into his body. It had indeed increased his cultivation, but he still felt that he was being restrained by something, but he could not explain it. Humph, I'm a Dragon King. What right do you have to control us? How can I let them become stronger? It has nothing to do with you. Ao Shun said coldly. When ancient souls enter the body, their strength will increase, but it will harm their souls and shorten their lifespan. How is it none of my business? They used to be my brothers, Ao Shun said coldly. When Ao Shun called them brothers, many dragons in the group were in an uproar. Crown Prince Ao Shun, I would like to follow you, may I? One of the giant dragons suddenly said. Little Lindsay? Ao Shun looked at the giant dragon. How dare you? You want to betray the North Sea Dragon Palace? Ao Shun glared. In the past, when I followed Crown Prince Ao Shun to conquer the world, those were my happiest days. Not long ago, my father offended Crown Prince Ao Shun. Please forgive him. In my heart, I have always wanted to follow Crown Prince Ao Shun. I hope Crown Prince Ao Shun won't mind. Little Lindsay said anxiously. All right, follow me. I will find a way to help you expel the ancient dragon souls in your body. Ao Shun nodded. Crown Prince Ao Shun, I want to follow you too. Crown Prince Ao Shun, I don't want to stay in the North Sea Dragon Palace anymore. In my heart, you are the Crown Prince. You are the North Sea Dragon King. I want to follow you too. In an instant, almost 80% of the dragons shouted excitedly. In the blink of an eye, they had betrayed Ao Shun. All right. Ao Shun nodded immediately. From their attitude, it was not difficult to see that Ao Shun had lost too many people's hearts. His Majesty was right. Instead of letting these good brothers die for Ao Shun without knowing why, he would rather take care of them himself. When Ao Shun agreed, the dragons immediately cheered and flew toward Ao Shun. At this moment, Ao Shun's face was ashen. Betraying the North Sea Dragon Palace is a death sentence. Ao Shun said coldly, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Death sentence? When was there such a punishment? Ao Shun said coldly. There is one now. You don't know what's good for you, so don't blame me. Ancient souls possess and seize. Ao Shun shouted coldly. At the same time, a purplish-black gas appeared on his face. It seemed to have condensed into a huge amnesty seal. Roar, roar, roar. The betrayed dragons immediately emitted a purplish-black gas, as if their bodies were burning. At the same time, they screamed in pain. Crown Prince Ao Shun, save me, save me. It's so painful, no? The screams continued. Ao Shun's expression changed, and he was about to pounce over. However, in the next moment, an extremely grand aura suddenly appeared around the dragons. Xiao Linzi's body suddenly doubled in size, and green veins appeared on the surface of his body. He rolled his eyes, and his pupils disappeared, leaving only a pile of white, and a monstrous resentment appeared around him. Rumble. The dragons triggered the heavens, and rolling dark clouds pressed down. The moment Ao Shun's amnesty seal appeared, the dragons were seized by the ancient dragon souls in the blink of an eye. These ancient dragon souls carried a monstrous resentment and emitted a soul-stirring evil aura. Kill Ao Shun. Ao Shun ordered. Roar. The dragons immediately pounced on Ao Shun crazily. Xiao Linzi, what's wrong with you? Ao Shun asked anxiously. However, Xiao Linzi was the first to reach out with his claws. Boom! Ao Shun punched Xiao Linzi back, but there were still a large number of ferocious dragons behind him. Roar! Ao Shun suddenly let out a loud roar, and a black dragon shadow suddenly appeared around him. The aura of the dragon god spread, and the dragons that were about to charge over suddenly paused. Kill, continue, Ao Shun said coldly. Roar! The dragons pounced on Ao Shun again, and they even ignored the suppression of the dragon god. Ao Shun, how dare you refine ghosts? Ao Shun glared and suddenly pounced on Ao Shun. These people who were attacking him were all his good brothers in the past. Ao Shun was naturally unwilling to attack, so he could only attack Ao Shun and force him to withdraw the spell on the dragons. With just you? I even opened the dragon tomb in the West Sea. All the Dragon King souls are with me. Ao Shung threw a punch with a ferocious expression. Boom! He punched out, creating an explosion in the air. Ao Shung was stronger, and Ao Shun was beaten back a little. My good brother, how many dragon souls did you swallow? Ao Shun said with a cold expression. Roar! Suddenly, a white dragon phantom appeared on the surface of Ao Shun's body again. The two huge dragon phantoms, one black and one white, represented the two dragon gods. Ao Shun punched at Ao Shun again. Boom! This time, Ao Shun was finally beaten back. However, Ao Shun's strength was limited. Dragon God, it should have all been mine. Ao Shun, you thief, roar! Ao Shun also attacked crazily. At the same time, the surrounding dragons pounced on Ao Shun. The battle between the dragons also became chaotic. Fortunately, Ao Shun led the battle and moved the battlefield to the distance. In a forest not far away, Xiandu laughed coldly. All right, all the experts by Gu Hai's side have been mobilized. Next, it's our turn. Eldest senior brother, there's still a mosquito Dowrin. Mosquito Dowrin? Don't worry, I can make him not dare to interfere. Xiandu sneered. Chapter 777. Kong Xian fought against Fire Emperor, Sheng Wanhen fought against Supreme Fengyu, and Ao Shun fought against Ao Shung. Gu Hai looked at the three battlefields and suddenly turned his head to look at a mountain forest in the distance. His gaze was cold, causing Xiandu's expression to change. We've been discovered, Xiandu said in surprise. Gu Hai, I completed the second task. Consider that group of rats over there as a gift from me. Mosquito Dowrin said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Mosquito Dowrin. Gu Hai nodded. Mosquito Dowrin pointed out Xiandu's secret, so Xiandu didn't hide it anymore. Boom! 20 figures soared into the sky and arrived near the limitless heavenly capital in the blink of an eye. Taishang sect? Xiandu? Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai had already seen Xiandu's portrait, so he naturally knew about the enmity between Xiandu and Zhang Yulian. This person wanted to harm his wife, so there was no need to be polite. You recognize me? Looks like Zhang Yulian told you. Where's Zhang Yulian, Gu Hai? Xiandu said coldly. Looking at Xiandu, Gu Hai sneered. Idiot. What did you say? Xiandu said coldly. I said you're an idiot. Now there's one more despicable, cursing words. I want to hear it again. Gu Hai said coldly. Xiandu's eyes were filled with anger. A Taishang sect disciple behind him said angrily, You think you can insult senior brother? Gu Hai, you overestimate yourself. As he spoke, the Grand High Pass disciple immediately slashed his sword at Gu Hai. As he slashed, a 10,000-meter-long sword light rushed towards the limitless celestial capital, seemingly wanting to cut Gu Hai and the limitless celestial capital in half. Whoosh! Gu Hai stretched out his hand and waved a blood blade. As soon as the blood saber appeared, rolling blood light instantly soared into the sky. Outsiders only thought that it was a beam of bloody light, but the Taishang sect disciples who were charging at the front saw a sea of blood illusion. The ground below immediately turned into a sea of blood that surged endlessly. Within the sea of blood, there seemed to be billions of demons surging towards him. It wasn't the bottom, but the entire world was surrounded by this sea of blood. He was completely surrounded. The disciple of the Taishang sect cried out in alarm. The sword light in his hand also stopped, and his face was filled with shock. Boom! The flash of the blade instantly closed in and sliced the disciple of the Taishang sect in half. The two halves fell from the sky. There was not a single drop of blood on the two halves of the corpse. All of the blood had been absorbed by the life-slaying blade. What? Junior brother? The disciples of the Taishang sect immediately cried out in alarm and caught the two halves of the dried corpse. Eldest senior brother, that Gu Hai killed our junior brother. There's no blood or soul left. I'm going to cut him into pieces, a disciple of the Taishang sect said with a ferocious expression. Middle Heaven Palace? You only have the strength of the Middle Heaven Palace. What blade technique was that? Xuandu's eyelids twitched. Middle Heaven Palace? That's not right. Eldest senior brother, our junior brother had already entered the Heavenly Palace 3 years ago. How could it not be a match for Gu Hai? The disciples of the Taishang sect said in disbelief. Xuandu stared at Gu Hai. Have you heard of the Nether River Patriarch's Blood Sea Blade? Gu Hai sneered. When he was comprehending the 18 levels of hell, he found that the blade technique that he learned on Earth was especially suitable for the life-slaying blade. Today's test was indeed effective. Taishang sect's heartless sword formation. Xuandu said coldly. Yes, Xing. Suddenly, the 18 disciples of the Taishang sect behind him emitted rays of white light. Then, their entire bodies turned into long swords that were 100 feet long. On the long swords, murderous intent filled the sky. Endless sword chi erupted in all directions. The 18 long swords surrounded Xuandu and formed a sword chi field. In an instant, billions of sword chi spread out. They went straight for the infinite celestial capital. Gu Hai's face darkened. He waved his hand. The life-trapping blade formed a formation to protect the city. Rumble. Countless sword chi hit the barrier. The barrier suddenly shook as if it was about to break. All of them are heavenly palaces? As expected of the Wanshou Taoism, they have such a foundation, Mosquito Dowrin said solemnly. Taishang sect's heartless sword formation. Gu Hai's face darkened. He heard from Zhang Yulian that this sword formation was extremely powerful. The more people there were, the more powerful it was. Moreover, it was stacked. 18 heavenly palaces? The one who was killed just now was not in Gu Hai's eyes when he first entered heavenly palaces. But now there were 18 of them. Gu Hai had to be cautious. That was because just the aftermath of the sword principle aura was enough to shake the barrier. Gu Hai, I didn't want to make things difficult for you. Hand over Zhang Yulian, and I can spare your life. But you are so insensible. It seems that the Taishang sect has walked too little in this world. A bunch of cats and dogs dare to take advantage of us. Xuandu said with a ferocious expression, severing emotions. Xuandu waved his hand. Xing, among the 18 long swords, one was suddenly lifted by Xuandu. With one sword, it slashed toward the barrier formation. All around, countless sword chi and sword force seemed to gather. Like the collapse of the heavenly river, it poured down on the infinite celestial capital. The white light illuminated heaven and earth. Its power was so great that the hearts of countless subjects trembled. Boom! The barrier broke and rushed toward Gu Hai. Please, baby! Gu Hai shouted. 2 gourds suddenly appeared beside Gu Hai. Xing! The immortal slaying flying saber flew out first and rushed toward the huge sword chi. The vine world gourd instantly produced countless vines and rose to the sky. Boom! The immortal slaying flying saber collided with it. The white sword light suddenly stopped, but in the next moment, it continued to slash downward. The immortal slaying flying saber responded and flew back to the gourd after blocking for a while. The vines wrapped up and immediately held the white sword light. However, the sword light was fierce. With a tear, it cut the vines into countless pieces. The white light rushed toward Gu Hai like a hot knife through butter. Although it was still the same sword, its power had weakened greatly. Xuandu's face was cold, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Gu Hai, on the other hand, changed to the life-extinguishing saber. Zhou Tianlu, Gu Hai shouted with a ferocious expression. The world was instantly dyed purple. The saber and sword collided in the void with a loud bang. The ground under Gu Hai's feet also shook. The purple light and white light dissipated. Everyone was shocked. However, they saw that the ground under Gu Hai's feet suddenly cracked like a spiderweb because of Gu Hai's forceful stomp. Gu Hai's body expanded, but he managed to block it in the end. The collision of the saber light formed a storm that immediately blew down countless buildings. Your Majesty, Montez, Gao Xinji, and the others shouted worriedly. Gu Hai ignored them. He took a deep breath and looked coldly at Xuandu in the sky. That sword strike just now killed the 4th level heavenly palace like killing a chicken. Gu Hai, You blocked it with the power of the Middle Heavenly Palace? You're really good. Mosquito Dowrin said with a strange expression. Mosquito Dowrin had always thought that Gu Hai was very powerful, but there was no need for him to pretend like that. This is the weakest sword strike. Gu Hai, how is it? Xuandu sneered. Oh, that's all. Gu Hai sneered. That's all? Ha 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 ha. Immortal slaying gourd, Vine Realm gourd, and your life extinguishing saber? It's not easy for a Middle Heavenly Palace to block my sword strike. However, do you think that's all I am? Humph, idiot, who's the idiot? Xuandu sneered. As he spoke, Xuandu waved his hand. This time, it was not one sword but 18. Xuandu used all 18 of them, as if he was going to slash the infinite celestial capital together. Gu Hai, I know where the weak point of the sword formation is. Why don't I help you break the sword formation? Mosquito Dowrin suddenly said with a smile. Oh, there's a weak point? Gu Hai's expression changed. That's right. I can help you break it in an instant. That's the third thing. Mosquito Dowrin said with a smile. Mosquito Dowrin had encountered this formation before. Since he could come out, he naturally knew about it. Mosquito Dowrin was about to intervene when Xuandu suddenly stopped in the distance. He said with a gloomy expression, Mosquito Dowrin, if you dare to intervene, don't blame me for being impolite. Oh, Xuandu, you could be impolite to me? Ha 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 ha, 1,000 years ago, even your old master didn't dare to say that. You? Mosquito Dowrin sneered. I can't do anything to you, but someone can. Look at what this is. Xuandu sneered. Xuandu took out an emerald jade token. Wansho Taoism's arrow of command. Mosquito Doran's expression suddenly froze. Wansho Taoism's arrow of command was released. All the disciples of Wansho Taoism nearby came to help. I remember that you ate one of the favorite disciples of the Tongtian sect master, right? And the Tongtian sect master seems to be nearby. Xuandu sneered. Mosquito Doran's face twitched, but he didn't have any intention of stepping forward. The Tongtian sect master was nearby. If he was attracted, wouldn't he be dead meat? Forget it. Go high. You do it yourself. I won't get into trouble. Mosquito Dowrin said with a bitter smile. No need. You've already helped me. Gu Hai said with a smile. As he spoke, Gu Hai's pupils suddenly shrank. When he opened his eyes, a breathtaking aura was emitted from Gu Hai's eyes. Huh? Mosquito Dowrin suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He looked at Gu Hai in horror. Around them, countless officials suddenly knelt down. Fear appeared on their faces. Even Xuandu, who was far away, felt a chill in his heart. He saw Gu Hai's eyes. His left eye was emitting white light, and his right eye was emitting black light. It was as if he was facing the eyes of heaven. At this moment, Xuandu actually had the urge to kneel. Die. His remaining reason was accompanied by madness. He waved his hand, and 18 sword lights slashed toward the infinite celestial capital. The previous sword seemed to have the power to destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, there were 18 swords. The entire void was distorted. Gu Hai raised his head. His eyes were filled with a strange light as he looked at the 18 sword lights. This time, he didn't forcibly resist like before. This was because this time, Taishan's heartless sword formation seemed to have changed shape in Gu Hai's eyes. Thin black and white lines were extremely strange. The life and death eye. In just an instant, Gu Hai saw the full appearance of the sword formation. He also found the key point in an instant. The formation moved like a huge fishing net toward the infinite celestial capital. On the fishing net, a black line seemed to be the main hub, pulling the balance of the four directions. Gu Hai only took the immortal slaying flying knife this time. Treasure, please turn around. Whoosh. Under the control of Gu Hai's mind, the immortal slaying flying knife rushed toward the black line. Chapter 778. Immortal slaying flying dagger? Haha, you couldn't even block one of my swords just now, and you want to embarrass yourself with it? The crazy Xuandu roared with a trembling voice. Boom! The 18 giant swords slashed down instantly with irresistible force, as if they could destroy the world. The limitless heavenly capital was about to be destroyed. Although Mosquito Dowrin was terrified by Gu Hai's eye of life and death, he was more shocked. That's not a weak point. The flying dagger can't go in that direction, because in the next moment, the entire limitless heavenly capital was about to be destroyed. However, Gu Hai was extremely determined. The immortal slaying flying dagger turned into a stream of light and shot into the sky. Under Xuandu's control, a long sword went straight for the immortal slaying flying dagger, as if he wanted to destroy it completely. However, in Gu Hai's eyes, countless white lines covered the sky and covered the earth. However, there was a gap between the lines. The flying dagger was extremely thin. It twisted and passed through instantly without touching anything. However, in the eyes of outsiders, the immortal slaying flying dagger disappeared in a flash. What? Xuandu was slightly stunned. Xing! The golden light of the immortal slaying flying dagger suddenly appeared, illuminating the world. Then, it instantly shot back and returned to the immortal slaying gourd. The countless sword chi in the surroundings instantly collapsed, turning into a mass of sword energy and dissipating into thin air. The 18 giant swords also suddenly retracted and disappeared. The formation is broken. Mosquito Dowrin looked confused. What has happened? The immortal slaying flying dagger went out and came back. The Taishang sect's heartless sword formation was broken. That didn't make sense. All the momentum disappeared. Xuandu also suddenly became clear, and he looked shocked. Why did you guys stop? Halfway through his sentence, Xuandu's words suddenly stopped, and his face twitched. That was because the 18 Taishang sect disciples all had their heads sent flying, and blood splattered everywhere. They fell from the sky. A trace of confusion flashed across Mosquito Dorn's eyes. Xiandu's eyelids twitched. No, it's impossible. Taishang's heartless sword formation has no flaws. The 18 of them have turned into swords and are invulnerable. You can't break his sword body. Xuandu looked at Gu Hai with a trace of horror. 19 of them had gone to the heavenly palace, and they had all died in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, Gu Hai did not pay attention to Xuandu. Instead, he suddenly looked toward the sky. Previously, he couldn't see it with the naked eye, but now, with the eye of life and death, he could see it clearly. In the sky above the boundless celestial capital, there were currently some white and black lines forming the 64 hexagrams. 64 hexagrams? Jiang Lianshan's surveillance? Treasure, please turn around. Gu Hai shouted coldly again. Swish! The immortal slaying flying saber flew out again. Xiandu's expression immediately changed. He seemed to want to block it. However, at this moment, the immortal slaying flying blade did not charge towards him. Instead, it suddenly shot toward the empty sky. Boom! With a loud sound in the sky, the immortal slaying flying blade flew back. At the same time, a large amount of golden light of the 8 trigrams suddenly appeared in the sky. However, at this moment, it was shattered by the immortal slaying flying blade. 64 hexagrams. Mosquito Doran's expression darkened. At the same time, in Shinong City, the Flame God Hall, Jiang Lianshan and a young lady in red were staring at a mirror arranged by 64 hexagrams. The scene inside was precisely the scene of the boundless celestial capital. In the scene, Gu Hai opened his eye of life and death and beheaded 18 people from Heavenly Palace with one strike. The second strike seemed to have shot out from the mirror. Boom! With a loud sound, the mirror in the main hall suddenly exploded. The scene of the boundless celestial capital could no longer be seen. Did I just now? Gu Hai's eyes are so evil. The young lady in red said with a gloomy expression. Gu Hai? Huh, he's really growing up fast. This method is really strange. Jiang Lianshan frowned. Old man, Long Zhongguo raised him. Do you want to raise him too? Don't raise him too much. It's time to kill him, right? The young lady in red said coldly. No, he needs to play chess with old man Guanqi. Girl, don't touch him without my permission. Jiang Lianshan shook his head. Call me Jingwei, the young lady said somewhat stubbornly. Boundless celestial capital. Gu Hai broke the 64 hexagrams in the sky and looked coldly at Xuandu again. Xuandu suddenly quivered, as if everything about him was seen through by Gu Hai's eyes. The hair on his back suddenly stood on end. Just now, when he had the sword formation, he felt like kneeling. Now that the sword formation was gone, a great threat of death instantly shrouded his heart. Kacha! Without hesitation, Xuandu instantly crushed the arrow in his hand. Stop! Mosquito Dorn's expression suddenly changed, and he cried out in alarm. Boom! Wansho Taoism's arrow exploded in Xuandu's hand. In an instant, above the starry sky, a beam of starlight shot down like a searchlight. It went straight up and down, allowing everyone to see it instantly. Those with good eyesight would be able to see immediately no matter where they were in the divine continent. Gu Hai, I'll take shelter first. Mosquito Dorn's expression changed, and he turned around and shot into the distance. Swish! Mosquito Dorn disappeared in the blink of an eye. Gu Hai also instantly knew what was going on. Xuandu's request for help seemed to have gotten out of hand. More importantly, the Eye of Life and Death couldn't be used without limit. Just now, it had consumed too much of the spiritual Mother Divine, King's divine power. He instantly retracted it. The Eye of Life and Death couldn't be used. Wang, Gu Hai's eyes returned to normal, and the pressure on everyone suddenly disappeared. Your Majesty, that was really incredible. Miao Chun immediately said excitedly. Your Majesty, this subject felt like he was facing heavenly might. Mo Yike said with a smile. The various subjects stood up excitedly. No one noticed that Xuandu shot out the arrow of command. They only saw that the Taishang Dao disciples, except for Xuandu, died. Everyone rejoiced. However, in the next moment, Gu Hai's stern gaze turned solemn. In the distance, when Xuandu saw Gu Hai put away the Eye of Life and Death, his expression also changed. It seemed like Xuandu guessed that the Eye of Life and Death could not be used continuously. However, the arrow of command was already shot out, and there was no turning back. Gu Hai, just wait for death, Xuandu said with a ferocious expression. Boom! Suddenly, a gust of black wind swept over from the northeast. As the gust of wind blew past, the surrounding Dragon Clan and Black Tortoise Clan were instantly blown away. Xuandu was the first to get blown away by the wind. Ao Shun and Ao Shung's battle also came to an abrupt end. They were blown away by the wind. Shangguan Hin and Supremacy Feng Yue were also blown hundreds of kilometers away by the wind. The battle came to a sudden halt as well. At this moment, even the limitless sky was moved hundreds of miles away by the wind. The only ones who were not blown away were Kong Xian and the Fire Emperor. However, the demonic aura and flames around the two of them were also blown away in an instant. The ground below was torn apart by the strong wind, and huge craters were formed. Rocks flew into the sky, and the world was turned upside down. Rumble! The rolling wind gradually calmed down. Everyone also saw the source of the wind. It was a man wearing a beautiful black robe. He stood in the air, and his body did not emit much of an aura. However, just by fighting in the air, he emitted a domineering aura of the Tongtian Dao. The man swung his sleeves. The surrounding dragon race and Xuanwu race instinctively felt their hearts palpitate. They actually prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. When Ao Shung saw the black-robed man, his eyelids suddenly twitched violently, and his face was filled with shock. Autarch Feng Yue immediately became much more obedient. She flew to one side. Shangguan Hen and Ao Shun's faces were gloomy. They quickly flew back to the limitless sky capital. However, just as they flew near the black-robed man, their hearts beat wildly. A huge pressure made the two of them suddenly have the urge to kneel down and kowtow. Greetings, Sect Master. Xuandu immediately bowed respectfully. Tongtian Sect Master. Gu Hai's face darkened. The person who came was the leader of the Wansho Taoism, the Tongtian Sect Master. When the Tongtian Sect Master saw the signal arrow, he immediately rushed over. When he arrived, the surroundings were in chaos. The Tongtian Sect Master's face darkened. Turning his head, the Tongtian Sect Master looked at Kong Xian and the Fire Emperor, who were in the air. Fire Emperor, but getting worse and worse. You're not even a match for a little peacock. The Tontian sect master revealed a cold smile. Tontian sect master? The Fire Emperor's eyes flashed with a monstrous hatred. If you continue to look at me like that, I'll let you reunite with your 6 brothers. The Tontian sect master's eyes flashed with a cold light. You, the Fire Emperor glared, but didn't dare to retort. At the entrance to the soaring sky palace, Shangguan Hen whispered, 6 of the 7 Phoenix brothers were killed by the Tontian sect master. Oh, Gu Hai's face darkened. In the distance, Kong Xian flew towards Gu Hai. The Tontian sect master stood in the air. The Fire Emperor had a huge temper, but he didn't dare to vent it on the Tontian sect master. The Tontian sect master laughed coldly as he looked at the Fire Emperor. He then turned his head to look at Kong Xian, who had flown behind Gu Hai. He revealed a look of suspicion. Although the Tontian sect master had ridiculed the Fire Emperor, he knew how powerful the Fire Emperor was. Was this the great Miojin? When did he become so powerful? And why was he standing behind Gu Hai? The Tontian squinted his eyes as he looked at Gu Hai. Just a casual glance gave Gu Hai immense pressure. It was as if he had seen Long Zhonghua's ferocious glare when he was at his peak. Was the Tontian the same as well? When the Tontian sect master arrived, all the fighting stopped. All the grudges stopped. Although he didn't release much of his aura, there was a huge aura around him that enveloped everyone. In this aura, he was the most powerful. He was the heavens, and they were ants. The Tontian sect master looked coldly at everyone around him, then turned his head to look at Xiandu. You were the one who broke the commander's arrow? The Tontian sect master asked coldly. Yes. Xiandu lowered his head and didn't dare to raise it. The commander's arrow is not to be used unless it is a major incident that affects the foundation of Wanshou Taoism. Once it is used, anyone who sees the commander's arrow must give up everything and arrive immediately, including the sect leader himself. You should understand. The Tontian sect master said coldly. Although the Tontian sect master only described the function of the commander's arrow, his words were filled with threat. Dispatch me? If you don't affect the foundation of the sect, no one can save you. Yes, I understand. But now, I have something important to report to the sect leader. Please make the decision. Xiandu said solemnly. The Tontian sect master said in a low voice. Zhang Yulian stole the Tai Chi diagram and eloped with Gu Hai. The one she left behind in Wanshou Taoism is a fake. The Tai Chi diagram is one of the foundations of Wanshou Taoism. I found Gu Hai and couldn't take it. Please make the decision. Xiandu lowered his head and reported. Oh, the Tontian sect master frowned. Also, I found out that Long Zhonghua's Warring State's Immortal Dome is in Gu Hai's hands. The Fire Emperor is here to take the Immortal Dome. Xiandu lowered his head and reported. Immortal Dome? The Tontian sect master's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head to look at Gu Hai. Chapter 779. While the Tontian sect master and Xuandu were talking, Kong Xian whispered to Gu Hai, Your Majesty, this Tontian sect master is a first-generation Tontian. Wanshou Taoism and Solar God Shrine have clashed many times in the past 800,000 years. The Tontian has killed Tai several times, and Tai has killed Tontian several times. However, those Tontian that were killed were not first-generation Tontian, just like how Zhang Yulian of the Taishang sect was not a first-generation Taishang. However, Tai has always been that Tai, Kong Xian whispered. Gu Hai's face suddenly darkened. Kong Xian had made it clear that the Tontian sect master was more powerful than Tai. However, from the performance just now, it was clear that the Fire Emperor was very afraid of the Tontian. Immortal Dome? The Tontian sect master's expression suddenly changed, and he turned to look at Gu Hai. The Tontian sect master looked over, and suddenly, a strong pressure rushed into the square of the soaring sky hall. The expressions of the Dahan officials changed, as if they were about to kneel down under the pressure. Buzz! Kong Xian released his aura and helped everyone block the Tontian sect master's gaze. However, the officials were still sweating. Under the strong pressure, Gu Hai blocked it with his strong will. Dahan Imperial Dynasty, Gu Hai, greets the Tongtian sect master. Gu Hai stepped forward and said solemnly. The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. Is the Taishang sect's Taiji diagram in your hands? Is the Longzhangwa sect's immortal dome in your hands? Longzhangwa's immortal dome has been destroyed in the heavenly realm. Everyone knows that. The Taiji diagram of the Taishang Dao? Never seen it before. Your Excellency is a Tongtian. It should not be difficult to see that this is Xuandu's excuse. Gu Hai shook his head. The Taiji diagram is definitely in your and Zhang Yulian's hands. The Fire Emperor was the one who said that. Xiandu glared at him. Xuandu understood the consequences of deceiving the Tongtian sect master, so he naturally roared out immediately. Oh! The Tongtian sect master suddenly looked towards the Fire Emperor. Seeing the Fire Emperor, Tongtian revealed a cold smile. Fire Emperor? It seems that Xian Xiong is right. Gu Hai's expression darkened. What did he mean by the immortal dome was unmistakable. The Tongtian sect master didn't explain to Gu Hai. Instead, he looked at the Fire Emperor and said, "You didn't have the ability to take it back then. Now, you don't have the right either. On account of Jianglian Shan, scram." The Fire Emperor glared at him. Tongtian, you want to steal my immortal dome too? It's not that I'm looking down on you. With your abilities, you want to steal my immortal dome? Leave now. If not, don't blame me for being impolite. As the Tongtian spoke, he waved his hand. Don't even think about it. The Fire Emperor flew into a rage. Hiss! The entire area was dyed purple. Vaguely, one could see a gigantic purple sword light flying towards the Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor's expression changed as he transformed into a phoenix and swiped its claws towards the sword. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the phoenix was sent flying. Its entire body was crackling with electricity. Hiss! The purple sword retracted and returned to the Tongtian sect master's sleeves. The Fire Emperor was in an extremely sorry state as blood splattered all over his body. One move, Kong Xian's face fell. He had always known that the Tongtian sect master was powerful. However, he didn't expect him to be so ferocious. He defeated the Fire Emperor in one move. He had fought with him for half a day. Cough, cough. Pooh! Tongtian sect master, just you wait. The Fire Emperor flew towards the south in grief. If it weren't for Jianglian Shan, you would have been reunited with your 6 brothers. Tongtian spoke coldly. He defeated the Fire Emperor in one move. Everyone in the surroundings was aghast. Feng Yu and Ao Sheng's expressions turned ugly as they stood far away, not daring to interfere. Tongtian sect master? The strength he displayed was actually not weaker than the Longzhangwa of the past. How could such a strong person be defeated in one move? Xiandu also didn't dare to interrupt. After defeating the Fire Emperor in one move, the Tongtian sect master once again looked towards Gu Hai in the Soaring Sky Palace Square. At this moment, everything seemed to be under the control of the Tongtian sect master. Kong Xian, Xingwan Hen, Ao Shun, Mo Yike, Chun Tianshan, Gao Xianji, Montez, and the others all had ugly expressions on their faces. They weren't even on the same level. Even a fierce person like Kong Xian wouldn't be a match for the Tongtian sect master. I'm meat on the chopping block. Facing the Tongtian sect master's strength, everyone felt a deep sense of helplessness. He was too strong. He was unshakable. Gu Hai's Eye of Life and Death couldn't be used now. Gu Hai understood that even if he used the Eye of Life and Death, he wouldn't be a match for the Tongtian sect master. The ability to defeat the Fire Emperor so easily wasn't something he could contend against. Gu Hai? I've heard about you for a long time. Ever since Long Zhanghua took you as his trusted aide, your name has been known throughout the world. However, sometimes reputation can't feed you. Long Zhanghua has fallen. You should understand your situation. All right, hand over the Taiji diagram. Also, Long Zhanghua's immortal dome. You don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Hand it over to me, the Tongtian sect master said coldly. The Tongtian sect master's tone was unquestionable. It was as if he was ordering Gu Hai to hand over everything. "Ah, Tontian Sect Master, just based on Xiandu's words, you're so sure that these two items are with me? Aren't you being too presumptuous?" Xiandu only spoke blindly to protect his life. "Could it be that you're so muddle-headed as to be manipulated by him?" Gu Hai suddenly said coldly. "Muddle-headed?" Gu Hai was scolding the Tontian for being muddle-headed? Xiandu was stunned. In the distance, Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu and Ao Sheng were also stunned. Was Gu Hai tired of living? He dared to insult the Tontian when he was questioning him? The Tontian wasn't someone to be trifled with. If he wanted to destroy you, he would destroy you. Kong Xian and the others behind him were also anxious. They didn't know why His Majesty was being so rude. Did His Majesty think that he could fight with him, mobilizing the power of the Dahan Empire? It couldn't be. With the power of the Dahan Empire and 300 cities, even if all the citizens lent their power to His Majesty, it wouldn't be enough. The Tongtian was too strong. Just like Long Zhangwa back then. How could they fight with him? No one dared to interrupt. In a distant mountain forest, the mosquito Dowrin transformed into a small mosquito and hid in a crack in a rock. He was also shocked. Gu Hai isn't going to hide his strength anymore. Is he going to fight with the Tontian Sect Master? The mosquito Doran's eyes flashed. Muddle-headed? The Tontian Sect Master's eyes also suddenly turned cold. The Tontian didn't admire Gu Hai like the Long Zhangwa. With the Tongtian's murderous nature, he would kill if he wanted to. He had no fear in his heart. Based on what you said just now, I have no reason to spare you. Xiandu lied? He wouldn't dare to lie in front of me. That's why I believe him. Hand it over immediately. Otherwise, I'll crush your city and you into pieces, the Tongtian Sect Master said with a cold expression. Crush it into pieces? What a Wancho Taoism, Tongtian Sect Master. I heard from Zhang Yulian that in the past, the Wancho Taoism was controlled by the Taishang Taoism. When the Taishang was alive, he respected the will of heaven above and was benevolent to all living things below. He never resorted to trickery and never did evil to the world. Who would have thought that the Taishang is no longer here? The Tongtian Sect Master really has a murderous nature. Gu Hai said coldly. The Tongtian Sect Master sneered as he looked at the people behind Gu Hai. What a troublesome thing. No wonder Long Zhangwa thinks so highly of you. However, this is useless against me. If I want to kill you, I can kill you. If you don't tell me, I'll start with your subordinates and kill them one by one. The expressions of Shangwan Hen, Ao Shun, Kong Xian, Gao Xinji, and the others all changed. Kong Xian's eyes flashed with anger as he was about to step forward. Slap! Gu Hai reached out and stopped Kong Xian. Kong Xian was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Hai looked at the Tongtian Sect Master and said with a cold smile, Tongtian Sect Master, do you really think that no one in the infinite celestial capital is your match? Xuandu was stunned. On the other side, Supreme Feng Yu and Ao Sheng's expressions also darkened. What does Gu Hai mean? Is there anyone in the infinite celestial capital who is a match for the Tongtian Sect Master? That's impossible, right? Why didn't he come out earlier? Even Ao Shun, Kong Xian, and Shangwan Hen were at a loss. Even they weren't a match for the Tongtian Sect Master. Who else could it be? What other experts were hidden in the infinite celestial capital? Gu Hai's tone was resolute. He didn't cower in the slightest in the face of the Tongtian Sect Master, as if he really did have something to rely on. However, there weren't many people in the world who could reach the level of the Tongtian Sect Master, and those few people couldn't possibly defend the country for Gu Hai. Besides, they might not necessarily be a match for the Tongtian Sect Master. Where did Gu Hai's reliance come from? The Tongtian Sect Master also narrowed his eyes and coldly swept his gaze over the infinite celestial capital. Strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. It's fine if you used words to trick that brat Shiyu in the past, but now you want to trick me too? I'll also give you a chance. If your infinite celestial capital can take one of my attacks, I'll spare your lives. The Tongtian Sect Master said coldly. Take one of your attacks? If I can take one of the Tongtian Sect Master's attacks, would I still need your forgiveness? Gu Hai sneered. That's right. If you can take one of my attacks, then you don't need my forgiveness. Humph. If you could take one of my attacks, then I'll ignore you and leave immediately. But if you can't, the Tongtian sect master sneered. If you can't, then you'll all die. No one can save you. The officials of the infinite celestial capital finally panicked. They looked at Gu Hai, not knowing what to do. If that's the case, then I'll invite someone. Gu Hai said coldly. At the side, Xuandu looked at Gu Hai as if he was looking at a dead man. He still dared to negotiate with the sect master? This Gu Hai must have lost his mind. The sect master also found it strange. Why did he agree to Gu Hai's requests? The sect master's personality had always been to do whatever he wanted. If it were in the past, he would have killed Gu Hai with one finger. Gu Hai invited someone? There were no more experts in the infinite celestial capital. How could he invite someone? All the officials were at a loss. Then, they saw Gu Hai reach out and grab the life entrapment blade. He twisted his hand. Buzz! The surroundings suddenly changed rapidly. In the middle of the change, fog shot in all directions. At the center of the fog, a huge opening suddenly opened, like a black hole in the void. Once the black hole appeared, Zhang Sanfeng and the others all ran far away. However, Shang Wanhen and Ao Shun had a strange look in their eyes. Wasn't this the passage that transported Sun Wukong last time? Was Sun Wukong going to be transported back again? However, Gu Hai suddenly said, Gu Hai of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty invites the Tongtian sect master. Gu Hai invited the Tongtian sect master, and the countless officials around were stunned. What did he mean? Formation, Cloud Beast? Mo Yike said in shock. Formation of Cloud Beast? In the past, he formed Zhang Sanfeng and Dongfang and was undefeated. Was he going to form a Tongtian sect master now? Was he going to use the Cloud Beast to fight the real Tongtian sect master against the real Tongtian sect master? But would that work? Xuandu, who was not far away, also opened his mouth in shock. Was Gu Hai crazy? Chess Cloud Beast? It's not like we don't know about that. But you want to fight the real Tongtian sect master? Have you lost your mind? Boom! Suddenly, a purplish-black gas gushed out of the cave, and a terrifying pressure slowly spread out from the cave. Everyone thought that it was the Tongtian sect master who was forming the Cloud Beast. However, only Gu Hai knew that it was not a Cloud Beast this time, but a summoning to teleport the Tongtian sect master from Earth's celestial world over. The Heavenly Lord of Prime Clarity from Earth's celestial world was going to fight the Wancho Taoism's Tongtian sect master. Boom! 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 From the black hole, purplish-black gas rushed into the sky. Suddenly, a right foot stepped out from the purplish-black gas. Chapter 780. Boom! A foot stepped out of the black hole. As the foot stepped out, more purplish-black gas soared into the sky. At the same time, billions of sword chi appeared out of thin air and surrounded the figure that stepped out slowly. When Gu Hai started setting up the array, the Tongtian sect master didn't think much of it. After all, his immortal slaying sword array was the most powerful sword array in the world. Especially in the battle 6 years ago, the heaven-splitting axe, the cauldron of Qinquan, the chaos bell, and the fragments of the apocalypse were all integrated into his 7 immortal slaying swords. The Tongtian was confident that no Dharma treasure in the world could compare to his 7 immortal slaying swords. Even if Old Man Guanxi set up an array, he was confident that he could destroy it, let alone a mere Gu Hai. When Gu Hai said, "Please welcome the Tongtian sect master," the Tongtian sect master knew what array it was. Wasn't this the array that Old Man Guanxi set up in the past? Using an array to form a Cloud Beast? Imitating an expert? When Old Man Guanxi set up an array, even he wasn't afraid, let alone a chess array. To imitate an expert, one had to know everything about the expert. Do you, Gu Hai, know anything about me? Ridiculous. Even Old Man Guanxi didn't dare to say that he would form me. You still have a nerve to do that. Originally, the Tongtian sect master didn't think much of the Cloud Beast. However, when the foot stepped out, the Tongtian sect master's pupils suddenly shrank. Sword chi. That's right. The sword aura surrounding the Cloud Beast contained a ferocious aura within it. This was his unique technique. The cloud beast in front of him could form too. The sword chi formed around the guard. Obviously, the cloud beast that hadn't appeared yet had started to cover its surroundings and protect itself. Boom! With a loud sound, the array formed by Guhai retreated, and the black hole disappeared. However, the cloud beast had already formed. The purplish-black aura that surrounded him was somewhat similar to that of the Tongtian sect master. However, as he landed, the sword chi and black aura in the surroundings gradually decreased. Slowly, a man in a black brocade robe with an extraordinary bearing appeared. The man stood in the air and did not release much of his aura. However, he gave people a feeling of indomitable spirit. It was as if he was the only one left in the world. In the infinite celestial capital, countless swords suddenly began to vibrate. Buzz! Countless people clutched their swords, their faces filled with shock. My Taiji sword? This is... Zhang Sanfeng pressed down on his sword in shock. Dongfang's invincible thin needles also trembled incessantly. What's going on? Dugu Qiubai asked in surprise. Sword? It seems to be worshipping the emperor. Shimin Chueshua frowned. Pay respects to the emperor? Dongfang Booby's expression darkened. Yes, this black-robed man is like the king of all swords in the world. When he appears, the hearts of millions of swords move, as if they are worshipping him. Shimin Chueshua's eyelids twitched wildly. The black-robed man stood in the air, not looking at anyone. Instead, he looked up at the sky. He took a deep breath. 6 Immortal Dome? Huh. The black-robed man seemed to be excited as he laughed out loud. Greetings, Tongtian sect master. Guhai suddenly shouted. Buzz! The black-robed man turned his head. Huh. Everyone's expression froze. Is it the Tongtian sect master? He doesn't look like him at all. Yeah, other than their swordsmanship auras, they don't look the same at all. Is it the Tongtian sect master, the cloud beast that His Majesty created with the array formation? Everyone suddenly felt like they were looking at a fake Tongtian. More importantly, this fake did not look like him at all. Although they were full of doubts, no one spoke. When the black-robed man saw Guhai, he suddenly smiled and bowed slightly. Tongtian from the GS sect greets, Mr. Good. The hand is in trouble this time, so I ask for your forgiveness, sect master. Guhai smiled bitterly. Ha ha ha, you don't have to do that. I'm happy that you found me. The black-robed man laughed. Because the attacker is also a Tongtian sect master. You should know him. Guhai smiled bitterly. Oh, the Tongtian from the GS sect turned his head and looked. When he looked, a look of scrutiny flashed across the Tongtian's eyes. That look did not affect Wanshou Tongtian much, but Xuandu, who was beside him, suddenly trembled as if he was under the pressure of heaven. He almost knelt down. In the distance, Ao, Sheng, and Feng you had already opened their mouths wide. This aura? It's actually not weaker than the Tongtian sect master. Really, what a powerful aura. The two of them were at a loss as they talked. Did they see a ghost? Tongtian sect master? And then a Tongtian sect master appeared. Mosquito Dowrin in the distance was also shocked. Mosquito Dowrin suddenly felt his scalp go numb. Why? Why did it turn into a Tongtian? Why did it turn into a Tongtian? This aura is completely the same. No, it's different, but it's equally perverted. They're both perverted things. Mosquito Dowrin said in shock. Although the Tongtian from the GS sect did not pose much of a threat to Wanshou Tongtian, that look made Wanshou Tongtian's eyes focus. Tongtian sect master? Which generation are you? Why don't I know you? Wanshou Tongtian suddenly said with a cold look in his eyes. This person did not look like him. Could it be another Tongtian sect master from the Wanshou Taoism during his reincarnation? After all, those Tongtian had only obtained his inheritance, not his first generation. They were just puppets looking for the essence of the Sword Dao for him. But the person in front of him was not among those puppets. The Tongtian from the GS sect looked at Wanshou Tongtian with a hint of curiosity. In the immortal world on Earth, the Tongtian from the GS sect also knew about the 6 paths of immortality. He had heard from Guhai that there was a famous person like him. So it was him? I don't care who you are. There can only be one Tongtian sect master in this world. Wancho Tongtian said coldly. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve. Hiss! A purple long sword suddenly appeared on his right hand. The long sword was simple and unadorned, but had a breathtaking aura. One look at it made one's heart jump. Previously, it was only the light of the immortal slaying sword that dealt with the Fire Emperor. Now it was the physical body of the immortal slaying sword. It could be seen how much importance he attached to the Tongtian from the Jie sect. The immortal slaying sword appeared. Countless sword sounds in all directions became more intense. This time, it was as if they were worshipping the immortal slaying sword. Xiandu quickly retreated with a trace of fear. No matter what the cloud beast condensed by Gu Hai was like, the level of the next battle could be seen from how the sect master attached so much importance to it. Xiandu did not dare to be affected by the aftermath and quickly hid. The immortal slaying sword, the best sword in the world. When it was used by the Tongtian from the Wancho Taoism, no force in the world would have to retreat. The experts in the endless celestial capital were worried. Even Gu Hai clenched his fists and waited. Oh, immortal slaying sword? Tongtian's eyes lit up. In the next moment, he saw the Tongtian from the Jie sect also waving his sleeve. Hiss! A purple long sword suddenly appeared on the right hand of the Tongtian from the Jie sect. The long sword was simple and unadorned. It was exactly the same as Wancho Tongtian's immortal slaying sword. The same purple aura soared into the sky, and the same purple lightning covered the surface of the sword. When the sword was drawn, countless sword sounds came from all directions. Exactly the same? If the two Tongtian sect masters did not look the same, one would think that they were looking at a mirror. Another immortal slaying sword? Kong Xian was shocked. Not only Kong Xian, but everyone around was also dumbfounded. Gu Hai condensed a replica of the Tongtian sect master, but he also made a replica of the immortal slaying sword. Is it the real immortal slaying sword? Mosquito Doran's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Others might not be able to tell the difference, but Mosquito Doran had suffered from the immortal slaying sword before. With the help of his clan's supernatural powers, he could confirm it at a glance. Is there a second immortal slaying sword in the world? Wancho Tongtian's feelings were not much different from the others at the moment. He was a little depressed and confused. Do you think the immortal slaying sword is so easy to refine? He only had this one immortal slaying sword after so many years, but Gu Hai could condense it with a formation. The replica in front of him seemed to be getting more and more evil. Gu Hai, your chess formation is really good. Ah, it's a pity that a fake is a fake. Can you take my sword? Wancho Tongtian's eyes turned cold. As he spoke, he swung the immortal slaying sword in his hand. Boom! The full strength of the Tongtian sect master's sword was terrifying. When the sword was slashed out, it did not carry the sword momentum, but the momentum of the heavens. When the sword was slashed out, the sky behind the Tongtian sect master seemed to collapse. It collapsed into the immortal slaying sword and was released towards the Tongtian of the Jie sect. That sword was the end of the world, a great destruction. When they saw that sword, many experts trembled. When facing this sword, they didn't think of resisting, but rather of despair. The moment Wancho Tongtian slashed out, the Tongtian of the Jie sect also moved, intercepting the power of the heavens and the earth for one's own use. Intercepting the sword? I know how to do that too. The Tongtian of the Jie sect flashed with excitement for battle. Boom! The Tongtian of the Jie sect also slashed out with his sword. When the sword was slashed out, the sky on this side also seemed to collapse as the sword slashed toward the other party. The same immortal slaying sword, the same sword technique, and the same earth-shattering power collided in the void. At this moment, Xuandu, Ao Sheng, and Feng Yu felt their scalps go numb. At the same time, they were extremely scared. What's wrong with me? How dare I come here to destroy the limitless celestial capital? The two swords collided in the void. At the moment of collision, the void suddenly tore open at the tip of the sword. Boom! Countless cracks tore through the void. Everywhere they went, everything was torn into pieces. A huge black hole radiated in all directions in an instant during the big explosion. Oh no! Guhai's expression changed. He quickly used the life entrapment saber to set up a formation to protect the limitless celestial capital. Even so, the limitless celestial capital was instantly shrouded by the black hole as if it was going to be crushed. Roar! In the sky above the limitless celestial capital, the golden dragon of destiny roared and surged towards the periphery of the formation. The formation shook, and only then did it manage to protect the limitless celestial capital. However, it couldn't hold on for long. Fortunately, after the two Tantian sect masters' swords collided, they both withdrew their swords. Rumble! The rolling storm swept up countless mountains and trees to fill up the shattered black hole. After a while, the huge black hole was filled up amidst the smoke and dust. The limitless celestial capital shook and almost collapsed. Guhai was still in a state of shock. That was a close call. The fog slowly dispersed, but the others seemed to have forgotten about the danger just now. They couldn't wait to look at the two Tantian sect master. Chapter 781. The two Tantian sect master were still standing in their original positions, coldly looking at each other. The surroundings slowly returned to normal, but no one could forget the power of the collision between the two swords. It was too fierce. The mess around them was enough to explain everything. Even the boundless heaven had moved a distance away. In the distance, some dragons and Xuanwu clansmen were even vomiting blood from the aftershock. The two Tantian sect master stood facing each other coldly. No one dared to approach. Is that a cloud beast? It's so powerful? It blocked the Tantian sect master's sword? How is that possible? Supreme Fengyu and Ao Sheng both stared in shock. In the distance, Mosquito Daoran was also completely stunned. What was going on? Guhai could fight the Tantian sect master to a standstill with just a cloud beast? It can't be, right? Mosquito Daoran was suddenly more afraid of Guhai. Never believe that he's from the Central Celestial Palace. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Mosquito Daoran suppressed the fear in his heart and whispered. In the distance, Wanshou Tongtian had already hidden his right hand in his sleeve. He had already put away the Immortal extermination sword. No one could see that his right hand was trembling slightly at this moment. It wasn't fear, but the collision just now was so powerful that his right hand was numb. Not far away, the Tongtian from the Jie school also hid his hand in his sleeve. He must have also suffered great damage. The two were not afraid. Instead, there was a fierce fighting spirit in their eyes. Fight again? Guhai didn't want them to fight again. Tongtian sect master of the Wanshou Taoism. Guhai suddenly shouted. Wanshou Tongtian's eyes turned cold. He turned to look at Guhai. At this moment, Manzhou Tongtian no longer underestimated Guhai. With this cloud beast, Guhai was worthy of his attention. Another Tongtian? Sect master? What kind of method was this? Sect leader of Wanshou Taoism, please fulfill your promise. Guhai said in a deep voice. Promise? 10,000 beasts. Tongtian's face suddenly darkened. Previously, he had looked down on Guhai's strength, which was why he had boasted that as long as Guhai could withstand his sword, he would immediately turn around and leave. However, there had to be someone who was qualified enough to keep his promise. If it had been a normal person, the Tongtian sect master would not have cared about the promise and would have just continued to kill. However, in front of him, this strange Tongtian from the Jie school made him have no choice but to be careful. Guhai's status instantly rose to the highest. Even if he was not as good as him, he was still very weak. Fight? Fight? Stand? Manzhou Tongtian looked at the Tongtian from the Jie school, and a monstrous battle intent flashed in his eyes. However, he was extremely careful. It was not his style to retreat now. He was about to ignore it and kill the counterfeit in front of him. Sect leader of Wanshou Taoism. The resurrection ceremony is imminent. I request for a truce. After the resurrection ceremony, if you have any doubts, come and find me again. How about it? Guhai said in a deep voice. Manzhou Tongtian narrowed his eyes and looked at Guhai. Resurrection ceremony? Manzo Tong Tian naturally attached great importance to it. There were still a few months before Manzo Tong Tian arrived early. It could be seen how important it was. After the resurrection ceremony, compete again? Manzo Tong Tian pondered for a moment, then revealed a cold smile. All right, I'll experience your methods again at the resurrection ceremony. Oomph. Manzo Tong Tian snorted coldly and flicked his sleeve. His figure slowly disappeared. As he disappeared, Manzo Tong Tian stared at the Tong Tian from the Jie school. Seeing that the Tong Tian from the Jie school did not seem to be attacking, he suddenly left. Manzo Tong Tian stopped fighting, and so did the Tong Tian from the Jie school. The battle ended abruptly just like that. However, the sword strike of the two Tong Tian sect masters was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. No one dared to say anything. As soon as Manzo Tong Tian left, Xian Du's expression changed, and he revealed a look of fear. The sect master has left? Even the sect master can't do anything to Gu Hai. Sect master, wait for me. Xian Du shot towards the northeast in fear. He did not dare to stay for a moment longer. What of Gu Hai? No, the cloud beast condensed by the array formation killed him. That was an existence that could not determine the outcome of the battle with the sect master. Xian Du left in fear. Gu Hai did not stop him. Manzo Tong Tian left without any intention of waiting for Xian Du along the way. He also recalled all the details of the Tong Tian from the Jie school. Almost exactly the same as the real person. Moreover, although my heart of killing has been passed down for many generations, none of the previous Tong Tian sect masters had it. But this cloud beast has it. Even the unique immortal slaying sword is exactly the same. No, there's a slight difference. His immortal slaying sword does not seem to have merged with the fragments of the heaven-splitting axe. Manzo Tong Tian pondered. He said that he is from the Jie school. No, what does the Jie school mean? Wanshou Taoism. I am from the Tong Tian lineage, not the Jie school. Manzo Tong Tian frowned deeply. Even though he left, Manzo Tong Tian turned his head to look at the infinite celestial capital in confusion. Everything seemed too strange. What is going on? Why is there someone so similar to me? In the distance, outside the infinite celestial capital, the Tong Tian from the Jie school also looked at Manzo Tong Tian, who left with a cold gaze. Without saying anything, he stepped into the infinite celestial capital. Boom! Gu Hai waved his hand, and the surrounding formation condensed a rolling fog. It covered everything. When the Tong Tian from the Jie school arrived, the surrounding guards of the Dahan stepped aside. When Kong Xian saw the arrival of the Tong Tian from the Jie school, his eyelids also twitched wildly. A guarded expression appeared on his face. Kong Xian, don't worry. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled. Whoosh! In the distance, a black shadow rushed over. It was the Mosquito Daoran who suddenly approached. When Mosquito Daoran saw the Tong Tian from the Jie school, he was also shocked. Gu Hai, this is... Mosquito Daoran swallowed his saliva and asked with a hint of fear. Mosquito Daoran didn't dare to say that he was a cloud beast because the Tong Tian sect master in front of him looked like a real person with flesh and blood. In fact, Mosquito Daoran could even smell the scent of his blood. It was incomparably tempting, but also incomparably dangerous. I told you before. That's why I left the infinite celestial capital this time. Gu Hai said with a smile. Why? Recruit troops? Mosquito Daoran suddenly opened his mouth wide. He originally thought that recruiting Kong Xian was abnormal enough, but now this... No, he's not a cloud beast. He was recruited? But where did they come from? This is Mosquito Daoran. You should have heard of him before. Gu Hai introduced. Mosquito Daoran? The Mosquito Daoran who swallowed my disciple, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit? The Tong Tian sect master's eyes suddenly turned cold. Mosquito Daoran's expression immediately changed. Sect master, please forgive me. No. Mosquito Daoran was immediately frightened. His disciple? Wasn't he the disciple of the Tong Tian sect master? Could it be the same person? In an instant, hundreds of thoughts flashed through Mosquito Daoran's mind. He was inexplicably shocked. What are you afraid of? I'm not talking about you. The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. After saying that, he ignored Mosquito Daoran. Mosquito, Darren immediately felt like he had been pardoned, but in the next moment, he fought in his mind again. What did he mean by not talking about me? Could it be that there was another Mosquito Darren who swallowed the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit? Mosquito Darren was puzzled, but he did not dare to ask. Guhai, however, extended his hand and guided him. The Tontian sect master nodded and followed Guhai into the soaring palace hall. Quang! The door of the hall slammed shut, and everyone was left outside. However, at this moment, no one dared to follow. Only Guhai and the Tontian sect master were left in the soaring palace hall. The Tontian sect master took a deep breath and extended his right hand. On his right hand, the Tontian sect master's perlicue split open and traces of blood seeped out. "You're injured?" Guhai asked in surprise. "It's just a scratch on my hand. I'm fine," the Tontian sect master said with an ugly expression. The longevity Tongtian's hands were numb. On the other hand, the Tongtian of Jie School was bleeding from his perlicue. "He's stronger than you?" Guhai asked with a frown. "There's something wrong with his sword. His immortal slaying sword is stronger," the Tongtian of Jie School said with an ugly expression. "Oh, I remember now. His immortal slaying sword is different from yours. It contains the fragments of the heaven-splitting axe, the chaos bell, the cauldron of heaven and earth, and the apocalypse." Guhai recalled. "Oh," the Tontian sect master's expression changed. "Thank you so much for what you did just now." Guhai thanked him again. "No need to thank me. My father has already given me an explanation. I just didn't expect to meet someone who overlaps with me the moment I arrived. Good technique. I wonder how his immortal slaying sword formation is. I'll have to experience his immortal slaying sword formation next time," the Tontian sect master said with strong anticipation in his eyes. Tontian sect master, do you need to go back? Or do you want to stay here temporarily? Guhai asked. "It's rare for you to come here. How can you go back so easily? By the way, Zhang Yulian is pregnant with your child," the Tontian sect master said with a change in expression. Really? Guhai's eyes suddenly lit up. "Yes, but it's still too early to give birth. Sun Wukong will be transported back in less than 10 days. We knew that you wouldn't be far from summoning others. I didn't expect the first one to be me," the Tontian sect master said with satisfaction. "For what I remember, you were the strongest in the investiture of the gods' battle. So," Guhai said with a smile, "I don't know why Sun Wukong went crazy when he went back. He seemed to have been wronged and wanted to go to the 18th level of hell to train. But that's good. It saves them trouble." The Tontian sect master nodded. "Sun Wukong? I hope he can make a name for himself in the future. Since I left, I've been back for more than a year, but it's only been 10 days on Earth," Guhai said with a deep voice. "No, it's only 12 days in the immortal realm on Earth," the Tontian sect master explained. Guhai was slightly taken aback and smiled bitterly. Indeed, it was still too early for Zhang Yulian to give birth. Son? In an instant, Guhai's eyes flashed with impatience. In the immortal dome of the Six Paths, Guhai had sons, Guqin, Gahan, Gudong, and Gumming. But they were all adopted sons. Even if he raised them as his own, Guhai was still excited when he heard that they were related by blood. He couldn't wait to go back. But how difficult was it to go to the immortal dome of the 30 Paths? Find someone to explain this place to me. Everything here is unfamiliar. You mentioned the resurrection ceremony earlier? The old man Guanxi you were talking about? He's coming back to life? The Tontian sect master said with a deep voice. "I'll explain everything to you later. Even if I don't have time, I'll get someone to explain it to you." "Old man Guanxi?" "Yes, he's coming back to life. And this time, he seems to be coming with a vengeance. I feel that his bow has been drawn to a full moon. He's just waiting for the day of the resurrection ceremony to shoot the arrow to the heavens," Guhai said with a deep voice. "Heaven-defying? What a coincidence. How can we miss such a grand occasion?" The Tontian sect master's eyes flashed with excitement. Chapter 782. The Sacred Ground of Spirited Mountain. In the Hall of Great Strength, all three Buddhas had entered the 18 levels of hell once. At this moment, they were emitting billowing demonic aura. It was obvious that they had all made extraordinary breakthroughs. A monk in front of them was reporting respectfully. The Tongtian sect master arrived at the infinite celestial capital and was repelled by Gu Hai. The future Buddha said in shock, as if he couldn't believe it. Yes, Buddhas. The information from the Guqin terracotta is accurate. Gu Hai used the Go Dao ritual array to simulate another Tongtian. When the immortal vanquishing swords clashed, the outcome was a draw. That monk said with a nod. Understood. You may leave. The past Buddha said. The monk respectfully left the Hall of Great Strength. In the Hall of Great Strength, the three Buddhas looked at each other. We still underestimated this Gu Hai. The present Buddha said coldly. Future? Is it the future Tongtian sect master? The future Buddha frowned. The present Buddha shook his head. I'm not sure at the moment. However, this Gu Hai is becoming more and more complicated. Perhaps he has some restrictions that forced him to come to Spirited Mountain to capture Sun Wukong. Or perhaps he can only teleport one person over at a time. Therefore, we must send Sun Wukong back. Oh, the two Buddhas frowned. If Gu Hai was here, he would be surprised by the present Buddha's wisdom. In the past, the present Buddha could see through the immortal firmament at a glance. Now, he could guess why they had to send Sun Wukong away. One Kong Xian is already troublesome enough for Gu Hai. Now, there's the Tongtian sect master. This Gu Hai is very troublesome. The future Buddha said with a frown. The resurrection ceremony is around the corner. We will meet then. How do you feel now? Do you want to follow me into the 18 levels of hell again? The present Buddha asked. Yes, Buddha. I still want to go. The past Buddha answered immediately. Me too. The future Buddha also said. Although he was irritated and his temperament was slightly twisted, his strength had indeed increased. The resurrection ceremony might be a bloody battle. If he could become stronger, then he would. Dian Dynasty, Shinong City, Flame God Temple. Jiang Lianshan and the elite guard listened as the official reported everything that had happened in the infinite celestial capital. Tongtian sect master? Retreated? The Jing Wei glared at him. Yes, princess. The official said respectfully. You may leave. Jiang Lianshan said calmly. Yes. After the official left, the elite guard said in disbelief, Old man, is the formation of the Tao of chess really that powerful? Even the prime of Tongtian can create one that is exactly the same? Jiang Lianshan shook his head. I'm starting to believe that the Book of Changes wasn't made by Long Zhanghua. Book of Changes? That's right. Looks like it's also this Gu Hai. I've really underestimated him. Every once in a while, there's a surprise. What a variable. Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes. A surprise? To me, it's a surprise, but it's also a surprise to old man Guanxi, right? Jiang Lianshan snorted coldly. Infinite celestial capital. While Gu Hai and the Tongtian sect master were discussing the soaring palace hall, the officials were waiting respectfully. In the distance, Supreme Feng Yu and A.O. Sheng naturally didn't dare to be presumptuous. They quickly left with their subordinates. Gu Hai and the Tongtian sect master talked for a while before they left. Mo Yike, Gu Hai called. Here, the Tongtian sect master will be staying in the Three Pristines Hall in the palace for now. You'll be in charge of receiving the Tongtian sect master. If he has any questions, you'll be in charge of cooperating with him. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Mo Yike's eyes lit up. Mo Yike had been curious for a long time. It couldn't be better that His Majesty entrusted this matter to him. Mosquito Dowrin had a strange expression on his face. However, he didn't dare to speak. Kong Xian looked in surprise at the Tongtian sect master being led away by Mo Yike. His expression was complicated. He had thought that he was already the most powerful person in the Dahan imperial dynasty. Who would have thought that the Tongtian sect master would suddenly appear? Kong Xian also looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Shangguan Hen, A.O. Shun. Gu Hai said, Here, the two answered. Shangguan Hen, the Tongtian sect master participated in the creation of your art of 8 and 9 mysteries. A.O. Shun, the Tongtian sect master is indiscriminate in his education and is extremely proficient in the arts of the Yao race. He must know a lot about the cultivation of the dragon race. I have already told the Tontian sect master. If you have any questions, you can ask him. Guhai said. Yes. The two answered excitedly, their eyes lighting up. Gao Xinji, Guhai said. Here. In the chaos, just now, countless buildings in the city were reduced to rubble. The citizens must have been injured. Immediately bring people to treat the citizens and clean up the hidden dangers. All officials are to cooperate fully. Guhai instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials answered. All the officials quickly moved under Guhai's command. Chun Tianshan, bring Kong Xian to familiarize himself with the infinite celestial capital and bring him to the 5th district residence. That place is prepared for the 5th Army's commander. Guhai instructed. Yes. Chun Tianshan answered. In the blink of an eye, the officials in the soaring sky hall's plaza were all gone. Guhai looked up at the 4 cloud beasts. Zhang Sanfeng, Dugu Qiubai, Shimin Shui Xue, and Dongfang Bubi all looked at Guhai with anticipation in their eyes. The 4 of you, please bear with it when you set up the formation later. Guhai said with a smile. Ancient Emperor, go ahead. What's pain? Zhang Sanfeng smiled brightly. All right. Guhai nodded. He extended his hand and turned the life entrapment saber slightly. Above the infinite celestial capital, the formation started moving again. With the life entrapment saber, Guhai started setting up the 33 great formations. Rumble. The great formations moved, forcibly drawing in spiritual energy from all directions. Instantly, the infinite celestial capital filled with multicolored light and auspicious aura. As the great formations changed, the 4 cloud beast bodies also started twisting rapidly. Arg! Dongfang Bubi suddenly cried out in pain. It felt like his entire body was about to be crushed. However, after just one cry, Dongfang Bubi grit his teeth with a sinister expression. The other 3 did not fare any better. After 5 minutes, everything calmed down. However, the 4 were already sweating profusely and looked like they were about to collapse. Cutting your body out of the great formation is indeed painful. However, it is over now. The 4 of you follow me. Guhai said solemnly. The 4 looked at Guhai and stepped off the great formation weakly. We broke free. Zhang Sanfeng's face lit up with joy. However, our bodies are very weak. Furthermore, it feels like our bodies are slowly dissipating after leaving the great formation. Dongfang Bubi said worriedly. Despite the excruciating pain, the 4 still followed Guhai to the soaring sky hall. Clang! The doors to the great hall suddenly closed. Guhai placed 4 buckets of water in front of him. They were filled with heaven-replenishing power. I will use my flesh to nourish your bodies. Enter the buckets. Guhai said solemnly. The 4 looked at each other and stepped into the buckets. Guhai slowly tore off 4 small pieces of flesh from his body and infused them into the 4's illusory bodies. Buzz! Heaven-replenishing power immediately surged. With these 4 pieces of flesh as the foundation, meridians, bones, blood, skin, and flesh quickly appeared. With the 4 as the outlines, they quickly filled in. The 4 immediately cried out in pain. However, they were more excited. Flesh bodies. Flesh bodies were growing. Z. After a series of flesh bodies grew, the 4 slowly gained flesh bodies. However, their appearances were still their original appearances. After one whole day, buzz, all of the heaven-replenishing power suddenly disappeared. The 4's bodies were completely replenished. Guhai threw 4 sets of clothes to them. The 4 quickly put them on. All of your cultivation is gone? Dugu Qiubai frowned. So what if my cultivation is gone? I'm a real person now. Even if my cultivation is gone, I can just cultivate again. Zhang Sanfeng smiled. Our bodies are built with the ancient emperor's flesh as the foundation. They are really tough. Dongfang Bubi's eyes flashed with satisfaction. To me, as long as my sword heart does not change, cultivation is not important. Shimin Shui Xue said confidently. Thank you, ancient emperor. The 4 immediately bowed to Guhai. I want to establish 4 foreign affairs departments. I wonder if the 4 of you are willing to join my hand? Guhai asked solemnly. Foreign Affairs Department? Like the Deqian Celestial Empire's elite hall or Shinji Battalion? Dongfang Bubi said solemnly. Yes. You will not be controlled by the court system. You will be in charge of some of my personal matters. Guhai nodded. The four of us were created by the ancient emperor. Because of the ancient emperor, we have bodies. How can we not be willing? Wudong Mountain, Zhang Sanfeng, greets your majesty. Zhang Sanfeng said solemnly. Blackwood Cliff, Dongfang Bubi, greets your majesty. Wanmei Villa, Shimen Shueishua, greets your majesty. Sword Burial Valley, Dugu Chiobai, greets your majesty. The four immediately bowed slightly. The four of you have no cultivation at the moment. I have a place where you can quickly recover your cultivation. Guhai said. Oh. The four were slightly taken aback. However, Guhai waved his hand and disappeared from the hall with the other four. They had arrived at the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients. As Guhai set up a 33 great design, the spiritual chi of the divine continent continued to flow into it. The time inside was not symmetrical with the outside world. Therefore, some civilizations had already been created in this world. Because Guhai had left countless cultivation techniques in this world, some sects had already been established. This is the Immortal Dome? Bubi Dongfang's expression suddenly changed. Yes, I have left countless cultivation techniques in this world. You can roam freely and establish your own sections. Here, time is not symmetrical with the divine continent. One day in the outside world is 10 years in this world. Guhai explained. Oh. The four were slightly taken aback. I hope that while you recover your cultivation here, you can guide the people in this Immortal Dome and create a flourishing world Immortal Dome as soon as possible. Guhai said solemnly. Rest assured, your majesty. I will establish the Wudong sect. I will establish the Sun-Moon Immortal sect here. I will establish the Heavenly Sword Hall here. I will establish the Hall of Sword Demons. The four immediately expressed their intentions. I will leave it to you. These are 4 tokens. If something big happens or you want to leave, just crush them, and I will know. Guhai gave each of them a jade token. The 4 carefully kept them and nodded. Guhai gave each of them a storage ring. There were large amounts of resources, weapons, and treasures inside. He sent the 4 of them into the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Guhai stood in the sky and watched for a while before disappearing and returning to the soaring sky hall. Chapter 783. A year passed in the blink of an eye. The Resurrection Conference was around the corner. All the forces that received the invitation from the Sky Chest Pavilion headed to the Thousand Island Sea. Holy Mountain. Grand Hall. Dishur Tion's body emitted bursts of black gas, and his eyes were suffused with traces of red light. Indra, how do you feel now? The past Buddha frowned. What Kongxian did, I did too. Haha, the evil spirit is disturbing, but it's okay. I can suppress it. Indra said coldly. That's good. In that case, follow us to the Thousand Island Sea. The past Buddha said. Okay. Indra nodded. Hanzhan Bodhisattva. The past Buddha looked at another monk. Here. The monk stepped forward. The monk sat upright like a statue. Before entering the main hall, he bowed to the Buddha of 3 worlds. The third Buddha bowed to the Hanzhan Bodhisattva. Hanzhan Bodhisattva, in the past, you obtained the inheritance of Old Man Guanxi and comprehended the Buddhist principles, which benefited us greatly. You are both a Bodhisattva and a Buddhist teacher. The past Buddha said solemnly, Buddha, you flatter me. Hanzhan obtained the inheritance of Old Man Guanxi by coincidence and became one of the 9 sons of Guanxi. Some of the theories were left by Old Man Guanxi, and I only mention them. I didn't expect that Old Man Guanxi was also so proficient in Buddhist principles. He is really extraordinary. Hanzhan Bodhisattva exclaimed. Amateus, something big will happen at the Resurrection Conference. The 9 sons of Guanxi must have a great intention. Hanzhan, if there's a conflict, go all out. The Holy Mountain will support you. The present Buddha stared at Hanzhan Bodhisattva and said, Yes, thank you, Buddha. Hanzhan Bodhisattva said gratefully, It's about time, let's go. The future Buddha said. Everyone nodded. Out of the grand hall, the third Buddha, Indra, and Hanzan Bodhisattva stepped on a cloud, and the five of them shot toward the Thousand Islands Sea in Dongfang. Farewell, Buddha. Countless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas on the holy mountain said respectfully. Dian Dynasty, Shinnong City, entrance of the Flame God Temple. Old man, why don't you let me go? The red-clothed female elite guard glared at Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan lowered his head and looked at his daughter. Solemnly, he shook his head and said, Jing Wei, I need you to protect my country. These are all excuses. The Jing Wei glared at him. No one knows what will happen at the revival assembly. I'm worried that I won't be able to leave immediately. But what if something happens in the imperial capital? Jiang Lianshan said worriedly. Resurrection ceremony? Fine, I won't go. Also, old man, if you go, don't hide anymore. Kill those who deserve to be killed. The elite guard said helplessly. That's my good daughter. Jiang Lianshan smiled with satisfaction. The elite guard snorted. White Emperor, Scarlet Emperor, Fire Emperor, let's go. Jiang Lianshan said. Yes. Boom. Instantly, the group flew into the sky. They turned into a ray of light and flew towards the Thousand Islands Sea. His Holiness, you don't want the princess to go, is it because? White Emperor said worriedly. The revival assembly is extraordinary. I feel that it is extremely dangerous. Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Dangerous? Old man Guanxi is revived. Is he going to defy the heavens again? But even if he is defying the heavens, if we don't interfere, what danger will there be? The red-clothed Scarlet Emperor frowned and said. The Scarlet Emperor was an extremely handsome man. He looked weak, but his eyes were extremely sharp. If he could be called the Scarlet Emperor, he must be a powerful person. Perhaps I am thinking too much. Jiang Lianshan frowned as a trace of worry flashed through his eyes. Qing Emperor is one of the 9 sons of Guanxi. Now that he is revived, what should we do about his holiness? White Emperor frowned and said, Qing Emperor came from the Dian Dynasty. No matter what he did, he is your former comrade, right? Jiang Lianshan said with a smile. His holiness means that if the 9 sons of Guanxi fight, we should help the Qing Emperor? White Emperor's expression changed. Jiang Lianshan didn't say anything, which meant that he agreed. The group turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. Infinite celestial capital. Guhai looked at Mosquito Dowrin. Looking after your house again? Mosquito Dowrin said with a strange expression. Yes, it's the third thing. How about it? Do you want to participate in the resurrection ceremony? Guhai said with a smile. Are you kidding? I would rather die than go to Old Man Guanxi's resurrection ceremony. You guys go. I will look after the infinite celestial capital. No one will dare to come. Mosquito Dowrin immediately shouted. Thank you. Guhai nodded. Guhai looked at the Tongtian of the Jie sect and said, Tongtian sect master, shall we go? The Tongtian sect master nodded. Guhai brought Kong Xian, Ao, Shun, Shangwan Hen, and Mo Yike with him. They stepped into the sky and flew. Farewell, your majesty. The officials bowed. The 6 of them headed for the Thousand Island Sea. With the Tongtian sect master by their side, they moved quickly and arrived at the Thousand Island Sea in no time. It's around here, Guhai shouted. Boom! A gust of wind stirred up the surrounding seawater, and the group stopped. Guhai took out a flying ship, and the group boarded it. With Shangwan Hen at the helm, the flying ship slowly headed into the depths of the Thousand Island Sea. Standing high in the sky, Guhai looked down at the numerous islands around them. The Thousand Islands Sea? The aura doesn't seem right. The Tongtian sect master said with a frown. Aura? Ao Shun asked in confusion. We've entered the array. Guhai suddenly smiled. Entered the array? No, right? It looks the same as before? Shangwan Hen asked in confusion. It looks the same, but it's actually different. This array is very well hidden. If not for this emperor's knowledge of Go arrays and the Tongtian sect master's observation, it would not have been easy to see through it. The surrounding islands have also been moved, Guhai said with a frown. The islands have been moved? Your Majesty, This subject remembers that my Dahan has countless spies in the Thousand Islands Sea. None of them reported any changes to the islands. Mo Yike said with a frown. The islands have changed. However, they cannot see it. This emperor also saw it from the surrounding seawater. The islands have not been moved. These are all ghost stones. However, some of the black ghost stones have turned into white ghost stones, and some of the white ghost stones have turned into black ghost stones. Guhai said, "Oh." Mo Yike's expression sank. This should be Old Man Guanxi's doing. Is he already awake? Guhai said with an unsightly expression. The flying ship quickly headed for the center of the Thousand Islands Sea, heading straight for Tenjin Island. Before the flying ship reached Tenjin Island, it slowed down. This was because there were already hundreds of flying ships docked around Tenjin Island. The flying ships did not head for Tenjin Island, but for the surrounding seaside. Countless experts from all over the world were on the flying ships. From afar, Guhai could feel a ferocious gaze staring at him. "It's him," the Tongtian sect master suddenly sneered. Following the Tongtian sect master's gaze, he saw a group of men and women standing on a flying ship in the distance. The leader was the Tongtian sect master of the Wanshou Taoism. The two Tongtian sect masters looked at each other coldly. Guhai happened to be in the middle. From the Wanshou Tongtian's gaze, Guhai felt a murderous intent. Guhai's arrival also caused a commotion among the experts. Many of them suddenly turned their heads to look at him. Sonya's Buddha? Sakura? Oof. Kong Xian suddenly looked in another direction with a cold gaze. On the golden flying ship, Sonya's Buddha and Sakura also looked over with furrowed brows. They stared at the Tongtian beside Guhai and revealed a trace of doubt. After all, the spiritual mountain and sacred ground knew how many experts there were in this world. However, the sudden appearance of a Tongtian from the Jie sect was beyond their expectations. "Ancient Emperor, how have you been?" On the other side, a laughter came from another flying ship. This was the first to greet Guhai. Guhai turned his head and saw Jiang Lianshan leading the White Emperor, the Scarlet Emperor, and the Fire Emperor over with a smile. "Greetings to Dian and His Holiness." Guhai smiled faintly. It was a return of greeting. On the flying ship in the distance, Long Shenying and Long Outyin were also there. At this moment, they looked at Guhai with a complicated gaze. On the other side, Takashi Ryushin and Ao Sheng were also looking at Guhai with furrowed brows. When they were in the West Sea, Takashi Ryushin didn't take Guhai seriously, until Guhai slapped him twice in the Dragon Gate Forbidden Land. He was resentful. Originally, he wanted Ao Sheng to go to the limitless celestial capital to vent his anger on Guhai. However, this Guhai was so strange that he actually attracted Kong Xian and used a formation to create a Tongtian sect master. More importantly, that Tongtian sect master actually fought the real Tongtian sect master to a draw. This made Takashi Ryushin extremely vexed. There were many ambitious and ruthless people in the surroundings. Guhai looked around, silently memorizing their faces. However, he did not greet anyone. Everyone stared at Guhai for a while. After all, no one was easy to deal with. Only now did Guhai turn his gaze to Tenjin Island. In the past, Tenjin Island had been barren. It looked like heavenly lightning continuously struck it, devoid of life. However, Tenjin Island had changed. It was lush and full of life. There were pavilions, terraces, and pavilions and boundless scenery. This is the innate puzzle world. Guhai narrowed his eyes slightly. The innate puzzle world of the past opened completely and merged with Tenjin Island. Mo Yike asked, feeling curious. Guhai nodded. This is what the innate puzzle world looks like. It looks like after the heaven-defying battle at Longzhonghua, heaven no longer monitors Tenjin Island, Guhai said seriously. However, Xiaochan saw a large number of Xuanwu and Sky Chess Pavilion disciples wandering around Tenjin Island. Guhai could not be more familiar with the scenes here. Back when he was an innate realm cultivator, he had caused a huge commotion here. There is something wrong with that hall. The Tongtian sect master suddenly pointed to a large hall in the distance. There was a cluster of buildings in the center of Tenjin Island. There was a large hall in the center with a signboard with the words Guanxi Hall. At this moment, a large number of black-clad people stood at the entrance to Guanxi Hall. They were the Sky Chess Pavilion elders and Prime Fengyu. The 9 white-clad people stood out. Guhai did not need to guess to know that they were Guanxi's 9 sons. At this moment, they respectfully stood at the entrance to Guanxi Hall. Of the 9 Guanxi sons, Guhai recognized 7 of them. Guqin, Qing Emperor, Guanzhou, Long Sanqian, Wu Yazi, Yin Qingshan, and the Spiritual Mountain's Cold Mountain Bodhisattva. As for the other 2, Guhai was unfamiliar with them. When Guhai's flying ship arrived, the 9 Guanxi sons saw Guhai. Guanzhou immediately soared into the air, flying towards Guhai. Whoosh! Guanzhou instantly arrived before Shaochun. Ancient Emperor, you are finally here. Guanzhou smiled as he landed on Guhai's deck. Greetings, 9th Young Master, Guhai said with a smile. Chapter 784. Ancient Emperor, you're finally here. Guanzhou smiled as he landed on Guhai's deck. Greetings, 9th Young Master. Guhai smiled. I've been waiting for a long time. I thought you weren't coming. Guanzhou smiled. How could that be? Guhai will always remember the promise he made to the 9th Young Master. If I have the ability, Guhai will definitely do his best. Guhai said solemnly. Guanzhou heaved a sigh of relief. Many thanks, Ancient Emperor. Don't worry. If I can get Chun Xian Er's heavenly soul again, I'll definitely do my best for you. Many thanks, Guhai said solemnly. Besides the Ancient Emperor, I've also promised some others to help me. I hope the Ancient Emperor doesn't mind. I've agreed to their requests. It doesn't conflict with yours. The 9th Young Master said solemnly. Oh, Guhai's expression changed. The 2 sect leaders over there and the 3 great emperors have reached an agreement with me. This time, the Pavilion Master will be revived and bring back all the heavenly souls of the past 800 years. The 9th Young Master said solemnly. 9th Young Master, don't worry. It's good to have more people helping you. I naturally won't mind. Guhai smiled. The 9th Young Master nodded. Although he had found other helpers, he valued Guhai the most. Clearly, Guhai's achievements in the past spoke volumes. Besides me, the others have also found helpers. Clearly, this is a matter of life and death. Every Guanxi's 9 sons are prepared. The 9th Young Master said solemnly. What about Guqin? Guhai looked at Guqin in the distance. Guqin might not recognize him, but he was still his son. Him? I'm not sure. The 9th Young Master shook his head. In the distance, the other members of the Guanxi 9 sons also saw some familiar experts coming and went to greet them, asking them to lend them a hand. When will Old Man Guanxi be revived? Mo Yike asked curiously. The 9th Young Master looked at the Guanxi Palace not far away. There's still some time. Ancient Emperor, do you see Guanxi's hall? The 9th Young Master asked solemnly. Guhai nodded. In Guanxi's hall, there is a coffin. Above the coffin is a chessboard. In the past, the chessboard was filled with black chess pieces. Back then, the Pavilion Master broke the Heavenly Go chess set and scattered the refined treasures around the world to gather the power of chess. As the power of chess increased, the black chess pieces slowly turned into white chess pieces. When all of them turned into white chess pieces, that was when the Pavilion Master was resurrected. The 9th Young Master explained. Oh, gathering power? Guhai frowned slightly. Yes, now they're all gathered. However, there was an accident. When you just reached the innate realm, did the Ancient Emperor encounter anything when you entered the innate puzzle world? Back then, there was a time when the collection of power was too fast, and the ghost stone in the 9-5 position exploded. The 9th Young Master said with a frown. A ghost stone exploded? Guhai's expression changed. Back then, when he was comprehending the Go Dao, he encountered Old Man Guanxi's remnant thought puppet. Back then, that puppet tried to replicate his 100,000 Go puzzles. In the end, it exploded because of the Go puzzles. Was that the Ancient Emperor's remnant thought puppet? The 9-5 position's white ghost stone exploded. Perhaps it became an opening for the Pavilion Master. However, we do not know the specifics yet. Ancient Emperor, be careful. The 9th Young Master said solemnly. Guhai nodded. Boom! In the distance, another flying ship flew over and instantly stopped above the sea. Swish! At the entrance of the Guanxi Hall, a person flew into the sky. It was Wu Yazi, who seemed to be possessed by Old Man Guanxi during the Thousand Sage Assembly. Wu Yazi instantly boarded the flying ship and bowed slightly to the owner of the flying ship. He was trying to get close to the owner. Big Yellow His Holiness? Matriarch Ji? Shang Wanhen frowned. Matriarch Ji looked around and saw Jiang Lianshan. She bowed slightly and said, "Greetings to Dian and His Holiness. Scarlet Emperor, White Emperor, Fire Emperor, long time no see." When Matriarch Ji bowed, the White Emperor, Scarlet Emperor, and Fire Emperor frowned slightly and did not return the greeting. Instead, they looked at Jiang Lianshan. "Big Yellow His Holiness? Greetings." Jiang Lianshan smiled. Jiang Lianshan's tone was very polite. The White Emperor, Scarlet Emperor, and Fire Emperor returned the greeting. Matriarch Ji smiled and turned to look at Gu Hai's flying ship. Most importantly, she looked at the GSX Tong Tian beside Gu Hai. Evidently, he had also received the news. When he saw the Tong Tian, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He then looked at Gu Hai and said, "Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Gu Hai, I've heard of your name. Big Yellow His Holiness has seen a joke." Gu Hai bowed slightly and smiled. Matriarch Ji nodded and turned around to chat with Wu Yazi. Wu Yazi used to work in the Great Yellow Dynasty. At this moment, he naturally received Matriarch Ji's full support. Yellow Emperor? Yin Emperor? He, Yin Emperor and Huang Emperor. They really look alike. There's also Qi Yu. Is he really dead? The Tong Tian narrowed his eyes. Oh, Qi Yu isn't dead? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Gu Hai was naturally asking about Earth's Qi Yu. He was suppressed at the bottom of the East Ocean. He's still alive. The Tong Tian nodded. The Tong Tian was naturally referring to Earth's Qi Yu. However, Jiang Lianshan and Matriarch Ji, who were talking in the distance, suddenly narrowed their eyes and turned their heads. Although the two did not seem to care about Gu Hai, they were constantly paying attention to Gu Hai's direction. Although the heavenly Empyrean of the GS sect spoke softly, the two listened with all their might and heard him clearly. Qi Yu isn't dead? Their faces turned gloomy at the same time. At the same time, they were shocked. Gu Hai looked at the two of them and smiled bitterly. "We're not talking about Qi Yu. Why are you so nervous? It's time. 9 sons, return to your positions." Suddenly, a loud shout came from the square of Guanxi's palace. The Grand Elder of the Sky Chess Pavilion had gathered all the disciples of the Sky Chess Pavilion and stood respectfully outside Guanxi's palace. "Ancient Emperor, I'll take my leave first," the 9th young master said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. Whoosh! The 9th young master flew into the distance and landed at the entrance of Guanxi's palace. The other 9 sons of Guanxi also returned. They landed at the front. The Grand Elder was still in his black robe. At this moment, he looked up at the sky. Then, he looked at the countless flying boats in the surroundings and took a deep breath. Dian His Holiness, Da Huang His Holiness, Tong Tian Sect Master, Sanyama Buddha, and everyone present, thank you for accepting the invitation to participate in the Pavilion Master's revival ceremony. The Grand Elder bowed respectfully to everyone. The surroundings were silent, and no one spoke. The time was up. Was Old Man Guanxi going to be revived soon? Next, please don't make too much noise. When the Pavilion Master is revived, he will also bring back the heavenly souls of all those who died in the past 800 years. If you make too much noise, you may startle these weak souls. Please forgive us, the Grand Elder said solemnly. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Grand Elder turned his head and looked at Guanxi's palace behind him. Pavilion Master, today, your disciples will host the revival ceremony and set up the chess formation. The Grand Elder bowed respectfully to Guanxi's palace. The disciples of the Sky Chess Pavilion were all very excited at this moment. They bowed respectfully to Guanxi's palace. They had waited 800 years for this day. Today, the Pavilion Master was revived and would lead everyone back to their former glory. 33 heavens beyond the heavens, 10,000 demons gather on the Thousand Island Sea. The scorching sun shines on the four seas, and 10,000 suns enter the heavenly go platform. The Grand Elder shouted. These four sentences had no counterpart. However, these four sentences seemed to have a magical power. Following the Grand Elder's shout, whoosh, it was as if a black wind had appeared out of nowhere on the Thousand Island Sea. The black wind covered a wide area, enveloping the entire Thousand Island Sea. That is, Kong Xian suddenly narrowed his eyes. Black wind? That was not black wind. Was this a heavenly demon? The heavenly demon that the Buddha had sent into his body in the past. However, there were many more heavenly demons than before. There seemed to be billions of them, endless. Countless heavenly demons were flying wildly around the Thousand Island Sea. It was as if they were hiding from something and running away in fear. However, when they arrived here, they were like headless flies. They did not know where to run and could only scurry around. Buzz. Wong. Wong. The instant the heavenly demons appeared, the sunlight in the surroundings seemed to gather into 1,000 beams of light that shot towards the 1,000 islands of the Thousand Island Sea. Instantly, all the islands were illuminated with dazzling light. The 1,000 islands shone brightly, as if there were 1,000 suns floating on the sea. The thousands of suns only shone for a short while before they shot their dazzling light towards Tingyuan Island, or rather, towards Guanxi Palace. However, the angle of the reflection was rather strange. In the blink of an eye, the Guanxi Palace was incomparably bright. Rumble! The huge Guanxi Hall seemed to be collapsing rapidly. No, it was not collapsing. Instead, it was changing shape. The bricks of the hall seemed to be pulled by a force as they fell to the ground, forming a huge altar. The Guanxi Palace disappeared, turning into a huge heavenly go platform. Boundless sunlight shone on the heavenly go platform, making it incredibly dazzling. A coffin was placed on the heavenly go platform. A go board floated above the coffin. Aside from the 9-5 position, all the other positions on the go board were filled with white go stones. The first elder and the group of Sky Chess Pavilion disciples immediately knelt, appearing extremely respectful and excited. Is that the go board and coffin that the 9th young master mentioned? Could old man Guanxi's corpse be in the coffin? Mo Yike said with a frown. It shouldn't be. Wasn't old man Guanxi destroyed in body and soul by the Immortal of the Six Paths? If it really is old man Guanxi's corpse, why would he need to possess the bodies of his 9 sons? Guhai said with a frown. Mo Yike nodded. He continued, looking into the distance. Woo 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 woo. Suddenly, the go board seemed to form a huge suction force, like a whale sucking in water, sucking in the billions of heavenly demons in the sky into the go board. Rumble. After absorbing the heavenly demons, the go board trembled slightly. The white go stones on the go board moved quickly, as if they were swapping positions. After a full 2 hours, it finally stopped. While everyone was waiting in silence, a light blue, transparent spirit body suddenly appeared on the go board. The spirit body slowly floated out of the go board, and a blank look appeared in its eyes. Murong Yan? Murong Yan's heavenly soul. Not far away, the Fire Emperor's eyes widened, and he revealed a look of ecstasy. The Fire Emperor shouted, causing the spirit body to tremble. It was like a candle in the wind, extremely fragile. Shut up. Fire Emperor, do you want our heavenly soul to disperse? Don't be so loud. You'll startle this spirit body. The White Emperor suddenly shouted. Oh. The Fire Emperor covered his mouth. After being reprimanded by the White Emperor, he wasn't unhappy at all. Instead, he was filled with gratitude. He turned his head to look at the heavenly soul on the go board, and tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. I understand now. Heavenly soul? Heavenly demon? After a person dies, his heavenly soul returns to the heavens and is taken away by the heavens. So, these heavenly souls were turned into heavenly demons by the heavens. Those billions of heavenly demons just now were countless heavenly souls returning. Mo Yike's expression changed. Returning? In that go board? Guhai's eyes flashed with excitement. Murong Yan's heavenly soul had returned. What about Chun Xian Er's heavenly soul? Was it in that go board as well? Chapter 785. Murong Yin. When Jiang Lianshan saw the lady, he immediately quieted down. He stared at her, but couldn't see any fluctuations in his expression. However, Guhai could see some clues from afar. Jiang Lianshan had hidden his hands in his sleeves. This Murong Yin is so charming. Guhai's eyes flashed with a look of surprise. In the distance, Murong Yin was indeed very beautiful. Every frown and smile of hers made one's heart ache for her. However, she was still very beautiful. It wasn't that there wasn't anyone in the world who couldn't compare to her. At least, the women that Guhai knew weren't inferior to her. However, such a lady still made many people worry about her after she married Old Man Guanxi. Xiu the Great, Long Zhonghua, Fire Emperor, and Jiang Lianshan? Murong Yin looked around in a daze. Then, she lowered her head and looked at the coffin below her. The lid of the coffin under the chessboard suddenly slid open slowly, revealing the interior of the coffin. It's indeed not Old Man Guanxi's corpse. Shang Wanhen frowned and said. He saw a lady's corpse lying in the coffin. She was wearing a long robe made of clouds. Her corpse looked exactly like Murong Yan's heavenly soul. Wang, Murong Yan's heavenly soul slowly entered the corpse. Once it entered the corpse, it slowly fused with it. After a while, Murong Yan's corpse slowly opened its eyes. Phew! Murong Yan exhaled deeply as if she was sighing faintly. Then, she slowly sat up in the coffin. She slowly stepped out. Greetings, mistress, the disciples of the Sky Chess Pavilion said excitedly. In the outside world, the powerful cultivators were also extremely excited. Murong Yan has been revived? Didn't that mean that the people he cared about could also be revived? Murong Yan stood on the high platform and looked around. When she saw Jiang Lianshan's flying boat, she frowned. Murong Yin greets Dian and His Holiness. The woman suddenly bowed respectfully to Jiang Lianshan. The woman's voice was extremely pleasant to the ears, as clear and melodious as a lark. After bowing slightly, the Fire Emperor was extremely excited. It's really her. She's alive. She's really alive. The Fire Emperor trembled with excitement. Jiang Lianshan stared at Murong Yin without saying a word, as if he was worried that he would reveal his emotions. He merely nodded, but his eyes never left Murong Yin. Murong Yin stretched out her hand. Ooh! The chessboard immediately fell in front of Murong Yin. It looked like an ordinary chessboard, but it wasn't ordinary at all. Murong Yan's heavenly soul came out of the chessboard, along with countless other heavenly souls. Where are my 9 sons? Murong Yin suddenly asked. Wu Yazi greets mistress. Gu Qin, Long Sanqian, Qing Emperor, Yin Qing Shan, Han Shan, and Guan Jiu greet mistress. Tang Tian and Huang Kuan greet mistress. Guanxi's 9 sons all bowed respectfully to Murong Yin. Murong Yin nodded. She looked at the 9 people in front of her and said, Earlier, my husband sent me a message. The 9 of you will each choose a piece on this chessboard. The 9 of them were slightly startled, but they nodded. Each of them reached out and took a white piece from the chessboard. The moment each of them took out a white piece, a vortex suddenly appeared where they took it out. Vaguely, one could see countless heavenly souls struggling in the vortex. My husband said that when all of you put the white pieces back in their original positions, it will be the time when all of you enter the chessboard with your wills. There are boundless heaven souls in the chessboard. All 9 of you will enter the chessboard with your wills and fight for heaven souls, storing them the pieces in your hands. We will decide the winner based on numbers. Murong Yin explained. The 9 of us will snatch heavenly souls. Quantity will decide the winner, but how will the result be decided? Guan Jiu asked with a solemn expression. My husband will find the one who snatches the least heavenly souls and has the least need to exist. Murong Yin said solemnly. Guanxi's 9 sons' expressions changed when they heard Murong Yan's words. He would seize the body of a loser? That's right. Old Man Guanxi didn't care how strong you were. It was the same whether he returned or seized the body. Even if he gave up on the weakest, there were still 8 powerful disciples. Yes, the 9 of them immediately answered. Of course, those with weak wills can ask for help. My husband doesn't care about the process, only the result. Morong Yin said in a deep voice. Yes, the 9 of them said with a hint of nervousness. Ask for help. If they lost, they would be seized. Naturally, they had to give it their all. Each of you can ask for help. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, we will place our pieces and seize the heavenly souls to determine the winner. Morong Yin said solemnly. Okay. The 9 of them immediately responded with solemn expressions. Guanxi's 9 sons turned their heads and looked at the experts around them. It was time to fulfill the promise they made to the experts around them. They quickly bowed to their allies. Wu Yazi bowed to Matriarch Ji. Qing Emperor bowed to Jiang Lianshan. Han Shan bowed to the present Buddha. Long Sanxian bowed to Takashi Ryushin. Yin Qingshan bowed to the Tongtian sect master of the Wanshou Taoism. Guanzhou bowed to Gu Hai. Of course, after everyone bowed, they bowed to the others as well. Gu Hai nodded to Guanzhou, then looked at Gu Qin in the distance. Gu Qin also bowed to the 3 sect masters. However, it seemed that their foundation was too shallow and they didn't manage to invite too many allies. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Time passed in the blink of an eye. All right, it's about time. Put the pieces in your hands back to their original positions. Close your eyes and use your wills to seize the heavenly soul. Morong Yin said. Yes. The 9 of them each held a white piece and slowly placed it in their original positions. Smack! The moment they placed their pieces, the 9 of them suddenly closed their eyes. The moment they closed their eyes, it was as if millions of shouts came from the chessboard. Ah, don't grab me, don't grab me. Save me, ah. Millions of heavenly souls cried out. The 9 of them tried their best to absorb the heavenly souls. However, they saw that the white chess piece that they were holding was like the mouth of a vortex. Heavenly souls rushed in one after another. As the heavenly souls surged in, the white chess pieces gradually changed color. They slowly dimmed and turned gray. The 9 of them fought for a while, and the present Buddha in the distance was the first to make a move. Boom! He struck a Hanzan Bodhisattva with his palm. Hanzan Bodhisattva did not struggle and allowed the palm to suddenly stick to his back. A powerful will immediately surged into Hanzan Bodhisattva's body. Hanzan Bodhisattva pointed at the chess pieces, and in an instant, the speed of the heavenly soul increased exponentially. The color of the chess pieces under his fingers quickly darkened and turned black. Oh no! The expressions of the powerhouses around sank. Boom! 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 One by one, the powerhouses quickly slapped their palms on the backs of the 9 Guanxi sons. Their wills were connected, helping them to quickly seize the heavenly soul. The 9th young master already had 8 palms on his back, but it was clearly not enough. Gu Hai glanced at the 9th young master, then at Gu Qin, who only had 3 palms, and frowned slightly. Boom! He struck out with his left palm, and it suddenly appeared on the back of the 9th young master. There was no need for Gu Hai to do anything. Gu Hai felt as if his will was connected to the 9th young master, like a thin line connecting him and the 9th young master. With this connection, Gu Hai instantly felt the world of the chessboard. Gu Hai saw a pitch-black world. In this pitch-black world, there was a super complex chess array shining brightly. Countless heavenly demons passed through this chess array, automatically dispelling the demonic qi on their bodies and turning into heavenly souls that danced within. However, there seemed to be a gap in this Go ritual array at the 9-5 position, the spot where Gu Hai burst. Some of the heavenly demons managed to slip through the net. However, the Go ritual array continued to shift, and the ritual array quickly purified those heavenly demons that slipped through the net. So this white chessboard is used to purify heavenly demons. Gu Hai frowned slightly. The 9th young master pressed down on the chess piece, but it was like a huge container. As his will moved, countless heavenly demons were driven into the container. In this chess world, the stronger the will, the larger the tentacles, and the more heavenly souls it could capture. The will resided between the eyebrows, the seventh of the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. Ordinary people had not cultivated much of it, but Gu Hai's chest soul was already extremely resilient. Although Gu Hai was only a middle sky palace, the power of his will was not weaker than any upper sky palace. The moment he touched Guanzhou, his will tentacles expanded more than 100 times. Wow, ancient emperor, you're still the best. Ha ha ha. The 9th young master was excited as he collected countless heavenly souls. Of Guanxi's 9 sons, the weakest was now Guqin. After all, only 3 were helping him. Gu Hai saw that Guqin was the last to fall. He sighed softly and reached out with his right hand. Boom! With a palm, Gu Hai pressed his right hand on Guqin's back. Instantly, another will connection was formed. Gu Hai's will surged into Guqin's body. Boom! The number of heavenly souls that Guqin was fighting for also increased dramatically. Guqin was slightly taken aback and knew what was going on. Although he no longer had any emotions, for some reason, when Gu Hai's palm landed on his back, he felt a sudden warmth in his heart. Memories of his childhood flooded in. Fa father. Guqin frowned slightly. In the distance, Gu Hai smiled faintly. No matter what happened in the future, at least Guqin called Gu Hai father now. This made Gu Hai feel gratified. Snatching heavenly souls with one's will? This old man Guanxi is deliberately mystifying things. Tong Tian, who was beside Gu Hai, frowned. Sect leader Kong Xian, Shengwan Hen, you guys don't have to make a move for now. Gu Hai said solemnly. Everyone nodded. Guqin's and Guanzhou's chess pieces were quickly turning black. They were not the last to fall. It was enough as long as it was not the last. Guanxi's chess pieces kept turning black. Gradually, they were completely black. There were billions of heavenly souls in these 9 chess pieces. Crack! The moment all the heavenly souls were divided up, the chessboard suddenly cracked open with a crisp sound. Guanxi's and his son's expressions changed. They reached out and grabbed the black chess pieces that were filled with heavenly souls. Crack, 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 crack. The chessboard cracked rapidly. In just a short while, it turned into powder and disappeared. 9 black chess pieces fell into the hands of Guanxi's 9 sons. All the experts in the surroundings also withdrew their hands and their wills. Who has more and who has less? Immediately, everyone stared at Guanxi's 9 sons. Of course, Gu Hai and some other experts narrowed their eyes. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Kong Xian was puzzled. I don't know. I have a mental connection with Guqin and Guanzhou. That mental connection did not break. Gu Hai said with a frown. Not only Gu Hai, but the experts in the surroundings also gradually realized that something was wrong. Why couldn't they break the mental connection with Guanxi's 9 sons? No, the Thousand Island Sea region is sealed by the array. Tong Tian looked up at the sky and said in a low voice. Chapter 786. That's not right. The Thousand Islands Sea region has been sealed by the array. The Tong Tian from the Jie school looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice. Everyone looked up at the sky. However, the sky was the same as before. They could not see anything unusual. Gu Hai turned to look at the 4 islands. At this moment, the 4 islands seemed to be trembling slightly. It was mainly because the surrounding seawater was flowing faster. Oh, it's indeed sealed. Old man Guanxi, what a great array. 33 heavens and earth array. It's indeed perfect. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. We're trapped in the array. Kong Xian raised his eyebrows. Even with Kong Xian's strength, he could not see any clues. The outside world seems to be sunny, but it might not be. This is an illusion. Old man Guanxi, what is he trying to do? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. No matter what, it's time to determine who has been possessed. Mo Yike said in a deep voice. Gu Hai nodded. Everyone looked at the 9 sons of Guanxi. Outside the Thousand Islands Sea. Meow. A black cat stood in the air and stared at the sky. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky. Lightning flashed, and a destructive power rushed down. Bolts of lightning struck the Thousand Island Sea region. However, the Thousand Island Sea seemed to be covered by a monstrous barrier that enveloped the entire Thousand Island Sea. Inside, Gu Hai and the other experts saw the beautiful weather. However, in reality, the outside world was on the verge of destruction. The sky was furious. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The black cat stood in the air and looked at the barrier of the Thousand Island Sea. Its eyes were filled with uncertainty. I'm just a little late. The revival assembly has begun. Meow, what is old man Guanxi trying to do? He's playing chess again. This is the second time he's going against the Immortal of the Six Paths. The black cat stared. There was a huge barrier in front of it. The black cat hesitated. From the dark clouds in the sky, it could tell that there would be a huge battle later. The sky might look down again. Go to the revival assembly? Or should I run away? Meow. The dominator of the Six Paths has locked me up for 800,000 years. Now that I'm out, I'm still hiding from him. It's no different from being locked up. Damn it. Even the old man Guanxi, who I've never heard of before, dares to go against the dominator of the Six Paths. How can I run away? Oomph. The black cat snorted. Boom. The black cat clawed at the barrier with its claws and tore a hole in it. Whoosh. The black cat burrowed in immediately, and the torn hole was instantly restored to its original state. As soon as the black cat entered, it realized that what it saw from the outside was completely different from what it saw inside. Interesting. Ha ha. Old man Guanxi, are you trying to fool everyone? Humph. The holy lands of the spiritual mountain? Wancho Taoism? Back then, I trusted you so much, but in the end I betrayed the heavens and betrayed us. Humph. The black cat revealed a ferocious expression and charged toward Tingyuan Island. The black cat was fearless. However, outside the Thousand Island Sea, there were still countless experts roaming about. Resurrection Assembly? Gu Hai wasn't the only one who could see old man Guanxi's determination. There were countless smart people in the world, and naturally, many of them could see that. Some of them had gone to participate, but there were still many who were watching from the outside. When they saw the dark clouds in the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, they knew that something big must have happened. Fortunately, they didn't step in. Everyone waited patiently, wanting to know what was going to happen. On the Heavenly Go platform, Guanxi's 9 sons each received a black stone. At this moment, everyone's eyes flashed with worry. After all, with the black stones, they didn't know who had more and who had fewer heavenly souls. Everyone looked at Murong Yen. Who was old man Guanxi going to possess? Although the various powerhouses felt that they had a mental connection with the 9 chess masters, they suppressed the doubts in their hearts at this moment. Even if some people, like Tong Tian from the Jie sect, found themselves in a large array, they didn't care. Old man Guanxi was about to be resurrected. Mistress, which one of us was chosen? Wu Yazi asked worriedly. Mistress, who is it? When did Master start? Cold Mountain Bodhisattva frowned. The group of Guanxi's 9 sons was extremely anxious. Murong Yin smiled bitterly. Then, she looked guiltily at Guanxi's 9 sons and bowed solemnly. Mistress, you can't. Mistress, what are you doing? The group of Guanxi's 9 sons suddenly had a bad feeling. Husband doesn't need to be possessed to be resurrected. I'm sorry, Murong Yin suddenly said. What? Guanxi's 9 sons, as well as everyone else, were shocked. Whoosh! At this moment, countless rainbow-colored streaks of light appeared in the sky. The appearance of the streaks of light immediately exposed the Thousand Island Sea's array. The surrounding seawater suddenly became like a mirror, extremely calm. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and only the rainbow-colored streaks of light could be seen in the sky. Yinner, you don't need to feel guilty towards them. A voice that seemed to come from the 9 heavens suddenly echoed throughout the array. All of the lights on the Heavenly Go platform suddenly converged on the coffin in the center. The coffin instantly became incomparably bright, and wisps of smoke faintly condensed from it. Pavilion Master? The Sky Chess Pavilion's disciples were overjoyed. Old man Guanxi's voice. Kong Xian narrowed his eyes in the distance. No one knew what old man Guanxi was up to. They only felt that everything had deviated from their expectations. Guanxi, what are you trying to do? Jiang Lianshan didn't know why, but he suddenly felt irritated. He had a bad premonition. Jiang Lianshan, I haven't seen you in 800 years. How have you been? Old man Guanxi's voice came from the white light once more. It's really you? In the distance, Wanshou Tong Tian suddenly said with a sullen expression. Buzz. Suddenly, the countless streaks of white light converged as if they were all sucked into a single body. A white-robed old man suddenly appeared at the coffin's entrance. This old man slowly walked out of the coffin. He looked very ordinary and did not give off much of an aura. He seemed like the old man next door. Husband. Murong Yin walked over with a trace of excitement in her eyes. As Murong Yin walked over, 2 streams of tears fell from her eyes. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Guanxi's 9 sons also bowed respectfully. The Sky Chest Pavilion's disciples were even more excited, loudly calling out greetings to the Pavilion Master. Old man Guanxi gently wiped Murong Yan's tears with his thumb and smiled. All right, don't cry. If you continue crying, you won't be pretty anymore. Husband, let's not fight anymore, okay? I'm scared. I'm scared of losing you again. Murong Yin said with tears in her eyes. Old man Guanxi stared at Murong Yin for a while and then revealed a sad smile. You won't lose me. There are some things that I have to do. I've been waiting for this day for so many years. How can I give up? Murong Yin bit her lips, but she could only give up. She buried her head in Old Man Guanxi's arms. Old Man Guanxi stroked Murong Yan's hair. He hugged Murong Yin and looked at the experts around them. Jiang Lianshan, GT Hong, Tong Tian Sect Master, 3 Lives of Buddha. It's a pity that Tai Yi is gone. Long Zhanghua is gone too. However, it's enough to have all of you. Old Man Guanxi smiled. Old Man Guanxi's appearance was a little old. However, his body was thin and he looked very scholarly. Even though he was a little older, he still had an extraordinary charm. Old Man Guanxi, if that's the case, you can revive yourself? Reconstruct your own physical body? Why are you still holding this revival ceremony? Buddha looked at Old Man Guanxi suspiciously. Because I'm waiting for all of you. Old Man Guanxi smiled. Waiting for us. Everyone looked at Old Man Guanxi in confusion. On the other side, Jiang Lianshan and the Fire Emperor looked at Old Man Guanxi hugging Murong Yin. Their faces darkened as if they were extremely uncomfortable. You're Gu Hai. Old Man Guanxi looked at Gu Hai. When he looked at Gu Hai, Old Man Guanxi also looked at the Tong Tian beside Gu Hai. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Gu Hai greets the owner of the Sky Chess Pavilion. Back then, I was indebted to you for giving me pointers on the Heaven and Earth chess game. I learned a lot from you. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, Not bad. Your chess skills have surprised me. From Jiuzi's memories, I understand that you can play 32 with ease. You must have studied 33 thoroughly, right? Old Man Guanxi suddenly smiled. I know a little about chess. If the owner of the Sky Chess Pavilion doesn't mind, Gu Hai is willing to exchange pointers with the owner of the Sky Chess Pavilion. Gu Hai said in a low voice, There will be time. Don't be anxious. Old Man Guanxi smiled. Meow. Suddenly, a black cat jumped over from afar. Boom! The black cat landed not far away and stared at Old Man Guanxi. I'm late. You've revived? The black cat frowned. No, you're just in time. The revival ceremony has just begun. Old Man Guanxi smiled. Just begun? Old man, what are you trying to do with all this trouble? The black cat was confused. You know everyone here, right? Old Man Guanxi smiled. The black cat looked around. When it saw the Tong Tian Sect Master and the Buddha of 3 worlds, it stared at them and said, Humph, how can I not know the traitorous dogs? If I had known about your ambitions back then, I would have swallowed all of you. Amateus Buddha, the Buddha of 3 worlds, said with a gloomy face. Humph. Wanshou Taoism's Tong Tian Sect Master snorted coldly. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with the black cat. Don't worry. If you have any grudges later, settle them yourselves. For now, you are still comrades. Old Man Guanxi smiled. Comrades? Who's their comrade? The black cat stared at him. Old Man Guanxi was not angry. Mao Tianyun, 800,000 years ago, was one of the 5 divine beasts bestowed by the previous god to protect the world. Back then, you weren't so impatient. Humph. The black cat snorted coldly. It seemed to be unhappy with Old Man Guanxi's indifferent attitude. Comrade? May I ask, Sky Chess Pavilion Master, what do you mean by comrade? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Old Man Guanxi looked at everyone, then at Guanxi's 9 sons. He smiled and said, kill their comrade. What? The faces of Guanxi's 9 sons changed. Countless experts in the surroundings also revealed looks of astonishment. Old man, are you crazy? They are Guanxi's 9 sons, your disciples. You want us to kill them? Mao Tianyan stared at him. Pavilion Master, we have received your inheritance. Why do you want to kill us? Wu Yazi's face changed as he exclaimed. Chapter 787. Wu Yazi's expression changed as he exclaimed, Pavilion Master, we've received your inheritance. Why do you want to kill us? Guanxi's 9 disciples panicked, but no one dared to attack Old Man Guanxi. The disciples of the Sky Chess Pavilion, Supreme Feng Yu, and the rest of the Xuanwu disciples were also shocked. What's going on? Pavilion Master wants to kill the 9 disciples? Even the surrounding experts were shocked. They couldn't understand what was going on. The situation seemed to have deviated from everyone's expectations. Weren't these 9 disciples Old Man Guanxi's disciples? Old Man Guanxi looked at the 9 disciples with a solemn expression. Boom! At that moment, a loud sound came from the sky, as if a huge bolt of lightning had struck the Thousand Island Sea's array. The rainbow light in the sky suddenly trembled and quickly split apart. Everyone raised their heads. Suddenly, they saw a huge eye appear outside the gap of the 7-colored light. The Eye of Heaven. As soon as the Eye of Heaven appeared, a powerful pressure rushed down. The countless experts in the surroundings had the urge to kneel down. Guanxi, you're not dead? A loud roar came from the sky. Gu Hai and the others' expressions changed. The Immortal of the 6 Paths had awakened again. Tong Tian narrowed his eyes as his battle intent soared. This is the Immortal of the 6 Paths. Just as the heavenly might appeared and a strong suppression was about to appear, old Mr. Guan Chi smiled faintly. He waved his hand. 6 Paths, the game begins. Old Man Guanxi waved his hand. Boom! The rainbow light from before suddenly filled the sky again, covering the barrier. In an instant, they couldn't see the Eye of Heaven anymore. At the same time, the heavenly might disappeared. Everyone felt as if the 7-colored light around them was spinning madly. The entire Thousand Islands sea seemed to be floating. It was floating rapidly. Everyone's hearts beat wildly. Something's wrong. What is this feeling? Even my heart is beating? The Tong Tian from a Jie school said with an ugly expression. What? Gu Hai's face darkened as he looked at Tong Tian. What was the strength of the Tong Tian from the Jie school? His heart had long been tempered like the earth, but his heart was beating faster. It wasn't just the Tong Tian from the Jie school. In the distance, the Wanshou Tong Tian, the 3 Lives Buddha, Jiang Lianshan, and Matriarch Ji's expressions changed drastically. Old Man Guanxi, what are you doing? Wanshou Tong Tian glared angrily. Revival Assembly? I'm not participating. I'm leaving. I'm not going crazy with you. Suddenly, a sect leader's expression changed, and he shot up into the sky. At this moment, everyone could see that there was a huge barrier around the Thousand Island Sea. The sect master immediately soared into the sky, wanting to rush out of the barrier. But as soon as he touched the barrier, bang! The sect leader instantly turned into a pile of loose sand and exploded, turning into dust. Countless experts' expressions changed. Don't move, don't rush. Old Man Guanxi said with a smile. Outside the Thousand Island Sea, countless experts didn't participate in the revival assembly. Instead, they watched from all directions. The sky was filled with dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. A great destructive force descended upon the Thousand Island Sea. At this moment, the barrier of the Thousand Islands Sea suddenly flowed with countless rainbow-colored flowing lights. The rainbow-colored flowing lights were extremely fast, and they quickly revolved around the barrier. The surrounding seawater trembled incessantly. The experts outside the barrier felt their hearts beat wildly, not knowing what was happening. At this moment, boom! Countless thunderclouds suddenly split into 2 from the middle. Buzz! A huge eye suddenly appeared. As soon as the eye of heaven appeared, a great pressure suddenly appeared. The barrier above was instantly torn apart, and the eye of heaven looked in. At the same time, countless experts' expressions changed, and they knelt down. Eye of heaven, this is the eye of heaven. Has old man Guanxi been revived? With the appearance of the eye of heaven, old man Guanxi was doomed. Guanxi, you didn't die? A loud roar sounded from the sky. It was the voice of the wrath of the heavens. Under the wrath of the heavens, all the experts in the surroundings trembled. The might of the heavens was too terrifying. With a roar, their souls were about to be shattered, just as everyone thought there was going to be an earth-shattering battle. Buzz! Above the barrier, the flowing lights once again surged, and the part that was torn apart by the eye of heaven closed up. The rainbow-colored flowing lights flowed faster and faster. Whoosh! In an instant, the barrier disappeared. No, the entire Thousand Islands sea disappeared. All the islands, and even all the seawater disappeared in an instant. The eye of heaven's pupils suddenly shrank. The Thousand Islands sea disappeared as if it had been dug out, and there was a huge pit there. Walla-la-la-la! Countless amounts of seawater filled the huge pit in the Thousand Islands Sea. At this moment, the water of the four seas surged, and huge waves rose in the sea. It's gone? How come it's gone? The islands are gone too. The expressions of the experts outside changed. The eye of heaven stared intently at that spot, but it was indeed gone. A trace of coldness flashed in the eye of heaven's pupils. Humph! A cold snort. The eye of heaven slowly closed, and the surrounding dark clouds also slowly dispersed. The might of the heavens disappeared. All the experts could stand up. Looking at the empty Thousand Islands sea, everyone suddenly swallowed their saliva. It took a full 10 days for the seawater to fill up the Thousand Islands Sea. At this moment, all the islands in the Thousand Islands Sea were gone. Countless experts who went to the Thousand Islands Sea also disappeared. Not a single one was left. At the same time, an earth-shattering event happened in the Divine Continent, the infinite celestial capital. Boom! With a loud sound, the fate of the infinite celestial capital collapsed, including that huge golden dragon. What happened? His providence disappeared again? Countless officials were shocked. The common people were also at a loss. Why did the fate disappear again? Something happened? Your Highness, the fate disappeared. Did His Majesty? Your Highness, it's not good. The fate disappeared. Your Highness. Fortunately, Dahan had experienced this before. Hence, Chen Tianshan did not panic. What are you shouting for? It's not like you haven't experienced it before. Why are you shouting? Chen Tianshan glared. But, no buts. His Majesty is in closed-door cultivation with the fate. Who dares to speak? Send word to all officials to calm the people. If anyone dares to cause trouble and slander the emperor during this period, kill them. Chen Tianshan shouted. Yes, go back to what you were supposed to do. Chen Tianshan glared. Yes, yes. The mosquito Daoran looked at the sky in confusion. Ancient Emperor, you are always like this. My heart can't take it. The Dahan quickly calmed down. However, the other factions in the world suddenly fell into chaos. The fate of the Dayan dynasty suddenly collapsed, vanishing completely. The entire country fell into chaos. Countless officials rushed to the Flame Divine Hall. At this moment, the elite guard also felt very anxious. However, since he had promised his father to protect the country, he naturally scolded the officials. Is the disappearance of the emperor's fate the death of the emperor? Previously, when the Dahan's fate disappeared, did Guhai die? The elite guard shouted while glaring. But the officials felt very anxious. Humph, just do what you have to do. If anyone dares to say that His Holiness is dead again, execute their 9 generations. The elite guard shouted while glaring. Yes, the officials answered. The Great Yellow Dynasty, the Great Wu Dynasty, the Great Ing Imperial Dynasty, and even the spiritual Mountain Holy Land. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt very anxious. Many experts continuously went to the Thousand Islands Sea to gather information. They tried to contact the various emperors and sect masters. However, they could not reach them. There was no news at all. The experts who had been observing the situation at the Thousand Islands Sea were immediately captured by ferocious experts from all over. They interrogated them about everything that happened at the Thousand Islands Sea. The experts of the Thousand Islands Sea suddenly disappeared. Although the various factions suppressed the chaos, there were still many chaotic incidents happening in the Divine Continent. Tenjin Essence Island. A sect master rushed towards the seven-colored flowing light boundary. However, his body instantly exploded. It was not a bloody mess. Instead, it was as if he had been beaten back to his original atomic and molecular structure. Such a scene caused everyone within the barrier to suddenly panic. Old man Guanxi, you tricked us? What revival assembly? Are you lying to us? Sky Chess Pavilion, you are courting death. The experts roared angrily one by one. A few people wanted to rely on their strength to leave. However, as soon as they rushed into the sky, they were instantly turned into fine powder. Some people also rushed towards Old Man Guanxi. However, Old Man Guanxi waved his hand. A ray of seven-colored flowing light surged in. That expert also turned into fine powder. The boundary was like a cage that trapped everyone. Old Man Guanxi was like a god. He stood in the cage and could kill anyone he wanted. Revival assembly? Ha! Guanxi, why did you trick us into your Thousand Islands Sea? Do you really want to shed all pretense of cordiality with us? Zhang Lianshan said coldly. The experts from all sides were no match for Old Man Guanxi. However, this did not mean that Zhang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji, the Tongtian sect master, Sanya Buddha, and the others did not have the ability to resist. Everyone was waiting for Old Man Guanxi to give an explanation. Old Mr. Guanxi let go of Murong Yin and patted her shoulder. He slowly looked at everyone's faces and smiled faintly. Revival assembly? Today, I have been preparing for it since 1,000 years ago. Everything is within my calculations. Of course, there are some flaws in the process. However, the overall direction has not changed. Old Man Guanxi looked at Gu Hai with a smile that did not seem like a smile. It was as if these flaws were referring to Gu Hai. You've been preparing for it since 1,000 years ago? In other words, the chess game with the heavens was only a part of your plan? Matriarch Ji frowned. You can say that. Old Man Guanxi smiled. Then, the situation in the Thousand Islands Sea was deliberately left behind by you for setting up the barrier today? Gu Hai asked with a frown. That's right. Old Man Guanxi nodded. The experts from all sides had ugly expressions. This Old Man Guanxi was very shrewd and calculated from afar. You still haven't said why you gathered us here. Aren't you afraid that we will become enemies with you? Wanshou Tong Tian said coldly. Actually, I have already told the Six Paths that I have invited everyone here to participate in a game. Old Man Guanxi said with a smile. Game? Everyone's expression stiffened. I don't have time to play games with you. Wanshou Tong Tian said coldly. It's not about whether you want to play or not. It's just that it has already started. None of you can back out now. If you die, you will die, no matter who you are. Old Man Guanxi suddenly revealed a cold smile. Chapter 788. I don't have time to play games with you. Wanshou Tong Tian said coldly. It's not about whether you want to play or not, but it's already started. None of you can back out now. Backing out means death, no matter who you are. Old Man Guanxi sneered. Die? Haha, what arrogance. Just you? Ji Empress narrowed her eyes, killing intent flashing in them. The rainbow light formation had cut off everything. Even the eye of heaven couldn't see through it. Everyone was cut off from the outside world. Game? You prepared for 1,000 years just to get everyone to play a game? Kill Guanxi's 9 sons? Zhang Lianshan said solemnly. Everyone stared at Old Man Guanxi. They all looked at the 9 Guanxi's 9 sons. These 9 people did not seem to be very capable. In terms of strength, he had no strength. In terms of wisdom, he was extremely limited. Weren't they Old Man Guanxi's disciples? Why kill them? Pavilion Master, what did we do wrong? Wu Yazi and the others asked anxiously. Old man Guanchi smiled. You didn't do anything wrong. They just underestimated you. Underestimated us? The 9 frowned. At this moment, the 9 of them suddenly clutched their heads, each of them feeling a sudden pain. Pavilion Master, why are you targeting us? My head hurts so much. Buddha, save us. Ancient Emperor, save us. The 9 Guanchi's 9 sons suddenly screamed. Before the experts could make a move, Old Man Guanchi sighed and said solemnly, It's not that I'm targeting you. At this point, you're all having headaches. My head. The 9 sons pounded their heads in pain. Just as those familiar with the 9 sons were about to make a move, someone's eyes widened. Something's not right. The 9 sons' faces changed. Everyone paused and looked at the 9 Guanchi's 9 sons in astonishment. The faces of the 9 people were contorting, and the more they contorted, the more they changed. Slowly, the 9 people's appearances changed. Furthermore, they became one. At the same time, all 9 people's bodies shone with all kinds of light. Red, blue, green, purple, and so on. They were constantly changing. Sky Chest Pavilion's owner, what did you do to them? Gu Hai asked with a frown. One of them was Gu Qin. Old Man Guanchi looked at Gu Hai and shook his head. It wasn't me. Who else could it be? How did they change their appearances? Who are they? The group of experts immediately opened their eyes wide and shouted, as if they were about to step forward. Meow. The black cat in the air suddenly stood on end and roared in shock. Everyone looked over in shock. What was wrong with this black cat? No one dealt with the black cat. The black cat saw the change in Juko's appearance and was shocked. That's impossible. Longevity Tong Tian, the Buddha of the past, and the Buddha of the present all cried out in alarm. What was impossible? The surrounding people were puzzled. Longevity Tong Tian, the Buddha of the past, and the Buddha of the present were all shocked. Shocked? Why would they be shocked? Samsara? Meow, they are Samsara. The black cat exclaimed. Samsara, immortal? How is that possible? The Buddha of the past widened his eyes in disbelief. Samsara immortal? What's Samsara immortal? These are Guanchi's 9 sons? Everyone looked at the black cat and the Buddha of the past in shock. However, they saw Old Man Guanchi reach out and wave his hand. Suddenly, the 9 sons were each enveloped in a colorful ball of light. After a moment of pain, the 9 sons seemed to have calmed down after their faces were unified. Moreover, they all looked gloomy. Welcome to your resurrection. The 9 clones of Rokudo Shinkuin. Old Man Guanchi suddenly laughed. Wong. The 9 sons raised their heads at almost the same time and looked around coldly. Their cultivation levels were still the same, but at this moment, there was a flash of great deterrence in their eyes. Once the great deterrence was released, just one look was enough to make all the experts' hearts skip a beat. A heavenly aura suppressed them. How is that possible? What happened to their eyes in such a short time? Why do I feel a little scared? Someone exclaimed. The Tong Tian sect master and the Buddha of the 3 realms expressions changed drastically. Meow. Mao Tianyin also widened his eyes and roared. Samsara immortal? 9 clones? The Tong Tian from the Jie school was shocked. The 9 of them looked exactly the same. If it wasn't for the fierce look in their eyes, they looked extremely benevolent, giving people a feeling that they were born to believe them. The 9 of them looked around and suddenly turned to look at Old Man Guanchi. Their eyes were extremely cold. Don't look at me like that. I'm the one who allowed you to be resurrected. Right? Now remember these people, right? They are here to kill you and take the heavenly souls in your hands. Old Man Guanchi said with a smile. The 9 sons looked at the black chess pieces in their hands. In the black chess pieces, there were all the heavenly souls in the past 800 years. Previously, the experts helped them because of the heavenly souls in their hands. It's getting closer and closer. It seems that your memories are getting clearer. In that case, everyone, go back to your positions. You have a mental connection. You know where they are, and they know where you are, right? Old Man Guanchi said with a smile. As he laughed, he waved his hand. Ooh, 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 ooh. The 9 sons of Guanchi were immediately flooded by the 7-colored flowing light and shot into the enchantment in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the 9 of them entered the flowing light and disappeared. This time, they were not crushed into powder. Guanxi, what's with the 9 people just now? 9 clones? What 9 clones? Wanshou Tongtian roared with a ferocious expression. 6 paths immortal from 800,000 years ago. Does anyone still remember him? Old man Guanxi said with a smile. Meow, 800,000 years ago, there were 10 Rokudo Shinkuin. 1 was the main body, 9 were clones. No, the 10 were not separated. Rokudo Shinkuin cultivated some unknown technique that separated his 3 souls and 7 spirits. Each had a body. There were 10 bodies in total. 1 was the main body, and 9 were divided. The 10 bodies fought against the heavens. 9 were destroyed, but the last 1 survived and killed the heavens to replace them? Cat Tian Yun said coldly. Yes, the 9 clones were all destroyed. That's why the 6 paths Immortal wanted to make up for the 800,000 years. He wanted to make himself more perfect, so he went into hibernation. He was repairing his body. When he woke up, he would be perfect. 800 years ago, I played chess with him. I lost that game, but it wasn't over yet. Did I lose? But I did it on purpose. Old man Guanxi said with a smile. Stole the 6 paths soul seed. Jiang Lianshan's expression sank. More or less. In that game of Go, I found the souls of Immortal 6 paths 9 clones from back then. I condensed them into 9 seeds and infused them into my inheritance. Of course, there are also true sovereign 6 paths memories. Old Mr. Guanxi said with a smile. Seeds? The 9 seeds of the Guanxi's 9 clones? The Buddha of the past said with an ugly expression. Yes, the 9 seeds created the 9 clones. When the seeds entered the body, they slowly merged with the clones of the 6 paths Immortal. Gradually, the 9 clones merged with the clones of the 6 paths Immortal. They were the clones of the 6 paths, and the clones of the 6 paths were the 9 clones. Old man Guanxi explained. Hiss. Gasps could be heard from the airship. Resurrecting Rokudo Shinkuin? Old man Guanxi was crazy. Aren't you looking for the heavenly soul? He is in the hands of the 9 clones of the Rokudo Shinkuin. If you find them, you will find the person you are looking for. Old man Guanxi said with a smile. Boom! At this moment, the Thousand Islands sea suddenly shook. It seemed to have stopped. You want us to kill the clones of the Rokudo Shinkuin? Huh, what a joke. Why do you want to kill them? Wanshou Tongtian said coldly. Even if you don't kill them, they will kill you. Because the purpose of your trip is to kill them. The game we are playing is to kill the 6 paths Immortal. Old man Guanxi said with a smile. What do you mean? Empress Ji narrowed her eyes. Old man Guanxi looked at Mao Tianyun and said, You are one of the 5 divine beasts. Do you feel anything? The black cat's body suddenly twitched. Meow. They're still alive. Aren't the other 4 divine beasts dead? The black cat said in surprise. Welcome, everyone, to 800,000 years ago, the year before the Rokudo Shinkuin defied the heavens. Old man Guanxi suddenly said with a serious expression. Wow, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Is old man Guanxi crazy? What nonsense is he talking about? 800,000 years ago? What 800,000 years ago? Why don't I understand? The surrounding experts were confused. However, Jiang Lianshan, Empress Ji, the Tongtian sect master, and the 3 worlds Buddha's expressions changed. They seemed to have guessed something. The law of time? You have mastered the law of time? Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. I can't say that I have mastered it. I have only scratched the surface and obtained some opportunities. Wherever you were born, you will appear in that place. Those who survive 800,000 years will return to their original bodies, just like the Rokudo Shinkuin just now. Previously, your wills were connected. Every 10 days, you will sense each other's location. He can sense your location, and you can sense his location. Old man Guanxi said with a smile. Sense? Guhai's expression darkened. The so-called helping Guanxi and his 9 sons to fight for the heavenly soul was just a trap. He wanted to establish a mental connection with the 9 sons of Guanxi, so he could be hunted down by them. Old man Guanxi looked at the 3 worlds Buddha, the Tongtian sect master, and Mao Tianyun. The rules of the game are that you have 1 year to kill all the Rokudo Shinkuin or be killed by the Rokudo Shinkuin. After 1 year, if the Rokudo Shinkuin is still alive, you will be killed by the power of time, including the few of you. What kill? Kill us? Everyone's expression changed. The game has begun. Everyone, remember, you only have 1 year. Welcome to 800,000 years ago. Ha 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 ha. Old man Guanxi laughed with a trace of pain. As he laughed, he waved his hand. Boom! Countless streams of light rushed toward everyone. In an instant, the streams of light brought everyone flying in all directions. Under the shroud of time, there was no resistance at all. Wong. The Thousand Islands Sea disappeared, leaving only Old Man Guanxi standing on the vast sea with a trace of a painful smile. The law of time? Ha! Yin success or failure depends on this. Old Man Guanxi shed a trace of painful tears. Whoosh! The next moment, Old Man Guanxi disappeared. Chapter 789. Wansho Taoism, outside a hall. Several Wansho Taoism disciples were walking around the hall. Third Celestial Venerable was scolded by the sect leader again. A disciple whispered. I also heard that Third Celestial Venerable wielded the Immortal slaying sword and killed from the first moon altar to the 18th moon altar. He even slaughtered everyone in the main altar. When he came back, he was covered in blood and was found by the sect leader. He was punished in the heart-nurturing hall to copy scriptures and cultivate his mind. Another disciple whispered, "What did the Wansho Taoism sect do? Why was Third Celestial Venerable so angry? What else could they do? Those monks of the Wansho Taoism sect like to stir up trouble. They think they are so great. They slandered Third Celestial Venerable and Rokudo Shinkuin for saving lives. They are harboring evil intentions. Third Celestial Venerable worships Rokudo Shinkuin the most. Not only did the Wansho Taoism sect slander Third Celestial Venerable, they even slandered Rokudo Shinkuin. Third Celestial Venerable was so angry that he served them right. Now the whole world is praising Rokudo Shinkuin. Even God is praising Rokudo Shinkuin. The Wansho Taoism sect actually acted recklessly. Unfortunately, Third Celestial Venerable bumped into the sect leader. The sect leader said that he was too evil and wanted him to reflect on his mistakes. If I had the ability, I would also seek justice from the Wansho Taoism sect. Third Celestial Venerable did nothing wrong. A group of disciples walked around the heart-nurturing hall, whispering to each other. The door of the hall was closed. It was dark inside, with only a golden candle burning slowly. A man in a black robe was sitting cross-legged in the center of the hall. This man was none other than the Tongtian sect master of the Wansho Taoism sect. The Tongtian sect master gritted his teeth and seemed to be copying scriptures. I did nothing wrong. How could I be wrong? Humph! Eldest senior brother, why are you punishing me? The Tongtian sect master muttered uncomfortably. Those bald donkeys of the Miyu sect, they didn't save the people who were suffering, but Rokudo Shinkuin went to save them. They even said that Rokudo Shinkuin was harboring evil intentions. Humph, humph, humph. A bunch of people who distort the truth. What's wrong with killing them? You even dare to say that Rokudo Shinkuin is the greatest scourge of the world? Go F***CK yourself. Pa. In his fury, the Tongtian sect master broke the brush in his hand. At that moment, the Tongtian sect master looked rather impulsive and indignant. Right at this moment, a gust of wind blew through the sealed hall. Who? A strange gale rushed towards the Tongtian sect master, causing the candlelight to flicker violently, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. What? The Tongtian sect master's expression suddenly changed. He had a bad feeling about this. It was as if something had entered his body. Huff! The Tongtian sect master trembled and froze in place. After a while, the Tongtian sect master woke up with a start. After waking up, the Tongtian sect master's indignant expression disappeared, leaving behind only a blank and solemn expression. At that moment, the Tongtian sect master's brows were deeply furrowed. His pupils constricted as he looked at his hands. His entire person seemed to have matured in an instant. He looked at the decorations around him and the candlelight above his head. Taishang's spirit concentration candle? That was used up 800,000 years ago. How? The Tongtian sect master was slightly taken aback. Then, the Tongtian sect master looked at the scripture on the desk in front of him. He also looked at the crushed brush in his hand. Who? The Tongtian sect master immediately stood up. Wong. Suddenly, 7 long swords floated around the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master grabbed the 7 long swords in his hand. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. No fragments of the heavens splitting axe. My cultivation has also regressed a little. Cultivation is secondary. I can recover it in the blink of an eye. Quang. The Tongtian sect master swung his sleeves, and the doors to the hall opened with a bang. Outside, a few Wanshou Taoism disciples suddenly widened their eyes. Third Celestial Master, it's not time yet. You can't come out. Otherwise, the sect master will be angry. A disciple suddenly called out worriedly. The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes. He couldn't even remember the appearance of the person in front of him. After a while, he suddenly remembered. It's you? You're not dead yet? The Tongtian sect master was slightly taken aback. Dead? What dead? Third Celestial Master, what did you say? The disciple asked blankly. Third Celestial Master? Did you call me Third Celestial Master? The Tongtian sect master frowned and looked up at the sky. In the sky, the luck of the Wanshou Taoism was still there. However, at this moment, it was only the luck of a medium sect. Wanshou Taoism? Medium sect? Third Celestial Master? 800,000 years ago, the Tongtian sect master's pupils suddenly shrank. He immediately remembered. Wasn't everything around him the scene from 800,000 years ago? At that time, he was the third Celestial Master of the Wanshou Taoism. At that time, he wasn't the sect master. Wasn't he the sect master? Third brother, did you just ignore eldest senior brother's words? I told you to go into seclusion and transcribe books. Why did you come out? Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. Not far away, a man in a gorgeous robe suddenly appeared. There was a red up between his eyebrows. His eyes were cold, and he looked quite noble. Greetings, Second Celestial Master. The disciples of the Wanshou Taoism said respectfully. Yuanshi Tianzuan, you're still the same? You haven't changed at all? Ha 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 ha! The Tongtian's eyes suddenly lit up. What nonsense are you talking about? Yuanshi Tianzuan glared. It seems to be true. Old man Guanxi, you're really powerful. The law of time? You're back. You're really back. The Tongtian suddenly showed a look of horror. Third brother, are you going to cause trouble again? Suddenly, another dignified voice was heard. Being scolded, the Tongtian sect master was not angry. Instead, he suddenly froze and turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. He saw that not far away, an old man in a loose white robe was looking at the Tongtian sect master rather angrily. The Miyu sect just said a few words of their heart, and you destroyed their entire sect because of a disagreement? What did I teach you? The heart of heaven is as calm as water. How could you be so ruthless and destroy the entire sect? Leave no one alive? I'm so angry. I told you to reflect on your mistakes and transcribe scriptures. How many words did you just copy? Did you come out again? Who are you going to kill this time? Why don't you kill me as well? The white-robed old man glared at the Tongtian sect master. After a round of scolding, the Tongtian sect master did not reply. Instead, his eyes suddenly became moist. Why is Third Celestial Venerable crying? The surrounding Wanshou Taoism disciples all lowered their heads, not daring to look. Oh, Third brother was scolded to tears. That's not like you. Aren't you thick-skinned? Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned and asked in confusion. The Tongtian sect master ignored him and stared at the white-robed old man. Suddenly, the Tongtian sect master knelt down. Eldest senior brother, Tongtian knows his wrongs. It's great to see you again. Hit me, scold me. Eldest senior brother, Tongtian misses you so much. The Tongtian sect master suddenly burst into tears and complained tearfully. Yuanshi Tianzuan was slightly stunned and revealed a look of surprise. The white-robed old man, not far away, was naturally the current leader of the Wansho Taoism, Taishang the Celestial Venerable One. Taishang also looked at Tong Tian in surprise. What are you trying to do? What tricks are you up to now? When Master died, second senior brother and I were still young. Eldest senior brother was the one who brought us up. He taught us on behalf of Master and took care of us. Junior brother is insensible and keeps causing trouble for eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother, hit me. I'm sorry. Tong Tian suddenly cried in agony. Yuanshu Tianzuan widened his eyes. He did not understand why third brother, who always caused trouble for eldest senior brother and always competed with him, would suddenly become like this. The Taishang sect master was originally glaring at Tong Tian, but when he saw Tong Tian acting so abnormally, he forgot to scold him. What happened? Did someone bully you? Who is it? The Taishang sect master's eyes turned cold. It was as if he wanted to stand up for Tong Tian. When he saw the Taishang sect master's expression, Tong Tian felt a warmth in his heart and a lump in his throat. No, I just miss eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother, I've caused you so much trouble in the past. Tong Tian's sect master said with reddened eyes. You really didn't? Taishang's sect master asked doubtfully. No. Tong Tian immediately shook his head. Since you didn't, then why are you crying? All right, go tidy yourself up and follow me to pay respect to the heroes of the Miyu sect. Sigh. Taishang sighed softly. Obviously, Taishang was compassionate and felt extremely guilty towards the Miyu sect. He wanted to pay respects to them. As for punishing the Tong Tian sect master earlier, he did not have any intention of punishing him now. Obviously, he had spoiled Tong Tian too much. Tong Tian instinctively wanted to nod. But in the next moment, Tong Tian suddenly trembled. Oh no, I have to leave Wansho Taoism immediately. I have to leave right now. Eldest senior brother, Yuanshu, don't look for me. Don't look for me anymore. Even if I die outside, don't look for me and don't investigate. Tong Tian suddenly thought of the old man Guanxi. The rules of the game were to kill Rokudo Shinkuin in the year before the sixth Tao of Heaven. His mission was to kill Rokudo Shinkuin. Similarly, Rokudo Shinkuin's 9 doppelgangers should have entered his body and remembered everything. The people from 800,000 years later came to stop them from going against the heavens. Wouldn't Rokudo Shinkuin attack everyone? If Rokudo Shinkuin knew everything, he would definitely eliminate this group of malignant tumors from 800,000 years later. If he knew everything, Rokudo Shinkuin would definitely know as well. Presumably, Rokudo Shinkuin would arrive at Wansho Taoism soon. Go, leave this place immediately. Otherwise, everyone in Wansho Taoism would be implicated. Yuanshu Tianzuan and the Taishang sect master's expressions changed when they saw Tong Tian's panicked expression. Third brother, apart from Miyu sect, did you get into trouble again? Yuanshu Tianzuan's expression suddenly darkened. It was as if he was very concerned about Tong Tian. What's the matter? This is not your style. Why do you have such an expression? Who is it? Who wants to touch you? Tell me, and I'll talk to them for you. The Taishang sect master said coldly. It was obvious that the Taishang sect master had taken on all of Tong Tian's fears in an instant. Tong Tian was touched, but then he shook his head. No, this won't do. This time, it's Rokudo Shinkuin who wants to kill me. I won't rest until I'm dead. Rokudo Shinkuin? How is that possible? Yuanshu Tianzuan was shocked. The Taishang sect master was also confused. Just as everyone was puzzled, a loud shout suddenly came from the outside world. Dominator of the Six Paths requests an audience with the 3 celestial lords of Wansho Taoism. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the outside world. Wansho Taoism had a large array protecting the sect. No one could enter. A voice came from the outside world. It sounded very polite, but to Tong Tian, it sounded like a death knell. Rokudo Shinkuin is here. Chapter 790. Lingshan Sect. Past Hall. Wang. The Buddha of the past shuddered and woke up from a strange dream. Old man Guanxi. 800,000 years ago. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The past Buddha's eyes widened as he stepped out of the hall. Past Buddha. The surrounding monks bowed respectfully to the past Buddha. The past Buddha looked around blankly. Is this the sacred ground of Lingshan? It doesn't seem like it. Luck? Why are there so few? He doesn't recognize any of the monks? That's not right. He knows them, but these people are long dead. Is it true? We're really back. The past Buddha shuddered. Past Buddha, what happened to you? The surrounding monks asked blankly. Where's Buddha? Where's Buddha? The past Buddha shouted. Buddha? He's in the Mahavira Hall. A monk said blankly. Phew. The past Buddha instantly arrived at the Mahavira Hall. In the Mahavira Hall, there were two people talking. One of them was the present Buddha. Buddha, we're back. That old man Guanxi really brought us back. What do we do now? The past Buddha asked anxiously. In the hall, the present Buddha raised his head and looked at the past Buddha in confusion. Past Buddha, what happened to you? The other person also raised his head slowly. When the past Buddha saw his face, he shuddered and took a step back. You're still alive? It was also a monk. The monk put his palms together and closed his eyes. He was quite fat. Past Buddha, what happened to you? Why am I still alive? The fat monk in front of him laughed. You. The past Buddha's face was full of shock. Past Buddha, what happened to the future Buddha? Why are you so emotional? The present Buddha asked curiously. 800,000 years ago. 800,000 years ago. The past Buddha mumbled to himself. He suppressed the shock in his heart and heaved a sigh of relief. The future Buddha? Yes, the future Buddha hadn't changed. He was the previous future Buddha. He was naturally still alive. But why didn't the Buddha know about it? Suddenly, the past Buddha shuddered and understood everything. Tathagata, sky fiend. The present Buddha frowned. Buddha of the past, what's wrong? Could it be that evil body of mine has done something deranged again? Did he offend you? The present Buddha suddenly showed a trace of doubt. The Tathagata heavenly demon had dual personalities. 800,000 years later, it would be divided into the good Tathagata and the evil Tathagata. But now, they had merged into one. The two personalities ruled each other in the body. Was the good Tathagata ruling the body now? No. The Buddha of the past's expression stiffened. There were many things that he couldn't say. Buddha of the past, you're speaking in such a strange manner. Did something happen to you? You can tell us. The future Buddha also said solemnly. I'm fine. The past Buddha said bitterly. Since you were fine, you came at the right time. I also have something to say. The future Buddha said with a frown. Oh, second Buddha looked at future Buddha. Recently, I've caught a trace of information about the future. It's uncertain, but it's incomparably terrifying. Although I've been wrong in my predictions in the past, this time, I have a feeling of dread. The future Buddha frowned. Oh, the merciful and compassionate Rokudo, Shinkuin? In my dream, he wasn't as merciful as he seemed. Everything he did had a purpose. In my dream, he wanted to kill the heavens. The future Buddha frowned and said worriedly. What? The past Buddha's expression changed. The future Buddha had caught the information about the future right this time. Shut up. The present Buddha suddenly shouted coldly. Your prediction of the future has never been accurate. Don't talk nonsense. Especially at this time, no one is allowed to speak carelessly. If outsiders know about this, I don't know how many experts will want to kill you to repay the kindness of the dominator of 6 paths. Do you know how many experts owe Rokudo Shinkuin a favor? You still can't watch your mouth. Are you tired of living? The present Buddha said solemnly. But that dream was so real and so terrifying. The future Buddha said bitterly. Shut up. Everything in your dream will rot in your stomach. The present Buddha said coldly. All right. The future Buddha smiled bitterly. Past Buddha, don't speak nonsense. Now, the world is about to be created. There can't be any disobedience. The present Buddha sighed slightly. The past Buddha's expression stiffened slightly. Then he smiled bitterly. Rokudo Shinkuin wants to kill the heavens? No, it's going to start soon. I know for sure. Besides, that Rokudo Shinkuin also knows that I came back from 800,000 years ago. Will he come to silence me? Buddha, I want to see your evil body. Please let me see your evil body. The past Buddha begged bitterly. Oh, see my evil body? Why? The present Buddha was surprised. The future Buddha was also at a loss. The past Buddha refused to say, but he suddenly knelt down. Buddha, I beg you, let me see your evil body. It's too late. My life is hanging by a thread. No, your life is hanging by a thread too. Let me see him. Otherwise, my soul mountain holy land, no, my soul mountain sect, is finished. The past Buddha said anxiously. The present Buddha and the future Buddha looked at the past Buddha blankly. At this moment, there was a sudden shout from the outside world. Samsara requests to see the third Buddha of the Soul Mountain sect. The shout passed through the Soul Mountain sect's array and into the sect. Rokudo Shinkuin? The future Buddha was slightly startled. The past Buddha's expression changed drastically. Buddha, quick, come out. That Rokudo Shinkuin is here to destroy my sect. Quick, quick, quick. The past Buddha screamed. Above the vast sea, a black cat was playing in the sea. Fish, fish, do you want to be eaten by me? If you eat me, you will be released from purgatory. You will become a human in your next life. Those who want to be eaten by me, come with me. The black cat looked at the sea and shouted. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a large number of fish chased after the black cat excitedly. Meow, I'll eat whoever catches me. Come, come, meow. The black cat laughed and shuttled back and forth in the sea. Eating fish. That was also a form of fun. As the black cat ran, the rolling fishes scrambled to pounce on it, also that the black cat could eat them. Meow, meow, meow. The black cat walked happily. It was a happy cat with no scheming thoughts. But just as the black cat was running away, meow, the black cat's hair stood on end as a huge threat shrouded its body. In an instant, the surrounding seawater surged, but it could not stop the energy that rushed towards its body. Buzz! The black cat shivered and stood on the sea, motionless. Its originally bright face suddenly became distorted. After a while, the black cat suddenly woke up. But at this moment, the black cat's smile was gone, replaced by endless hatred. Puff, puff, puff. The surrounding fish swam quickly, obviously wanting the black cat to fulfill its promise of being eaten. Scram, the sky is falling. Who has the time to eat you? Meow. The black cat suddenly showed a violent expression. For old fellas, come and find me. Quick, come and find me. The sky is falling. Someone wants to kill the sky. The black cat suddenly showed a ferocious expression and roared. Yo, little black cat, you're not naive anymore? Suddenly, a voice came from the void. Ha ha, Mao Tian Yun. You can give up? I won't believe you. Hooey, you little black cat. You're always fooling around. Be careful. The heavens will take away your tricks. Ha ha ha. This is the biggest joke I've heard this year. For different voices came from all directions. When the voices came, the black cat's face froze. The other four mythical beasts did not believe it at all. Heavens above, Tian Yun has a report. Meow. Mao Tian Yun suddenly roared to the sky. But there was no response from the sky. Little black cat, stop shouting. The heavens are helping Rokudo Shinkuin investigate the outer space. How can they hear your voice? The world is about to be created. How can they have time to care about you? You'd better eat your little fish. Ha ha ha. A voice came. Create the world? Create my ass. The sixth Tao is a liar. He has deceived everyone. Mao Tianyun roared. But at this moment, the voices in the surroundings seemed to have disappeared. The voices of the other four mythical beasts could not be heard. Mao Tianyun's black hair stood on end, and he looked at the scene not far away with a ferocious expression. A man in a Taoist robe stood on the surface of the sea. His hair was combed into a high bun. He looked at Mao Tianyun with a compassionate expression. Cat God, it was easy to find you. The man in the Taoist robe smiled. Rokudo Shinkuin? Meow. The black cat suddenly roared with a ferocious expression. Yes, it was comfortable to be imprisoned for 800,000 years, right? Ha 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 ha. Rokudo Shinkuin laughed. As he laughed, the surrounding sea suddenly emitted a thick fog, as though it was isolated from the outside world. North of the divine continent, on a huge island in the East Sea, on a mountain. Swoosh! Suddenly, a ray of rainbow light fell from the sky. Bam! With a loud sound, the ray of rainbow light seemed to wrap around a figure and crash to the ground. What happened? Someone fell from the sky. Which sect is this lad from? How could he fall from the sky after learning to fly? Ha ha! Many people surrounded the huge crater in the middle of the laughter. The person in the crater was none other than Guhai. Guhai rubbed his slightly dizzy head and slowly flew out of the huge pit that was shrouded in smoke. Old man Guanxi? Game? Only 1 year? 800,000 years ago? Guhai rubbed his temples and frowned as he tried to recall what had happened. When Guhai flew out, he was surrounded by people. Ha ha ha, look, he is stunned from the fall. What an idiot. Did he fall from the sky? I want to tell Senior that this is the first time I saw someone fall from the sky after learning to fly. Everyone laughed, but Guhai was gradually waking up. He patted the dust off his body and looked at the people around him. No one was familiar with him. Tontian, Kong Xian, Ao, Shun, Shengwan Hen, and Mo Yike were all gone. Was he the only one left? Fortunately, his cultivation was still there, and he was not missing an arm or a leg. Where is this? Guhai frowned and looked at the people in front of him. Chapter 791. Where am I? Guhai frowned and looked at the crowd in front of him. Where? Ha ha ha, this kid is confused. Who knows him? The crowd laughed. Whoosh! At this moment, Guhai's mind was completely clear. He took a step forward and slowly flew into the sky. He flew high up in the sky and looked around. The vast land with mountains and rivers was extremely vast. It was very strange to suddenly be in this place. What year is it now? Guhai looked at the group of people below who were waiting to see a joke. What year is it? Are you confused? Look, your scar hasn't healed yet, and you're flying again. Someone laughed. Guhai ignored the crowd. Do you know Rokudo Shinkuin or Longzhonghua? Who have you heard of? The crowd was slightly stunned. Longzhonghua? What's that? Are you stupid? Don't you remember Rokudo Shinkuin? Kid, why are you asking about Rokudo Shinkuin? Did you receive a great favor from him? The merciful and compassionate Rokudo Shinkuin. Haven't you heard of him? The crowd scolded. However, Guhai's heart suddenly sank. Is it true? Did old man Guanxi really bring me back to 600,000 years ago? What a powerful law of time. What a terrifying power. You want us to kill Rokudo Shinkuin? Stop him from defying the heavens? Destroy Rokudo Shinkuin's ambitions at the source? But looking at the crowd, they seemed to worship Rokudo Shinkuin like crazy. It was as if they had been brainwashed. Does Rokudo Shinkuin have such great charm? No, Rokudo Shinkuin also has our memories, especially the 9th young master in Guqin. When they fused with the Samsara's body, they could sense my location once every 10 days. Even if we are here to destroy his heaven-defying plan, he will definitely search the entire world for us. Guhai's expression darkened. Which sect is the biggest here? Guhai shouted. Sect? Which sect is the biggest? Everyone was stunned. Boom! Guhai suddenly emitted a strong aura. The might of the 8th layer of the Middle Celestial Palace was not something that ordinary cultivators could compare to. Immediately, the group of cultivators turned ashen from the pressure. Just a moment ago, he was still mocking this person for not being able to fly, but this person actually had such strength. Everyone's hearts trembled. Under Guhai's aura, they felt a sense of despair. It was as if Guhai could turn them into meat paste with just a pinch of his hand. Which sect is the biggest here? Where is it? Guhai asked coldly. 500,000 li to the east. The Purple Jade Sect. The Purple Jade Sect is the biggest. There, a cultivator said with an ashen face. Purple Jade Sect? Guhai did not hesitate. His figure flickered, and he shot into the distance. Boom! He instantly disappeared from his original spot. The cultivators who were previously suppressed by Guhai's aura fell to the ground, paralyzed. Their faces were filled with horror. In the sky above the Purple Jade Sect, a large amount of golden providence floated. At the entrance of the Purple Jade Palace, a man in purple robes looked at the great array in the sky with great satisfaction. Congratulations, Sect Master, for obtaining this great array. With this great array, our purple jade sect can rise to the next level. A disciple in robes said with a smile. That's right. Our purple jade sect has been a sect for a long time. Among the 36 sects in this area, our purple jade sect is the strongest. We already have as many as 5 middle celestial palaces in our sect. Our providence has also accumulated to the point of condensing divine objects. We only lack a great array. Now that sect master has obtained this great array, our purple jade sect can finally be promoted to a middle sect. Another disciple in robes said with a smile. The purple jade sect master nodded. A trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes as he said, "We still have to avoid Rokudo Shinkuin." During the last Boa conference, Rokudo Shinkuin led us to save countless refugees and behead a group of demons. Actually, I did not contribute much. However, Rokudo Shinkuin still gave us sect masters a great array each. Rokudo Shinkuin is truly benevolent. Even a heavenly palace would not be able to break this purple smoke net great array, right? A disciple said with a smile. Of course. The purple smoke net great array is one of the strongest Go Dao formations. Even a heavenly palace's 3rd floor can forget about breaking it. The purple jade sect master said proudly. Buzz. Just at this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew above the great array. A black-robed figure suddenly appeared in the air. It was Guhai, who had arrived shortly. Who is it? Who dares to be so impudent in the purple jade sect? A purple jade sect disciple shouted coldly. High in the air, Guhai coldly looked down at the purple smoke net great array. A Go Dao formation? Not bad. Guhai smiled faintly. Then, he stepped forward and charged towards the great array. Stop right there. If you still don't stop, the great array will tear you to pieces. A purple jade sect disciple shouted coldly. However, Guhai ignored him, continuing to step into the great array. Humph! You're courting death. Activate the formation. Someone shouted. Buzz. Suddenly, strands of purple smoke appeared outside the great array. It looked like a large fog, surging towards Guhai. The purple jade sect master said coldly, Brat, you are reckless. I'll let you have a taste of the might of the purple smoke net great array. Buzz, buzz. As the purple fog surged over, it looked very beautiful. However, everyone knew that this beautiful fog contained a horrifying corrosive power. Even those who entered Heavenly Palace for the first time would instantly turn into a puddle of blood if they were enveloped by it. Sect Master, that reckless thing should have turned into a puddle of blood by now, right? A disciple said with a cold smile. The purple jade sect master nodded and was about to say something. Buzz. However, the purple jade sect master saw a figure walking out of the fog in the distance. It was Guhai. The purple fog strangely surrounded Guhai, but it did not touch Guhai at all. Guhai stepped forward and arrived inside the ritual array. What? Impossible. A group of purple jade sect disciples said in shock. Is there a problem with the great array? A cultivator said in surprise. He extended his hand and threw a huge rock into the purple fog. Buzz, 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 buzz. The huge rock was immediately corroded, letting out a sound of destruction. It's not a problem with the great array? The crowd said in shock. Who is the sect master? Guhai asked in a deep voice. Time was of the essence. Guhai did not want to waste any more time here. Therefore, he stepped into the great array as a reminder to the purple jade sect to not engage in unnecessary conflict. Perhaps the purple jade sect master himself did not realize how terrifying the purple smoke net was. He was still angry at Guhai for entering the great array so easily. He looked at Guhai with a gloomy expression. Who are you? How dare you barge into my purple jade sect? Oh, you're the sect master? Very well. I have something to look for you for. Guhai stepped forward and flew over. Impudent. The purple jade sect master glared. Humph. Brat, do you know that trespassing into my purple jade sect is a crime punishable by death? Men, take him down. The purple jade sect master said with a cold glint in his eyes. Yes. Immediately, A group of purple jade sect disciples soared into the sky as if they were going to capture Guhai. Guhai frowned and looked at the purple jade sect master strangely. Isn't this sect master feeling too good about himself? I already broke your go formation. Do you still think that I am a pushover? Guhai extended his hand and gently pinched it. It felt like he was pinching a thin purple thread. Guhai used his Go skills to connect to the purple smoke net formation. The laws of the Go Dao did not disappear 800,000 years ago. Guhai's Go skills allowed him to control the power of the laws easily. Controlling the purple smoke net formation was even easier. Then, Xiao Chun gently pulled on the thin purple thread. Boom! Purple mist suddenly surged out of the purple smoke net formation and swept in all directions with a loud boom. Shing! 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 The surrounding buildings visibly melted the moment they came into contact with the purple fog. Some experts took out their sabers and swords to attack. Manifested palm strikes landed. Shing! 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 The sabers and swords instantly melted. The manifested palm strike shattered. One of the central heavenly palaces even landed a palm strike. The corrosive purple fog did not seem to be able to resist at all. The purple fog enveloped the entire purple jade sect in an instant. However, Guhai's control was extremely precise. When the purple fog was 1 foot away from everyone, it suddenly stopped. Ugh! All the purple jade sect disciples showed horrified expressions, not daring to move. The purple smoke net formation instantly captured everyone in the sect. No one dared to breathe loudly, showing horrified expressions. Their lives were in Guhai's hands now. Even the purple jade palace instantly melted. The group of purple jade sect experts was trapped in the plaza, showing horrified expressions. The purple jade sect master did not dare to move, showing a horrified expression. At this moment, the purple jade sect master finally understood how powerful the purple smoke net formation was. However, the person before him was even more powerful. So you're Go Master? S Senior, W, what are you trying to do? Who sent you here? You should at least give me an explanation before I die. The purple jade sect master said with a horrified expression. Senior, please spare us. The others knelt in horror. I already said that I have something to ask of you. I want something from you. Guhai shook his head. You want my purple jade sect guarding treasure, the purple jade book? Fine, I'll give it to you. However, don't harm my purple jade sect disciples. The purple jade sect master said with an unsightly expression. Sect master, you can't. Sect master, the purple jade book is the foundation of our sect. At most, we'll just fight it out with him. A few purple jade sect disciples immediately said anxiously. However, the purple jade sect master ignored them. A look of despair appeared on his face. He only hoped that this person would not kill them to silence them after obtaining the purple jade book. Who said I want the purple jade book? Guhai was slightly startled. The surrounding people's expressions stiffened. The purple jade sect master was also at a loss. What do you want? My sect has no other treasures. I want a map of this world, a detailed map. That's all, Guhai said solemnly. The purple jade sect master. The purple jade sect disciples. Did we hear wrong? Guhai waved his hand, and the surrounding purple mist immediately disappeared. No one was injured, but many buildings were corroded. I only controlled this purple smoke net formation to calm you down. Sorry for the offense. Sect Master Purple Jade, you're the largest sect in this area, so you must have the deepest understanding of the world. The map of your sect should be the most detailed, right? Do you have it? Guhai said solemnly. The Purple Jade Sect Master was dumbfounded. You caused such a big commotion just to ask for a map. Do you have it? Guhai asked again. Yes, Senior, inside. This way, please, I'll go get it right away. The Purple Jade Sect Master looked at the corroded Purple Jade Palace in front of him and said strangely. Chapter 792. At the Purple Jade Sect. Guhai frowned deeply as he looked at the map that the Purple Jade Sect Master sent over. The map from 800,000 years ago had changed tremendously compared to 800,000 years later. Of course, Xiao Chun could still make out the general outline. The divine continent remained the same. Only the mountains and rivers had changed, and some sects were in different locations. Guhai should still be in the Thousand Islands Sea region of the past. However, this place was not the Thousand Islands Sea region, but a massive continent. Guhai's expression changed as he recalled what old man Guanxi said earlier. Everyone, return to the place of birth. The place of birth? Xiao Chun was not born in this world. However, his current location should be the place where he first transmigrated to the divine continent. Then what about the others? After silently memorizing the map, Guhai looked at the purple jade sect disciples at the side. At first, everyone had their doubts. However, when they realized that Guhai was really studying the map, they immediately felt like they were in a disaster. Could it be that this senior was in closed-door cultivation for several hundred years? Was the purple jade sect unlucky? Guhai looked at the purple jade sect master and said after taking a deep breath, I am very sorry for the damage I caused to your sect earlier. No, senior, it's just some grass and trees. It's nothing much. The purple jade sect master immediately smiled apologetically. The purple jade sect master did not have the guts to ask this senior to compensate. How about this? I'll help you perfect this Go Dao ritual array as an apology, Guhai said solemnly. Everyone felt slightly stunned. However, they saw Guhai extend his hand. Ling Su nodded. Rumble. The purple smoke net formation immediately began to tremble, and one could faintly see a few purple threads appear. Buzz. All of a sudden, the formation faded and disappeared. Previously, one could still see traces of purple smoke. Now, it seemed like they did not exist. Guhai extended his hand and sprinkled some ink on a piece of paper. Immediately, a large number of diagrams and words appeared on the paper. I helped you increase the might of your Go Dao ritual array fivefold. This is the array diagram. Study it yourself. Guhai handed over the array diagram. Oh, okay. Sect Master Ziyu took it in a daze. Farewell, Guhai shouted coldly. Swish! In an instant, Guhai soared into the sky and disappeared into thin air. Everyone watched as Guhai left. Then, they anxiously looked at the array diagram in Sect Master Purple Jade's hand. For a moment, strange expressions appeared on their faces. Sect Master Purple Jade studied it a little and found that the current formation map was indeed powerful. 5 times, as long as he grasped it, not to mention the 3rd level of the Celestial Palace. Even the 5th level would not be able to return. Some plants and buildings? How much are these things worth? This array diagram was a priceless treasure. In fact, even the Purple Jade book couldn't compare to this formation diagram. He had originally thought that it was a calamity, but now it was a blessing from the heavens. Sect Master, should we request Rokudo Shinkuin to kill that person? A disciple asked softly. Idiot, my Purple Jade sect didn't lose anything. Also, inform everyone that what happened today is not to mention it to anyone. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Sect Master Ziyu shouted coldly. Yes. The group of disciples responded. Guhai flew quickly in the sky. However, his mind was working quickly. Now, I have to find the others as soon as possible. Where is Tan Tian from the GS school in the limitless celestial capital? There was no need to find him. If he wanted to hide, no one would be able to find him. Even if he went, he would definitely have left. Shangguan Hen, he didn't know where he was born. Moreover, he had the 72 transformations, so he should be safe. With Mo Yike's wisdom, he should be able to keep himself safe. Now, only Ao Shun and Kong Xian were left. Ao Shun was definitely in the North Sea Dragon Palace. The current dragon supremacy should be Ao Tianwang's previous life. Father and son should be able to cover for each other. As for Kong Xian, he must be in the Peacock Tribe's encampment, near the Solar Divine Palace. It would be the easiest to find him. Then, let's find Kong Xian first. Guhai's eyes flashed. Whoosh! Guhai quickly flew towards the Peacock Tribe's encampment, on the Divine Continent, beside a sea near the Solar Divine Palace. Boom! Kong Xian was like a meteor, smashing into the ground with a loud bang. Screech! Screech! Immediately, a large group of peacocks surrounded the meteor. Each of them had a ferocious expression as they stared at the object that fell from the sky. Kong Xian rubbed his head and climbed out of the ruins. Who are you? Who are you? A huge peacock suddenly shouted angrily. Kong Xian's mind was a little clearer now. He looked up at the ferocious peacocks outside. Although they were ferocious towards him, the peacock did not blame him at all. This was a peacock. After 800,000 years, he was the peacock's supremacy. He protected the peacock tribe. Why would he be angry for the peacocks now? The Southwest Peacock King just died, and we can't find a murderer yet. Now, this person is of unknown origin. There must be something wrong. That's right, take him down. No one dares to humiliate our peacock tribe like this. The group of peacocks was furious. Suddenly, the leading peacock flapped its wings. Whoosh! A ray of green light suddenly appeared, like a long whip lashing towards Kong Xian. Oh, you've already cultivated the green light? Not bad, Kong Xian said with a smile. When the green light was about to hit him, Kong Xian suddenly flicked his finger. Bang! The cyan light whip suddenly exploded. Wow, Big Brother's green divine light, what's wrong? The group of peacocks suddenly looked like they were facing a great enemy. Screech! Kong Xian let out a long cry of a peacock and swung his hand. Boom! Suddenly, the five-color divine light was thrown out, directly towards the group of peacocks. The group of peacocks suddenly screamed, the threat of death looming over them. However, the five-color divine light did not touch any peacock, and the group of peacocks was unharmed. Wong! The five-color divine light disappeared. The group of peacocks were not afraid. Instead, they were overjoyed. Was that the five-color divine light? Only an elder can use it. Elder? Greetings to the elder. We have been impolite. The group of peacocks immediately bowed respectfully. Find me a set of clothes, Kong Xian said lightly. Yes. Immediately, the group of peacocks flew away, quickly found clothes for Kong Xian, and helped Kong Xian to bathe and change his clothes. The elder of the peacock tribe, the peacocks naturally followed his orders. After bathing and changing his clothes, Kong Xian stepped on a mountain peak and looked around. The group of peacocks behind him reported to Kong Xian. 800,000 years ago, they're indeed back. Kong Xian squinted his eyes and looked around. Elder, what did you say? A peacock beside him asked blankly. This is a small tribe of the peacock tribe. The sea has turned into mulberry fields. Everything has changed. I wonder how the peacock tribe is doing now. Kong Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. After all, after 800,000 years, the peacock tribe had withered greatly. Elder, you have been in seclusion for a long time, right? Our peacock tribe is now a large tribe of birds. In this world, only the phoenix tribe is comparable to us. How can our peacock tribe compare to the other tribes? Moreover, our peacock tribe can produce a super divine peacock every 10,000 years, ensuring the prosperity of our peacock tribe. The peacock behind him laughed. Super divine peacock? Kong Xian frowned. Why haven't I heard of this before? What's super divine peacock? Elder, you don't know? Cut the crap, tell me. Kong Xian frowned. Oh, super divine peacock can cultivate the six-color divine light. The sixth color. The sixth color? Yes, Elder's five-color divine light can destroy all things, but when the sixth color is cultivated, it can tear apart the reincarnation cycle. It can destroy anything. Even the Phoenix tribe doesn't dare to compete with our peacock tribe. Now, Jizun has the six-color divine light. He is the super divine peacock. The peacock explained. Six-color divine light? Kong Xian frowned slightly. This was the first time he had heard of it. Unfortunately, Jizun's time is up. He is about to reincarnate. I don't know why, but recently, the peacock tribe has been attacked continuously. One peacock king after another was killed. The peacock said with an ugly expression. Oh, Kong Xian frowned slightly. Jizun has sent people to investigate, but the peacock tribe is in danger. Jizun? You said his time is up. What do you mean? Kong Xian was puzzled. I heard that it might be in the next 2 months, but I don't know the details. The peacock sighed softly. So soon? Kong Xian was surprised. Yes, but my peacock tribe has a strong foundation. Each of the elders is strong. Presumably, after 10,000 years, the next super divine peacock will be born. The peacock laughed. Is there a solar god temple nearby? Kong Xian was puzzled. Yes, the solar god temple has expanded greatly in recent years. They have two temple masters. One is called Tai Yi, and the other is called Tai Chu. I heard that they are very strong, especially Tai Yi, who has subdued many beast kings with his strength. The peacock said, Screech, help! In the distant sky, a giant peacock without any hair flew towards the depths of the peacock tribe's territory. Behind it was a golden-winged rock. The golden-winged rock's claw grabbed the peacock's back. The peacock couldn't escape, as if it was about to be caught. That's the Peacock King in charge of Mouse City. Not good. Quickly save the Mouse City Peacock King. The crowd of peacocks cried out in alarm. But how could the surrounding peacocks be faster than the golden-winged rock? As the golden-winged rock soared into the sky, it flapped its wings and was already 90,000 miles away. Stop right there. Quickly, inform the elders. Not good. Stop him. Countless peacocks cried out in alarm, but the golden-winged rock was too fast. No one could catch up. Humph! Kong Xian snorted coldly. Kong Xian took a step forward and moved. Boom! With terrifying speed, Kong Xian arrived before the golden-winged rock in almost an instant. Roar! The golden-winged rock's figure suddenly stopped, a look of shock on its face. Who are you? How dare you block my way? The golden-winged rock looked coldly at Kong Xian. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you made me angry. Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. Who made you angry? You are courting death. The golden-winged rock grabbed the Mouse City Peacock King with one claw and swiped at Kong Xian with the other. Kong Xian showed a ferocious expression and swung his hand. Swoosh! A ray of five-colored divine light brushed past. Instantly, the two giant claws of the golden-winged rock were wiped clean and disappeared without a trace. Bang! Blood spurted out from the golden-winged rock's legs. The golden-winged rock's face contorted. My claws! You are dead meat. The golden-winged rock roared in pain, as if it had something to rely on. Still not enough? Kong Xian said coldly. Swoosh! The five-colored divine light flashed again. Instantly, one of the golden-winged rock's wings disappeared. The golden-winged rock retreated in pain. Again, Kong Xian sneered. Swoosh! Another ray of five-colored divine light flashed. Chapter 793. Stop! Two angry roars came from afar. It was a lion monster and a leopard monster, pouncing towards them from afar, bringing with them a strong gust of wind. Lion Wudi? Bao Yongcheng? The peacock's expressions changed. Clearly, these two monster kings were not small. Quick, come and save me, the golden-winged rock screamed. Peacock tribe's elder? Who are you? Why don't I know you? Lion Wudi glared at Kong Xian. Cut the crap, quick, kill him. Otherwise, if that old peacock finds out, we'll be in trouble. Bao Yongcheng said with a ferocious expression. That old thing still has such a trump card, but today is the day you die. Lion Wudi roared. While speaking, Lion Wudi and Bao Yongcheng pounced on Kong Xian. Elder, be careful. They can block the five-color divine light. Be careful. The rescued Peacock King said anxiously. Kong Xian looked coldly at the two experts. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward. As soon as he took a step forward, black smoke emerged from Kong Xian's body, turning into a black wind that swept towards the two experts. What? Lion Wudi and Bao Yongcheng felt something was wrong. Roar! Kong Xian's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth wide. The black wind rolled and sucked the two experts into his mouth. Not good, run. Lion Wudi's expression changed. However, the suction force from Kong Xian's mouth was too strong, so strong that the two experts were unable to resist. In the blink of an eye, they were swallowed into Kong Xian's stomach. The surrounding peacock's expressions changed. Isn't this elder too strong? Lion Wudi and Bao Yongsheng were famous monster kings who had killed countless peacocks. Now, they were swallowed by the elder? How strong is this elder? After the initial shock, they were overjoyed because this was the peacock tribe's elder. The elder is mighty. The group of peacocks shouted excitedly. No, impossible. How? The golden-winged roc, whose legs and wings were broken, was shocked. Kong Xian turned his head and looked coldly at the golden-winged roc. I won't say anything. Even if you kill me, I won't say anything. The golden-winged roc's face suddenly shook. Kong Xian frowned slightly. Speak. I didn't ask you to tell me. Even if you tell me who ordered it, I don't know. However, the golden-winged great roc suddenly revealed a look of horror, as if it had even forgotten about its heavy injuries. Many thanks, Elder. The Peacock King from before said gratefully. More and more peacocks flew over. Kong Xian frowned. Remember, you didn't see anything. Do you remember? The surrounding peacocks were slightly taken aback. They did not know what the elder meant, but they still nodded their heads vigorously. Elder, don't worry. We'll keep what happened just now to ourselves. Elder, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Yes, Elder. All the peacocks replied in unison. Which city's Peacock King are you? Kong Xian looked at the rescued peacock and asked with a frown. Maocheng. I'm the Peacock King of Maocheng. In front of the elder, I'm not a king. Just call me Old Mao. The Maocheng Peacock King lowered his head in shame. Bring me to see the Peacock King, Kong Xian said solemnly. Old Mao was slightly taken aback. He then nodded and said, Yes, Elder, please. Old Mao turned into a 500 feet tall peacock and grabbed the golden-winged roc. As he flew, Kong Xian stood on his head. Old Mao did not reject Kong Xian stepping on his head. The peacock race respected the strong, so Old Mao was even more grateful to Kong Xian. As they flew towards the sea, they encountered more and more peacocks. The Maocheng Peacock King, covered in blood, grabbed the golden-winged roc, which attracted the attention of the other peacocks. At this moment, Kong Xian was surrounded by black energy. The peacocks could not see clearly, but it also attracted the curiosity of countless peacocks. Old Mao, what's going on? A few familiar peacocks flew over and asked with a smile. This golden-winged roc tried to kill me on the road. I suspect that it has something to do with the recent deaths of many peacock kings. I've captured it. The Maocheng Peacock King said solemnly. Oh, all the peacocks looked at the golden-winged roc with cold expressions. Maocheng Lord, hand him over to the disciplinary hall. We'll interrogate him. A peacock flew over with a cold expression. Thank you. The Maocheng Peacock King nodded and threw the golden-winged roc to him. It's nothing. This is what we should do. So many city lords have died mysteriously. We were worried about where to start, but you've done us a great service. The disciplinary hall peacock said gratefully. Old Mao continued to fly towards the central island. Stop. Immediately, a group of peacocks blocked him. Everyone, I want to see Ji Zun. Old Mao said respectfully. Ji Zun is in seclusion and will not see any guests. Wait here. You can come back in 2 days when Ji Zun comes out of seclusion. The blocking peacock said solemnly. But it's really a big matter. Please make an exception. This concerns the safety of the peacock race. Old Mao said anxiously. The blocking peacock said impatiently. Didn't you hear what I said? Not seeing any guests. Also, who is this person wrapped in black energy? You want to bring this unknown person to see Ji Zun. Don't you know the rules? Just as Old Mao did not know how to explain, an old voice suddenly came from the island in the distance. Esteemed guest, please excuse me for not going out to meet you. Ji Zun. All the peacocks looked into the distance respectfully. Don't stop. Let the esteemed guest come. The old voice said solemnly. Yes. All the peacocks respectfully stepped aside. Old Mao looked around blankly, then brought Kong Xian to a huge plaza on the island. Around the plaza, a large number of peacock guards looked at Kong Xian, who was wrapped in black energy, with suspicion. Kong Xian stepped on Old Mao's head and walked on the plaza with a strange look in his eyes. Peacock Shrine? Kong Xian's eyes flashed with surprise. Esteemed guest, please forgive me. This old man can't move. Please enter the palace yourself. Other peacocks stand guard outside. No one is allowed to disturb me. The old voice came from the palace. Yes. The group of peacock race experts outside the palace said respectfully. Kong Xian stepped into the peacock palace. Quang. The door of the palace closed with a loud bang. Kong Xian saw a green-robed old man sitting on a chair in the center of the palace, emitting a foul stench. Cough, 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 this old man is a bit sloppy. Please forgive me. The green-robed old man smiled bitterly. 5 decay of the heavens. You are really at the end of your lifespan. Kong Xian frowned. As he spoke, the black aura around Kong Xian suddenly dissipated, revealing his original appearance. The green-robed old man stared at Kong Xian. A trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. I have seen all the heavenly palace experts of the peacock race, but I have never seen you before. The monstrous demonic aura around you is rare in this world. More importantly, why is there the peacock god in your body? Screech. A peacock cry came from Kong Xian's forehead. Wong. Kong Xian's forehead emitted endless green light, and a transparent peacock flew out from between his eyebrows. After flying for a while, it returned to Kong Xian's forehead. I am also the sovereign of the peacock race, Kong Xian said solemnly. The green-robed old man's eyes lit up, and tears of excitement gushed out of his eyes. Ha ha, cough, cough, ha. The heavens didn't destroy my peacock race. The heavens didn't destroy my peacock race. The green-robed old man's eyes were filled with joy. Senior, what do you mean by this? Kong Xian asked solemnly. This old man had a dream not long ago. In the dream, my peacock race was on the verge of destruction. This old man sacrificed a month's worth of life to seek an audience with Senior Fushi using the peacock god. The result was the same as in my dream. These days, I was ready to dismiss the peacock race, but unexpectedly, a variable like you appeared. I don't know where you came from, but it's no longer important to me. You're here. The peacock race is saved. The green-robed old man said excitedly. Kong Xian frowned slightly, shaking his head. I may disappoint you. Even if I'm here, I may not be able to help you. I won't be here for long. The green-robed old man's face stiffened. Kong Xian looked at the green-robed old man in silence. Can I trust you? This old man's heart is for the peacock race. As long as it benefits the peacock race, I will do everything I can. Solemnly, the green-robed old man said. No, I want to test your peacock god. Kong Xian said solemnly. Wong. The old man did not hesitate, and a large amount of green light emerged from his glabella. A peacock god bigger and brighter than the one that appeared from Kong Xian's glabella appeared. Cast the curse. Solemnly, the old man said to Huang Xiaolong. Letting Kong Xian cast the curse was the peacock race's secret technique. It was to entrust one's life to the other in order to gain the other's trust. Kong Xian pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it. I trust you. Wong. The peacock god flew back in the old man's glabella. I'm not calling you senior as a compliment, but a fact. Maybe you're one of my ancestors. Solemnly, Kong Xian said. Oh, this old man only has 8 days left. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm about to die. You don't need to hold back. Solemnly, the old man said. Senior, I came from 800,000 years in the future. At that time, the peacock race had already withered to a small demonic beast race. My talent was good, and my cultivation speed was fast enough to support the peacock race. Otherwise, the peacock race would have been wiped out long ago. My name is Kong Xian, Supreme Peacock from 800,000 years in the future. Solemnly, Kong Xian said solemnly. 800,000 years in the future? The old man was slightly stunned, as if he did not believe it. Kong Xian was not in a hurry, and waited for the old man to straighten out his thoughts. After a while, the old man's eyes slowly returned to normal, but the way he looked at Kong Xian was different. There was a trace of sorrow and relief in his eyes. Can you tell me what happened in the future? Solemnly, the old man asked. Kong Xian nodded and described everything that he knew to Zhang Xian. The peacock race has actually withered to this point? Rokudo Shinkuin, the merciful Rokudo Shinkuin? Cough, cough, cough. The old man coughed out blood. This old man can't do it anymore. I can't stop the Dominator. How many days of life do I have left? Hell, what a sin. The old man said with an ugly expression. Senior, you don't have to be like this. Just reincarnate. Maybe. Kong Xian comforted him. Reincarnate? Ha ha. Reincarnate. As you said, is it useful for me to reincarnate? The Dominator controls reincarnation. Even if I reincarnate, I will be devoured by him. Sigh. The old man sighed slightly. Everything depends on effort. Nothing is certain yet. Kong Xian said solemnly. The old man suddenly looked at Kong Xian. I'm on the verge of death, but this generation of the peacock race lacks a strong peacock king. You came at the right time. Help me lead the peacock race, and I will pass on my position to you. My peacock god will also merge with your god. Chapter 794. On the fourth day of Gu Hai's flight, he passed by a city and asked around to confirm his location. Before he even entered the city, he was recognized by a group of people. That's him. The one Rokudo Shinkuin is looking for. That's him. Suddenly, a person shouted in surprise. Gu Hai's face darkened. Ha ha ha. That's him, Rokudo Shinkuin's enemy? Quick, inform everyone to catch him and return Rokudo Shinkuin's kindness. Suddenly, a person rushed over excitedly. Behind him, countless experts immediately rushed over from all directions. Gu Hai's face darkened, and the central celestial palace's aura suddenly erupted. Boom! The powerful aura of the human soul and earth soul caused most of the people rushing over to vomit blood. Only 3 people managed to get close to him. Not good. Quick, inform the sect. Release the signal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of light shot into the sky, and more experts rushed over from afar. Gu Hai looked at the 3 people with a gloomy face. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Humph, if you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being impolite. Gu Hai stepped forward, ignoring the crowd and shooting into the distance. Don't let him get away. Quick, catch him. The 3 people did not give up and chased after him, thinking that Gu Hai was afraid. In a short while, another 4 streaks of light shot over. The 7 central celestial palaces experts chased after Gu Hai, heading deep into the mountains. In a deserted forest, Gu Hai paused, turned around, and rushed toward the 7 people. Boom, boom, boom. In almost an instant, the 7 people were like cannonballs, kicked into the ground by Gu Hai, creating huge craters. You lied to us? The 7 people vomited blood and looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai's face was gloomy. How did you get my portrait? It's only the 4th day. Hatred appeared on the faces of the 7 people, but they still refused to speak. However, Gu Hai's methods were not something that the 7 of them could withstand. After 2 hours, the 7 of them explained the situation. Rokudo Shinkuin said that we are from the evil cult's future sect. You have a life and death grudge with him, so you should report to him as soon as you discover us heretics. Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. Yes, and your portraits. Very soon, all the cities in the divine continent will know about you. None of you will be able to escape. Going against Rokudo Shinkuin is going against the whole world. You won't be able to escape. One of them said with a ferocious expression. What a wicked person complaining first. Ha! The whole world is hunting us down? Gu Hai's face was ferocious. Amateus Buddha, so there really is one here. A Buddhist chant rang out above Gu Hai's head. Gu Hai jerked his head up and saw a monk glowing with golden light, looking coldly at Gu Hai. The Vajra Buddha of the Vajra Temple. Good Samaritan for 10 lifetimes. Vajra Buddha, save me. That's great. Vajra Buddha has been good for 10 lifetimes and cultivated the Buddha golden body. He will definitely be able to take down this demon. The 7 of them were pleasantly surprised. Gu Hai felt a trace of threat from this Vajra Buddha. Good Samaritan for 10 lifetimes? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Evil creature, surrender and follow me to see Rokudo Shinkuin. This Buddha will ensure your safety. The Vajra Buddha said coldly. Oh, you are also Rokudo Shinkuin's lackey? Gu Hai's expression darkened. This poor monk owes the dominator of the 6 paths of favor, and if I don't return the favor, my heart is filled with demons. Only by capturing you and returning the favor can I become a true Buddha. Come with me. What if I don't? Guhai said coldly. Then don't blame me for being heartless. Rokudo Shinkoin once said that it doesn't matter whether you live or die. The Vajra Buddha said coldly, it doesn't matter whether I live or die. Samsara, it seems like I can't stay here for long. Guhai said coldly as he shot up into the sky. Where do you think you're going? Mighty Vajra palm. The Vajra Buddha struck at Guhai with his palm. 5 cycles. Guhai's eyes turned cold as he turned around and slashed with his life extinguisher saber. Boom! A dazzling purple light burst out from the saber and slashed at the Vajra Buddha. Dang! There was a loud noise and a dazzling golden light. Guhai was pushed back. There was only a faint mark on the Vajra Buddha's palm. How dare you, demon? The Vajra Buddha glared. Guhai did not have time to waste on him. He shot up into the sky and shot into the distance. Amateus Buddha, where do you think you're going? The Vajra Buddha chased after him. Guhai's face darkened. This Vajra Buddha had a strong body. The life extinguisher saber could not cut through his skin. Was he a saint of 10 lifetimes? Was he a golden body of merit? He chased after him ferociously. Treasure, please turn around. Guhai shouted. Immortal slaying, flying saber. The Vajra Buddha's expression changed. Immovable Vajra. Dang. The immortal slaying flying saber hit the Vajra Buddha's neck and bounced back. However, it did not cut through the Vajra Buddha's head. Demon, I have the indestructible Vajra body. Do you think you can kill me? The Vajra Buddha glared. Boom! The vine world gourd appeared, and countless vines wrapped around the Vajra Buddha. Boom! The Vajra Buddha tore at the vines and instantly shattered them. Monk, are you not going to let me off the hook? Guhai said with a gloomy expression. Rokudo Shinkoin said that demons like you are the best at deceiving people with lies and deceiving them. I choose not to listen. The Vajra Buddha said coldly. Not listening? What if you were wrong? Guhai said in a low voice. I believe in Rokudo Shinkoin. The whole world believes in him. The Vajra Buddha said coldly. Stubborn. He is a demon. Monk, don't force me. Guhai said with a ferocious expression. Today, I will subdue the demon. I must force you. The Vajra Buddha said coldly. Guhai stopped in a mountainous area where there were few people. Old monk, 10 lifetimes of doing good is still a foolish thing. You asked for it. Don't blame me for being heartless. Guhai said with a ferocious expression. Demon, although you are strange, your cultivation is only at the middle celestial palace level. Your flying speed is not as fast as mine. You can't escape. The Vajra Buddha said coldly. Then let's see who is stronger. Guhai showed a ferocious expression. He swung the life-extinguishing saber again. 6th cycle, the saber swung, and purple light filled the world. The 1,000-meter-long energy saber seemed to cut the world in half as it ferociously descended. At this moment, the Vajra Buddha's expression finally changed. This saber strike was too powerful. He took out a Vajra pestle. It crashed into the sky. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the Vajra pestle created a large amount of sparks. A huge crack appeared on the Vajra pestle amid the sparks. The Vajra Buddha's body froze. What powerful strength! Even the 3rd heaven celestial palace level is not as strong as you. You are indeed powerful. The Vajra Buddha immediately charged at Guhai. 6th cycle, Vajra pestle. Boom! The Vajra pestle and the life-extinguishing saber clashed again. The Vajra Buddha attacked Guhai with his palm at the same time. You have a strong physical body, but I'm not weak either. Guhai showed a ferocious expression and countered with a karate chop. Guhai struck with his karate chop, and a saber domain appeared around him. He executed the 5th cycle with his karate chop and brazenly clashed with a large monk's palm again. Boom! The two separated. Guhai's expression was gloomy. The large monk also retreated, and there was a mark on his palm. The Vajra Buddha's expression was gloomy. What a strong physical body, demon. So what if it's strong? My Vajra temple's secret treasure, the thousand-hand Vajra platform, appear. The Vajra Buddha shouted. Buzz! A layer of golden light suddenly appeared under the Vajra Buddha's feet. The ground around him instantly turned golden, as if it was a golden world. The Vajra Buddha stood there with 1,000 palms behind him. Suddenly, he struck a Guhai. With one strike, 1,000 golden palms with the same power as the previous one struck toward him. The overwhelming number of palms seemed to have sealed off all of Guhai's escape routes. At that moment, Guhai suddenly realized that a little medicine boy not far away was staring at him in horror. Monk, stop! Guhai stared. The life-extinguishing saber in his hand executed the 6th cycle again. Boom! More than 900 of the 1,000 palms exploded, but there were still dozens of golden palms that brazenly arrived in front of Guhai. One palm was enough to make Guhai suffer, but now there were dozens of them. If Guhai received them with all his might, the little medicine boy would be killed. At that moment, Guhai reached out and waved his hand. A gust of wind immediately blew the little medicine boy into the distance. However, it was also because of this pause that Guhai did not have time to counterattack. He could only form some bone spikes all over his body to defend himself. He faced the group of golden palms. Boom, boom, boom. The dozens of golden palms landed heavily on Guhai's body. Countless bone spikes shattered, and most of Guhai's clothes were torn. However, his strong physical body still managed to block them. Blarg! Guhai vomited a mouthful of blood. Clearly, he was injured. Guhai's physical body was indeed strong. The dozens of palms could not do anything to him. The Vajra Buddha did not press the attack. Instead, he suddenly looked in shock at the unconscious little medicine boy in the distance. If not for Guhai saving him earlier, that little medicine boy would have been smashed into meat paste by the Vajra Buddha. Amateus. The Vajra Buddha felt a lingering fear. Great monk again. Guhai showed a ferocious expression, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Earlier, Xiao Chun had to protect the little medicine boy. Now, he no longer had to. Although the Vajra Buddha was strong, it was not to the extent that he feared him. If not for the old monk's 10 lifetimes of kindness, Xiao Chun would have killed him earlier. However, the old monk was relentless. If this continued, the Vajra Buddha would definitely suffer. 10 lifetimes of kindness, 1 day of evil? That was still evil. Amateus, thanks to you earlier, this humble monk nearly made a grave mistake. The Vajra Buddha said, Humph, you still remember? Great monk, are you willing to listen to me now? Guhai asked. The Vajra Buddha nodded and said, Since you saved that child, I am willing to listen. Guhai nodded and did not say anything unnecessary. He described what happened 800,000 years ago. The Vajra Buddha listened without saying a word. Great monk, do you believe it? Guhai asked. No. The Vajra Buddha shook his head. Huh? Ha ha ha. Rokudo Shinkuin, you really brainwashed all of you thoroughly. Great monk, you are really stupid. Guhai said with a ferocious expression. Your story is very scary. However, this penniless monk's heart is as firm as a rock. I will not be swayed by your words. Since you saved that apprentice earlier, this penniless monk will give you 1 day. After 1 day, I will hunt you down. Amateus, the Vajra Buddha said. Guhai stared at the Vajra Buddha. This was the first powerful person he met 800,000 years ago. He still had some powerful moves that he had not used. However, Guhai felt that this Vajra Buddha had not used his full strength. The Vajra Buddha did not believe him. But to atone for his sins, he would let Xiao Chun escape for 1 day. Escape? Guhai did not need to do that, but time was tight. He did not want to waste any more time. What a despicable game. Humph. Guhai turned around and left. 1 day was enough for him to leave the old monk's sight. The Vajra Buddha watched Guhai leave and frowned. Is what he said true? Rokudo Shinkuin wants to kill the heavens? No. How can I believe a demon's lies? Guhai's words were like an inner demon, constantly disturbing the Vajra Buddha's heart. The Vajra Buddha kept chanting sutras to suppress this inner demon. Unfortunately, This inner demon did not die for some reason. One day later, the Vajra Buddha looked at the sky. The inner demon is not extinguished. This demon is really good. Only by capturing him can I extinguish my inner demon. One day, this humble monk has a way to chase you down. You can't escape. Whoosh! The Vajra Buddha flew up and chased after Guhai. Chapter 795. Rokudo Shinkuin's Bounty. The whole world was in an uproar. At the same time, all the major sects started to search. Almost the whole world was hunting down this group of devils that came out of nowhere. Guhai put on a simple disguise, temporarily calmed down, and continued to fly toward the Peacock territory. Peacock Shrine. A group of Peacock tribe elders came to see the Peacock tribe's sovereign with a portrait. As soon as they entered the shrine, the 20 elders looked at the green-robed man wrapped in a green light not far away. It was Kong Xian. This, no mistake, it's him. One of the elders looked at the portrait in his hand and said in surprise, "Sovereign, Rokudo Shinkuin's bounty is on a group of devils. He is one of them." Sovereign. All the elders cried out in alarm. Cough, 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 cough. Sovereign Peacock coughed. All the elders were anxious, no longer paying attention to the bounty, but looking at Sovereign Peacock worriedly. Sovereign Peacock, why did you suddenly become so old? You weren't like this yesterday. One of the elders said with a shocked expression, but they saw that Sovereign Peacock's face had many wrinkles and countless age spots appeared on his skin. The stench around him was even stronger, as if he would die at any time. Plop! All 20 elders suddenly knelt down together. Sovereign Peacock, why are you like this? Everyone suddenly cried bitterly. Don't cry, this old one is happy. This old one can finally safely reincarnate. The old man smiled gently. Sovereign Peacock, this shouldn't be. Isn't there still a few more days? Isn't there still a few more days? All the elders said in fear. You are all here. That's great. Listen to me. From today onwards, I will pass on the title to him, Kong Xian, the new Sovereign Peacock tribe. The old man said weakly. What? Sovereign Peacock tribe can't. This person's origin is unknown. Moreover, Rokudo Shinkuin has issued a bounty. How can we hand over the Peacock tribe to him? One of the elders suddenly opened his eyes wide and said in surprise, Is my descendant? The old man said weakly. Everyone's face sank. If I hand the Peacock God to you, it will take at least 3 years to integrate into the body. It's too late, so I passed it on to Kong Xian. He is now a supreme being. The old man said weakly. How can this be? How can this be? Supreme One, The elders were anxious. Listen to me, so that I can die in peace. The old man slowly breathed his last. Ji-Zun. Everyone started to cry and wail. Buzz! The green light on Kong Xian's body suddenly receded, and he let out a sorrowful cry. Screech! A sorrowful cry seemed to spread in all directions. Suddenly, the entire peacock race heard this sorrowful cry. It was the voice of the peacock god. The voice of the peacock god could reach all peacocks. Endless Peacock's expression changed. Supreme Being has fallen. The peacock god wails. The sovereign is dead? No. Woo, sovereign. Starting from the peacock temple, the countless peacocks all knelt down and wept as they knelt, as if they had suddenly lost their backbone. At the same time, outside the Peacock Palace where the Peacock Palace was located, a group of black-robed men was coldly staring at the Peacock Palace. The old thing is dead? He died so early. Inform the Lord and get ready to act. A black-robed man said in a deep voice. Yes. Boom. A group of black-robed men immediately rushed to the sky and flew in all directions. Inside the Peacock Palace, Kong Xian sat cross-legged. After talking with the Old Supreme for an entire night, the Old Supreme wanted to pass the Peacock God to him. Kong Xian did not hesitate. He immediately agreed. Suddenly, a huge peacock god flew from the Old Supreme's forehead to Kong Xian's. Kong Xian also had a peacock god between his eyebrows, but Kong Xian's was smaller. One was a great god, and the other was a lesser god. The two gods looked at each other. The great god said in a deep voice, In that case, I will be destroyed soon? A trace of my divinity was left in the peacock's body, and a new god was formed after 800,000 years? The little god nodded. You are the main body, and I am a clone. However, I am merged with Kong Xian. If I die, he will be injured. The great god was silent. The two gods confronted each other. After a while, the great god suddenly felt that the old supreme was dead, and he immediately panicked. Screech! A sorrowful cry spread throughout the world. All the peacocks heard it. Forget it. If I'm going to die, I might as well merge with you. After all, you're also formed by my divinity. Eat me quick, the great god said coldly. Screech! The little god opened his mouth and swallowed the great god. However, the great god's divinity was too big. It was not easy to digest it after being swallowed. Screech! The little god screamed in pain. I'll help you. Kong Xian's voice suddenly sounded. Boom! Billowing demonic energy rushed into the little god. Kong Xian tried his best to help the little god refine the great god. For a moment, demonic energy surged out from Kong Xian's body again. The peacock elders beside him cried and looked at Kong Xian together. Their faces were ugly. The elders wanted to become the next supreme, but the person in front of them beat them to it? Kong Xian? I don't know him at all. How did he become the supreme's descendant? Rokudo Shinkuin wants him dead. Will our peacock tribe be destroyed because of him? No, the peacock deity is in his hands. We must get it back. Stop. You want to go against the supreme's will? Are you going to rebel once the supreme is dead? The 20 elders quarreled, but they couldn't come to a conclusion. Let's deal with the supreme's funeral first. We'll talk about it later. A man said in a deep voice. Yes, great elder. The elders nodded their heads. The great elder looked at Kong Xian with a complicated expression. Turning around, the elders were about to instruct the other peacocks. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from outside. Who is it? How dare you? Who? Countless peacocks cried out in anger. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud noises came from outside as the group of elders rushed out of the peacock's sacred hall. They were shocked to find that the peacock's sacred island was surrounded by pillars. These pillars were so tall that they seemed to be connected to the heavens and the earth. It was as if they had formed a super array that covered the entire peacock's sacred Tao. Break the formation. The peacocks roared with ferocious expressions. The Supreme had just fallen, and someone dared to cause trouble on the Peacock Divine Island? A peacock flew to the formation's formation. It seemed to want to tear the formation apart. Roar! Immediately, a huge toad demon rushed out and swallowed the peacock that rushed out into its mouth, chewing for a while. He swallowed the Peacock King of Mouching. Kill him. How dare you act so presumptuously on the Peacock Divine Island? You're courting death. Suddenly, another large group of peacocks rushed forward. The 20 elders standing at the entrance of the Peacock Palace were also shocked. Toad Demon? Wasn't it destroyed by the Solar Divine Palace? An elder's expression changed. However, when the group of peacocks rushed forward, more ferocious beasts suddenly rushed out from the formation. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, the peacocks that rushed forward were all torn apart and swallowed. How dare you? A peacock clan elder's expression changed, and a 5-color divine light swept past. Boom! Immediately, the toad demon was sent flying. The toad demon was also instantly covered in blood, but he didn't die. One monster king after another rushed out from the formation. Peacock clan? Ha, that's all you got. A group of monster kings laughed sinisterly. Just as the surrounding peacocks were about to continue to rush forward, the great elder's expression darkened. Stop! The great elder stopped the group of peacocks and looked around with a gloomy expression. More and more monster kings were attacking from all directions. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded the Peacock Divine Island and trapped it. Humph! A bunch of rabble. Do you know that the Peacock Divine Island is the center of the Peacock clan? There are countless powerful peacocks on the island. How dare you be so presumptuous here? Everyone, do you not want to leave today? The great elder said with a cold expression. Wah! Suddenly, a crow's cry sounded in the sky. It was as if a sun was swooping down. It was extremely fast and arrived in front of the Great Elder in an instant. What? The Elder's expressions changed. This was because the aura of this expert was too ferocious. It was almost above the Great Elder's head in an instant. 3 golden claws slashed down, as if it was going to rip the Great Elder's head off. 5-colored divine light. The Great Elder's expression changed as he cried out in shock. Swoosh! Boom! The 3 golden claws tore through the Great Elder's 5-colored divine light and landed on the Great Elder's extended right arm. Rip! It grabbed and tore at the arm. Immediately, the Great Elder's right arm was torn off. Blood splattered everywhere. 5-colored divine light. Swoosh! The 19 elders attacked at the same time and forced the attacker to retreat. Master, the group of ferocious beasts said respectfully. The Great Elder had lost an arm, and his expression was pained. However, at this moment, he did not scream. Instead, he covered his wound and looked at the master of the ferocious beasts in horror. It was a huge 3-legged golden crow. Dong Wang Tai? The Great Elder was sweating profusely as he said in shock. Buzz! The 3-legged golden crow transformed into Tai's appearance. He sneered and said, "The old thing is dead. Who is the peacock god?" Tai, you want to steal the peacock god? Back then, Supreme Being spared your life. How dare you bite the hand that feeds you? The Great Elder said hatefully, "Bite the hand that feeds me? Oof, the old thing hurt me back then. Today is the time for revenge." Super Peacock God is indeed a big threat. Civ-colored divine light. Invincible? Oof, the Peacock tribe has no reason to exist in this world. Tai said coldly. What did you say? The Great Elder's expression suddenly changed. You came so soon? You have been waiting for Supreme Being to die? You are not stupid. Hand over the Peacock God, and I will spare the Peacock tribe's bloodline. Otherwise, today, I will exterminate the Peacock tribe and not leave a single one alive. I will kill them all. Tai said ferociously.